Awesome. Goose goes. That's a good flop.
Hello once again, welcome to Dublin and the 2024 Irish Open presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. It's day 2 of the record-breaking Irish Open main event. We now know the total field size. 3,233 entries, up on around 2,500 last year. And very soon we'll learn how many of the 743 players who remain coming into day 2 are going to get paid. It is James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Joey, these are the chip leaders. This is the current tournament top 10. Don't necessarily recognize all of those names. I know Michael Kahn was on one of our feature tables yesterday. But a lot can change over the course of the next few days. Still, nearly 750 players in the field. And I imagine just shy of 500 of that number will get paid. So I think we can expect the bubble to burst today. We can expect the survivors from day 2 to make the money. The plan today, by the way, is to play 8 full levels. And now all those day 1 flights are complete. Now we play through 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D. We're looking at hour-long levels, 60-minute levels from here on out. So 8 hours of play plus breaks today.
Now's when the real poker starts.
And yes, a significantly shorter day than yesterday. One of the things the tournament staff are very keen to do is to listen to some of the feedback from last year, where people felt that the day 2, the Saturday, was too long. And the other concern, or the other consideration, is that the clocks in Europe changed tonight, so everyone is going to lose an hour tonight. So if there's going to be one short day, if there's going to be one day which enables people to get a bit more sleep, it should be today.
I wish they'd listen back to my feedback from last year, which is that the ketchup packets are way too small.
I mean, there's problems and there's problems. And I kind of feel that they're not really in the same sphere, the same camp. You may have noticed the trademark green suit of a certain Finton Hand, a player who finaled this event in 2017, a member of Team PokerStars Pro. Finton will be at our first feature table, along with another player who has previous for making final tables in the Irish Open, Andy Black, a certified Irish poker legend. Then we have Ankit Ahuja, an Indian player, a former PokerStars employee, by the way, who has been tearing up the live poker scene in the last 12 months. And we have Ian Drake, Irish by birth, an Isle of Man resident, owns a car dealership. And remember, if you want a working motor that has got working brakes, call Ian Drake. Call Ian Drake. Blinds will be 2,000, 4,000 with a 4K big blind ante when we get the action started in the next few minutes. But I believe before the shuffle up and deal, we're going to learn how much these players are going to get paid. Not sure you can necessarily hear the PA announcement right now.
He has a question for you.
Okay, so 479 players are going to get paid. 479 of the 743 remaining will make the money, with a min cash worth 1,760 euros. And the winner is going to get 415,615 euros. Well, you probably heard the words shuffle up and deal. Looks like action is underway on day 2 of this year's Irish Open. By the way, I talk about Ankit Ahuja's results in the last 12 months. As far as PokerStars regional events are concerned, 5th in the Estrellas event in Barcelona, which was what, 4,000 plus entries?
Big money.
then won the Eureka event in Cyprus a couple of months later, and earlier this month came fourth in the Eureka Rosvedov event.
Certainly says a lot about working in the industry, soaking in all that poker.
Ian Drake first appeared on our radar at EPT London in 2022. He cashed that tournament, and earlier this week, he came fifth in the 5K high roller. That's the event where Tonka finally got the monkey off his back, finally got himself the win, finally got himself a trophy.
I'm gonna miss that monkey.
The monkey's off his back, but the monkey's still wandering around.
I do think it was weird that Tonka taught the monkey to smoke cigarettes. That just seemed unnecessary.
But very on brand. Now, another player we should highlight at this feature table is Darren Chow, a Canadian player who is deaf. And Darren is here with an interpreter. And the organizers of the Irish Open, JP and Paul, spoke to Darren via his interpreter earlier this week. And they are in talks to organize the first ever World Deaf Poker Championships here in Dublin next year.
James, I know it sounds weird, but we have like a bunch of deaf poker fans, and Darren is part of that group of people. I play with him all day in the Six Max, and he posted a photo online. And then some of the other members of the deaf poker community got in touch. We're like, we can't believe Darren met you.
Hand number one of day two, our first feature table of the day. It's Ferdia O'Connell here with ace-10 in the hijack.
8,000.
Raising to 8,500. Round to Andy Black on the button. Now Finton in the small blind. And Victor Popchuk in the big blind, who folds as well. We are thrilled to be joined for the first session of play by the reigning Irish Open champion, David Doherty. Welcome.
Only for 2 more days, James, but I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
Sadly, David, you did not advance to day two. Sadly, you're not going to go back-to-back in the Irish Open, but when you're looking at a field of more than 3,000 runners, that would be quite the achievement.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the history of events like the WSOP main event, and it's incredibly rare for someone to even final table it twice.
Absolutely.
And we're now getting to the stage in the Irish Open where the fields are starting to challenge, those sort of numbers. An incredible amount of players this year. Almost 700 more, I think, than there were last year. So, yeah.
About as many as made day two, which is kind of weird.
Well, they added some more levels on day one this year, so it was a little harder to make day two, I guess. But
sure.
as you can see, I tried to make day two 7 times, Joe. And
I have to apologize. Yesterday when you told me you were out, I was way too excited. I was like, yes! I mean, wait, no, come to commentary. I mean, I'm sorry. But very happy to have you with us today.
And among the players we're watching right now, David, is someone you got to play a lot against last year, Andy Black, a player who most people remember from his final table appearance at the World Series of Poker in 2005. Also made the final table of the Irish Open that year, has made the final table twice since, including last year.
Yeah, and I would say arguably last year's final table became more famous than his main event final table with his quite spectacular bust out. But
yeah, that's definitely wrong.
yeah, like Andy's a legend in Irish poker. He is someone who seems to defy the odds in terms of these mass fields. I think he's made the final 2 or the final 3 tables of the Irish Open like 5 or 6 times.
Wow.
2 final tables, as you mentioned. But yeah, he knows his way around this field.
And obviously we have Finton Hand dressed for the occasion. That is the green suit that he wore when he made the final table of this event in 2017. I think he also wore it when he was railing Kevin Killeen at the EPT London final table, which was, good God, was that 10 years ago, 11 years ago?
Yeah, I had a bit of a Mandela effect moment with Finton when I was speaking to him last year. We hadn't really played together much or spoken to each other much until we started drawing each other's table quite regularly on the EPT. And I had this memory ingrained in my head that I'd met him while he was wearing this green suit, and for the life of me I couldn't remember which event it was at.
Right.
So that makes sense, yeah. But I thought the Mandela effect part of it was I thought he was railing Spraggy when he final tabled a UK IPT. and was wearing it, but he informed me he hadn't actually met Spraggy at that point, so it couldn't possibly be true.
I always have a Mandela effect with this green suit that I think it's a Riddler costume.
Yes.
Riddle me this. How
Could be your department. Is it your department?
is this hand going to play out? We have seen the raise from Darren Chow, but we do not know what he's raised with. We've not caught his cards. We do know there's been a flat on the button from Victor Popchuk with King Jack of clubs, and it is a 7-6-4 flop. Classic King Jack board.
Yeah, I don't think you would expect this to hit the button too much when they're flatting off of this stack. We're obviously getting near the money. We're maybe still a few hours away from it, but you would think that in position he's going to be more weighted to high cards, so you would expect the bet to get through quite often. I don't think he bet 1,600 there, but
I reckon you might need to sit on it to put the pressure.
yeah, see that just gets through.
I don't want
Go on, you sit on it.
to recline. No, he wants to
What's going on? Are they building a chair?
I have no idea what's happening.
No, some real seat problems here.
Like, I need to lean back every now and then. You know?
It was
Need to
nice.
sit back.
It was nice going. It was
I
nice.
feel like I'm on a stool. No?
Maybe Andy will come backstage and steal a chair from here.
I like going down.
Yeah, we tried to make
The
this
designated seat. No.
this
Come on,
backstage Andy-Black-proof, but
I've seen you do
I
it
think he could
before.
still get in if he really tried.
No, I trust you.
Yeah, I mentioned I've played quite a lot with Finton in the last year or so.
They're gonna make you stand.
Also really familiar with Ankara Hujja, played quite a lot with him too. So this is quite a good final, sorry, not final table, quite a good feature table for me. And I know a good few of the players already.
Yeah, we were just discussing how many ridiculous results Ankit has managed to achieve in the last 12 months.
There we go. There we
Yeah, he's a killer in the 1K circuit.
Yeah, absolutely.
In Europe,
go. I'd only be the B
he's not
seat.
someone you want on your table because, again, like Andy Black, he's maybe more of a Andy's maybe more of a specialist in Irish fields, but Ankit just seems to destroy 1K fields all over Europe. So, yeah, very accomplished player.
It is brilliant.
I kind of glossed over this when you said it. Were you joking about 7 bullets in this, or that's an actual
Oh
figure?
no, I wasn't joking. No. I actually was planning, not planning because that would be a very poor plan, but I was willing to play 8 bullets. However, I busted my 6th bullet right before the dinner break last night, and the turbo flight restarted
I know, I remember.
half an hour
During
into
it?
the dinner break, and I was like, I just want some food and a bit of relaxation.
Good move.
So
Yeah.
we've gone to the flop here, aces versus fours, and if either of these two players makes a set, their opponent will have a straight.
Thin line between superstitions. And
Yeah, I quite like this check from Chow.
It depends
Like we do
what-
play a lot of check to the in position player, especially when we're covered, and
It's just like-
as I mentioned before, we're not
it's not to
too
say.
close to the money
There's some
yet,
good
but
consistency there,
it's
but
still
there is-
becoming a consideration, and he's found a nice check with the aces there
I
just to
did the bleed
protect his
off this
checking
test
range.
the first
He is
time.
going to have to check fold this flop like a fair amount of the time with his opens.
Vegas last year, some of the consistency.
So Ankit could get in
Well, if 90
a little
is
trouble.
normal, right, and 180 is Rayman, I was like 140.
I think so.
26k in the pot and a delayed continuation bet from Darren Chow of 20k.
There's an over-obsession with labeling things anyway, which only works sometimes. So.
Yeah, interested to see what happens on river here. Ankit's not folding an open-ended straight
No.
draw on the turn,
Well, it gives me an excuse to do
but
worse.
there are still some
the way I
interesting
see
river
it.
cards.
Yeah, what could I do?
When Chow
you know?
has red aces.
I tried
I don't
my
think that's
best.
one of them. I think he'll just be all in,
Just
most likely.
overcame me.
Very clean run out for him.
It's true. I wouldn't be proud of that.
Ankit is going to have some Jack
I
10
came
in his
across
range,
this
but not too
disorder,
much
I
of
don't
it.
know whether I had that called.
All in.
I think the girlfriend.
We get the idea.
An explosive disorder, which I really like.
And it's not a snap fold for Ankit because of this flop check. He's disguised the strength of his hand, where I feel like a lot of players just start betting immediately here. So the reason Ankit's thinking about this is the flop check. He maybe doesn't know his opponent, maybe doesn't know he's capable of finding this. Just going to give it a little think. I expect him to fold, but yeah. Nicely played by Chow.
Picks up a decent pot there. Now playing around 150,000. And news reaches us from the outer tables that we've lost a member of Team Pro. Tonka has already busted day 2, and we're now in the freeze-out stage. Registration is closed. No more flights.
He's out looking for that monkey.
719 players remaining.
Make sure that don't need to.
We can't give him another trophy this quickly. He's got to wait like at least another 3,000 days.
It's got to be a while,
right
yeah.
So what are you trying to get at there? What point are you trying to make?
If you can't work that out, Andy, I can't.
No, I want you to explain it to me. Explain it to me like I have a 3-year-old.
I'm just saying it adds up. I'm just saying it adds up, that's all.
Yeah, I'm still confused. Yeah. No, that seems right. Seems fair.
I feel like this is a nice spot to go for a min open off of 15 bigs. Nice steal opportunity for Pop. Am I pronouncing that correctly, James? Do you have the
We do not have any inside information. We'll go with Victor. Victor's going to pick up the blinds. And ante there. Currently playing 2K, 4K with a 4K big blind ante. Hour-long clock now, so 2 levels back-to-back before the first break of the day.
Thank you.
Well, the first few hands so far that I've witnessed, it's been a lot more in flow than my feature table was yesterday.
Right.
Have you not got a compliment for Finton in return?
That was one of the most legendary hands I think I've ever seen with the 10 high call on the river.
That was incredible.
It's a compliment to get one back.
Which side of that debate do you come down on? There are some people in the booth who thought he must have misread his hand to have made that call.
I thought that initially, but he insisted at the table that he called with 10
Yeah,
hands, so
I mean, I would also.
Yeah.
I gave him the benefit of the doubt.
What's up? Are you okay?
I thought it was crazy.
Is there an illness?
Well, the interesting thing is his opponent was much wider than he expected, and it would have been actually very easy for his opponent to be bluffing with a jack in his hand, it turns out. But I think what he perhaps thought was that, you know, the Italian fella had a counterfeited underpair, and 10 high would just always be good. But yeah, it was an unbelievable
all right.
call.
I guess that's one rationale.
Yeah.
How long are we on here for?
Darren Chow, card rack.
Yeah, it's Ferdy O'Connell who's opened in the small blind, or rather just limped in the small blind with King 7, and Darren Chow is going to raise from the big with queens.
Now, I know that they're trying to track down an American Sign Language interpreter for Darren. That person's not going to have to translate everything Andy Black's saying, right? Because they may die.
They're fairly sensitive.
That's a lot of calories burned.
My understanding is they found the only ASL interpreter in all of Ireland who was down in Cork and made his way to Dublin to help out Darren here.
It's a good looking table.
I mean, they should just go like this with Andy's.
I think the tables are fairly ugly. This feels like
Shrug.
a good looking one.
You make it look good. You make
I'm
it look
not
good.
saying
Andy.
that. I'm saying
you make it look good.
you certainly bring up the good looking sort of numbers.
Especially with that lovely jumper. Thank you. Thank you.
You just sort of
David, you're not the only former Irish Open champion who
It's a fun table. Could be fun.
is not advancing. We're hearing that others are falling as well.
I like showing cards, but I feel like it's too unprofessional on this table.
Yeah, always like they were going to get a new champion this year with as many players in the field, I think. And I know that Ian Simpson bagged yesterday. I believe that he's still in potentially, but I'm not sure about any of the more recent ones.
Three-way to this flop, which is Jack 8-4. Nines still ahead. It's the third pocket pair Chow's had in, what, 5 hands?
Yeah, the third pocket pair above pocket 8s as well. Nines, queens, and aces. Pretty clean c-bet here for Drake.
9.
Chow's probably going to peel one off, but I think Drake is the favourite to win this hand, despite what the percentages say. He's got a very nice combo to be putting money in position.
You played against Ian Drake before. He made the top 100 in EPT London 2022, that event you went deep in.
Yeah, I've played him online. I don't believe I've played him live, but I've played him online a fair bit. So I'm familiar with Ian as well. I didn't actually realise it was him until I saw him, his face on the screen. But yeah, so that makes it 4 players I'm familiar with at the table.
And it's probably dozens in the whole field, right?
Yeah.
Hundreds, if not.
Yeah. I mean, I've probably played with about 600 of the fields so far, Joe, given that I fired 7 minutes.
I'd take the over on that, actually.
Fewer than 700 remaining, down to 694. A reminder, 479 will get paid. So you're right, David, it's going to be a while before we get close to the bubble, but it is going to happen today.
Yeah, I was trying to anticipate when it would go by looking at the structure based on when it went last year, and it was interesting because what I did is I got my group chat last year and scrolled all the way back to today to find out when the bubble bursted roughly, and I think it was just at the start of Big Blind 5K, but there's no way it's going to go that early this year.
Did anyone message you while you were in the middle of scrolling back and you had to start over? Because that makes me want to kill people.
Yeah. What I did is I tried to think of like a key phrase or word
to get you most of the way
get me
back.
most of the way there.
Yeah.
3 raise, 25. Yes. 4 points.
This is quite interesting from Ian. I like the selection to 3-bet here, but maybe the size is a little bit large because if his opponent does go all in, he's going to be getting an incredible prize with ace-jack off, but very unlikely to have the best hand at that point. As we can see, I think the ace-9 suited is just going to fold to the 3-bet here. Not much he can really do off this stack, but yeah, nice pickup for Ian.
And this really is such a tense time in the tournament, right? Because you can see the money.
Yeah, it's within sight. Vanessa Cade still in.
Yeah, players at the outer tables. We do have Vanessa Cade still in contention among the final 694. And I want to know how that guy injured his hand as he presents his friend with a beer at, what is it, 1 o'clock in the afternoon?
Maybe got a little cheeky with that middle finger and somebody took it for a ride. Yeah. Anyway, yes, you can see the money, but like you don't have the chips to just sit and wait for it. So it's like every step you make it's just landmines everywhere.
Well, I was quite lucky last year, Joe, because I had a lot of chips near the bubble. Now, I've only ever cashed the Irish Open once. I've played it 7 or 8 times. And when I say I've played it 7 or 8 times, I mean I've played it on 7 or 8 different years.
You played it 7 or 8 times this time.
Yeah.
We're not counting those.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Vincent shoving here on Victor, who snap calls, and it is a domination situation. Ace-queen against ace-4.
Yeah, just a killer for Finton here versus a short stack.
Seems like he's got him well covered.
Still a 31% chance of some nastiness that would send Victor to the rail.
That's so much chance.
I feel really good about this one. I'm sorry to tell you that.
Say again?
I feel really good about this one.
Really?
Sorry to tell you.
It's all right.
Ace, king, 8. Ace, queen holding.
I did wish you good luck.
An 8 would be a good call.
I get to sing if an 8 comes, right?
You sure do, buddy.
King and then an 8. And you think, is that good? No.
It would confuse me. It would confuse me.
That would.
Like to for a moment confuse somebody. Straight draw.
So opportunities do exist.
Dun, dun, dun.
The 4 would be particularly dirty. Oh, it is the 4 on the river. No shot.
I feel bad now that I said it. Sorry.
It's all right.
Sometimes you just feel it, huh?
Dirty.
I like
Victor eliminated. Domination
I feel a bit
rotation.
embarrassed after saying it to him now.
Take that patch off.
No, no, you should have prepared it.
What? All right.
Try to warn him.
Bad timing, I'd say.
What was that thing
You tried to warn him after he'd already called.
Out of the park, but then they say things that are inappropriate sometimes. Is that personal experience? Yeah.
Me? I used to deal with you quite a lot in
Only
fits
be
years ago.
blind.
All right.
Saw you at your best.
Yeah, last year around the bubble, Joe, I was lucky enough to have a decent chip stack, so I wasn't under any real pressure. But I was opening quite frequently, and there was a situation where I was in seat 1 and had opened again, and it folded all the way around to the big blind, who didn't realize that I had opened and happily showed pocket 10s to the table face up and killed his own hand. So yeah, he was just happy that he got a walk on the bubble,
But did not.
and lost the hand.
He'll do you a great deal on a 2005 Corsa, and he's got pocket 7s. Ian Drake opening here to 8,000.
Yeah, interesting decision for Sokol. He's definitely not going to fold here, but yeah, I think 3-betting or peeling are both reasonable at this juncture.
Carl Sokol making it 25,000 total.
Lion, 3 fold.
Round
6
2, Andy Black.
fold, 7 fold,
He's out. Finton's on the button with ace-6 suited.
8
Nah.
fold.
And this is quite an awkward one for Ian now, because the SPR, if he calls, is not going to be particularly large. And he's facing a +1 3-bet, so a very strong range from Soko. I would possibly expect Ian to call, but it's going to be a very dicey situation to navigate.
Call he does.
He's overthinking come on.
And gets out-flopped.
Yeah, top pair for Sokol.
No, I meant more the you say shit. Yeah, so that's what I meant. I didn't mean anything to do with me.
James, are you familiar with the practice of soaking?
Yes.
Said that, then you give them a hard time. I go, oh, right, okay. So maybe
I'm not
this
gonna
guy
explain
said
it.
some shit too.
Yeah, I do.
Yes, so that's what I meant.
Yeah, I do.
It takes one to know one, so to speak. Pass the baton. I've never really listened to streamers, you see, so I don't know what to say.
Why does that not surprise me?
Oh, he listens all right. He wouldn't have charged back here last year if he doesn't.
Soko continuing for around a third, a little bit more. And like I said, it's going to be a dicey spot for Ian, because he could very easily be ahead of a hand like ace-king or ace-jack here, but I don't really think he can justify calling, especially without a heart in his hand here. There's going to be too many strong hands in Soko's range at this point. And chips are very valuable at this stage of the tournament.
Posey asking on Twitch, are players in the money? Not yet. Need 200 more eliminations before we're in the money. 479 are going to get paid. And Sokol's going to win that hand with that c-bet.
Button left.
Yeah, another well-played hand by both. I don't really think Ian had too many other options there. But
Yeah. Let's head to the outer tables. Can you believe it? Siegmund is in the house.
Whoa.
Ilari Sahami is among the players
Just that look.
on day 2 of the Irish Open main event. When was the last time we saw Ilari at a poker table?
It's definitely been a while.
And there's another blast from the past. Luca, Pagano, huge bucks, Broncos. I checked and Luca has confirmed that he will be in Barcelona for the 20th anniversary of the EPT. Luca, of course, made the final table, the first ever European Poker Tour main event back in 2004.
2 Barcelona final tablists in a row.
Oh, yeah.
Really good friends with Steve.
6 fold.
Right.
and Mr. Jack Hardcastle on the left of Luca as well. They're one of my few remaining hopes in the main event to get me out of it.
Lion raise. 8.
I guess 2% of 450,000 is still a lot.
Yeah, that's pretty good, isn't it? Like, as long as it covers about 8,000 euros, that's fine with me.
Fold.
Andy Black opens with 7s. Finton flats with 4s.
2 fold.
Ian Drake's big blind. Queen 6.
I saw Surinder Sunar in the room yesterday as well. It's really brought out all the old school players. There are lots of people we haven't seen in years.
I think I could have walked face first into Hillary and not connected the dots that he would possibly be here.
Yeah.
The last time I saw him was when he was competing on the Finnish version of Survivor, where his strategy was to literally do nothing, deliberately fail every challenge, and fool everyone that he was not a serious competitor.
How'd that work?
It worked until like the top 5 when they realized, oh, hang on a second, we're being played here. No one's voting him off the island because no one considers him a threat. And then when it starts to get to like towards the title, oh, hold on, he's sledging.
This is quite an interesting spot because I think if it goes check on turn here and a relatively high card comes on the river, Finton's going to win the hand. He could also just decide to double barrel now. He's quite low down in his range with 4s on this board. Yeah, he is going to bluff it now.
What you fancy, or is it inside like tips or? For the competition, you see that. I didn't say it. The top 4.
And be clear, this isn't a protection bet or anything. Finton doesn't think he has the best hand that often here. Sure, Andy could just have a hand like ace-9 and he's always folding, but Finton knows that he's going to get hands like pocket 7s out of the pot with that bet there.
No, he picked one race.
David, I'm loving the analysis so far. I mean, really just nailing it.
I wish I played as well and I'd maybe still be on the table.
It's just that little bit of extra information you're getting, aka knowing everyone's cards.
Yeah. Does help.
I got to tell you, even though I did manage to go pretty deep in that event this week, when I'm thinking about the hands people could have, I'm just, it's blank. I'm just going, do they have it? Man. Who's got the better hand here? There's nothing about ranges. There's nothing about, sometimes they'll have, I think there's more slightly weighted to.
You just got to go with your gut.
Yeah.
So we've got
Total
jacks for Finton. We've got ace-king for Ankit Ahuja. Finton's over to 8,000, and I assume we will see a 3-bet from the button.
Yeah, we certainly will. I think the question is whether we see a 4-bet, and it's certainly possible cut-off versus button. It could go in just for, the reputations of these two guys.
Yep.
I would expect Finton to play a little bit more flat versus the 3-bet, this close to the money, and he has heaps of chips, and so does Ankit. But it's certainly reasonable versus someone as accomplished as Ankit to just put in a 4-bet with jacks here. So it's a very awkward spot, actually, for Finton. And even this is quite awkward for Sokol as well. This is not the worst 4-bet bluff spot, to be honest. We can see Finton has jacks, Ankit has ace-king, so it might look bad if Sokol does something here, but this is a very reasonable spot for him. Does get away, and now are we going to see a 4-bet from Finton or a call? I suspect it'll be a call, but as I said, I wouldn't be shocked to see him just try and get it in against Ankit.
60?
Yeah, he is just going for it.
Raise 60.
And 100% we're going to be racing here.
Two biggest stacks at the table. Finton does have Ankit covered.
Sorry.
Ankit knew what he was doing here at the moment. Finton 4-bet, but he's just balancing his timing. He's going to have a lot of difficult decisions in this spot. Ace-king offsuit isn't one of them. He's definitely going to shove here, but just very, very smart. Maybe overlooked by a lot of people that he's taken this amount of time to disguise the decision that he has.
Well, he's just seen how Finton runs. Maybe he's actually considering a fold.
Yeah, I mean, this could be an interesting clash, actually. Maybe it's more likely to be a shove. Maybe it's more likely to be a chop pot, because Ankit runs pretty good in one case and Starsfields as well.
So the shove from Ankit Ahuja, the call from Finton Hand, and it is a classic race at the feature table. Jacks versus Ace-King. Ahuja with the Ace-King. Ahuja the player at risk. And it's all diamonds on the flop, and Ahuja has the ace of diamonds.
Fair fight.
It's a mammoth pot, like no chops possible after that flop.
It is a post-flop flip, still roughly 50-50. And it's a diamond on the turn. And that is a huge double up for Ankit Ahuja, and it's going to leave Finton Hand pretty short stack, which is 95K.
Around 235 or something. Just to give you exact.
Yeah.
10 of diamonds on the Super
You have
River.
it? Do you have a 10 or 5?
No, we're stopping it
Do
here.
you have 10-5? No.
Yeah, pointed out as well, there were 5 diamonds on the board, but if you remember, the big blind was tanking with King 10 of diamonds, so if he had made the move, he would have rivered a straight flush.
King 10 of diamonds.
Hard luck, Finton.
It'll have been dirty on the turn.
Itself.
I was actually debating flatting pre, but I wasn't sure.
I don't think you should.
Had to be carnage, that hand.
Sorry?
I said that hand had to be carnage. Doesn't matter how it plays.
EV
What a
asks,
gent.
will they introduce shot clocks at some point? Nope, no shot clocks in this 1K.
King 10 of diamonds.
King 10 of diamonds.
Where was your shove there?
Why couldn't you just shove? Oh, I went
4-bet shove.
He won. He made a
Me
straight
4-bet shoves and you shove. Maybe I fold.
I flopped it dead, then straight flush on the river.
This King 10 of diamonds is the ultimate 4. Ankit would have fucking 4-bet the King 10 of diamonds.
No, he wouldn't. He was going to flat his king.
Mix.
Yeah, it would have been.
Mix. It's a mix. It's a mix.
Solver humor.
Would have been in there. Oh, that's what
It's a
I mean.
mix.
Yeah, as a nerd, I'm finding this table chat very entertaining.
Ankit now playing close to 500K, by the way. Very much table chip leader and opening here with ace-queen.
If it was me and you playing the pot, I would have chatted to you when you were staring at me, but I didn't want to start chatting when he was making his decision. You were just staring at me, and when people stare at me, I just talk to them. And you were just like eyeballing me from 3 inches. And I was like, I can't start
I
talking
was
to Andy
genuinely
when-
making a decision, flat or jam.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not saying anything about you, but Andy was like eyeballing me from this close, and I was like, normally I would turn and talk to someone, but you're down there making a legitimate decision. I didn't want to like.
It's fair. But Andy's a field player.
What did you get off me?
He feels
Jacks.
I can't tell you my process.
Andy's a field player.
That's fair. We can talk during hands if you want. It never bothers me.
I don't. I sometimes are okay, but other times not. Mixture. It's a mix.
It's a mix. No. He said sometimes he talks during hands and sometimes he doesn't. It's a mix. I'm not saying what you said.
Yeah.
Is everyone clear on that? I have no idea what's going on.
There's
but
so
it's
much
okay.
being lost in translation here. Maybe the sign
all right,
language
Andy,
interpreter
you
will
be
be able to
you.
sort it all out.
We're all cool with that. Just be you.
Like the font.
8,000.
Ace 4 suited for Sokol. Then raise
Somebody tells you
8K.
you're good looking, you double up on a raise. What's better? When that comes 3 diamonds, do you prefer to have the ace king off? Or
I
the
always
2
prefer. I
jacks?
prefer to have the ace king. I prefer to be drawing.
It's
I hate
have
the
to
feel
be
of
O'Connell is getting a little out of line here.
It's
10-4 suited in the small.
Yeah, it's depressing, you know?
Yeah, I was down on the turn.
And you were dead. I
Yeah,
was
this is
thinking
pretty
it's gonna
spicy.
roll. You're dead in the turn, that's all.
Just decided to pick a particular spot, I guess. And Sokol just folds ace 4 suited. I'm very surprised by that. That's a very playable hand in position. He had a few options available to him there, but nicely targeted, I guess, from O'Connell.
Yeah.
Trading
Well, there's a former Irish Open champion who I have to give credit to, did actually bring his Irish Open trophy to Dublin. I genuinely thought, I mean, you can't take anything he says seriously, Joe. When he was talking about having the trophy in his luggage, I just didn't believe him. But no, it was on the desk this morning. And there is Spraggy.
Why couldn't he have lost that code?
Plus GJ, who I saw a post this morning saying she's not yet to cash a PokerStars main event. So, big day for her, potentially.
Came out to me and said, hey, that guy's at my table. He says he remembers it.
Yes, Griffin did actually bring the trophy. I didn't realize it, but it's wood.
Yeah. And crucially, hollow wood, so it's not as heavy as it looks, because that would need probably a case all to itself.
Thank you.
This is really interesting. I was wondering how Sokol was going to respond to a second consecutive 3-bet from O'Connell. The previous handy 3-bet, the 10-4 suited versus the open, and now he's just flatting ace-queen.
Shot.
So
Ank at 1.
playing a very interesting strategy where he's mixing it up quite a bit.
And ace-queen
What are you
doing exactly what you'd like with ace-queen. Top pair, top kicker. One club for Sokol.
Did you not?
It's been a few times, like very recently.
Oh, really?
I put in a lot of volume so people don't see like the,
Yeah.
you know, you don't see the.
Yeah, the previous hand was interesting to me because Sokol obviously took his time with the king 10 suited and the big hand between Finton and Ankit.
Yeah.
So it sort of spoke to me that he was considering shoving there, which is like a reasonable line to take, I think. But then he folds the ace-4 suited in that particular spot, which was like a lot cleaner of a continue, I
It's all
think.
that volume, isn't it?
So definitely some interesting developments in the last few hands.
Amen, brother.
This would be an ill-timed double barrel.
27.
Oh dear. Officially drawing dead on the turn now that O'Connell's improved to trips.
Let's focus on the positive. If you're O'Connell, this is the best.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
What I really want to see O'Connell do here, though, is just call. I don't know anything about him, but I do feel like in these events, particularly when the pot's getting big, yeah, he's just shoved. See, the issue is that we just make our opponent fold all these hands that are drawing dead now. There's no guarantee that Sokol wouldn't have gone all in on the river, and we have a very easy call with ace-queen. But does just take the pot down now, limiting the variance.
Yeah, I just never expect to be that far ahead.
Yeah.
They've always got outs. There's always some river card that I don't like.
Yeah, to be fair to him, I wouldn't have expected my opponent to be that wide on the turn, so I would expect him to have maybe a gut shot or something. But yeah, I think ace queen is too strong to shove there. You want to keep your opponent in with some weaker hands.
Jack 3 for Ian Drake goes in the muck. Carl Sokol now playing less than 80k. Folded around to the button. Darren Cho. Now Andy Black in the small blind. 7 deuce offsuit. Vincent could get a walk here. Sure enough.
I'm surprised you were so confident of that, James. That's very close to 6 deuce offset.
You could see it in his eyes. He had no interest in playing the hand.
Did you fire any billets this year, James?
No, decided not to try and play it this year. Decided to focus on the stream. Got the playing poker thing out of our bloods, out of our system over the first 2 days. Obviously, with the 6 max event, which Joe finals, finished 4th. Also played the Hender Mob Championship on the Tuesday. So that was our kind of like a little bit of fun on the side. Okay. And then it's like, let's just actually focus on streaming the main event this year, rather than trying to do 2 things.
Yeah.
And
It seems to have ramped up another level this year. Looking at the final table or the feature table setup, the rails a lot more similar to the EPT setup, where the fans can get a bit closer to the players at the deep end, I think.
Yeah, I hope for the final table that we'll get a bit of a crowd in there as we see Andy Black shove the button with ace-10.
Is that a call? I love the silly jokes.
Put the chips out.
Good timing.
I mean, obviously, you know, got the hothead cameras. It's a smaller production than you'd see at an EPT, but obviously you want to give these guys the best experience of playing on the main stage, and for the final table, create the best possible experience we can in the room.
Yeah, and if you walk into the room for the first time and see the setup,
The TV table, please.
it's actually incredibly impressive how well set up it is. As I said the other day when I walked in and I saw that the entire room was taken up by main event tables, it just gave me the feeling of being in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
I haven't really had that before in Europe, so yeah, huge field, and it just keeps growing. And as you said, good, I think, to give this event a production of the level that it deserves. It's, you know, a very historic tournament, so yeah, just great to see it. Under this kind of production.
It's just a combination of historic and goofy that you don't really get.
Yeah.
It's just a beautiful blend of prestige and fun. There's nothing else like it.
Yeah, even for me, even last year, I've never been on a final table that was so jovial before.
Yeah.
You know, everyone seemed super relaxed and just happy to be there and having fun.
So it's blind v blind, and Ian Drake folding 10-8 to the raise from Ankit Ahuja.
Yeah, that's a nice attack from Ankit there. I feel like maybe people don't mix in enough raises in those spots. You know, got the king blocking Ian from having a few stronger hands, and still has the betting lead when he goes post flop. But for Ian as well, it's again just the spectre of the bubble. It might not be close yet, but he's constantly thinking of how much his chips are worth, and just elect him to give up the 10-8 there rather than get involved with the new chip leader.
I mean, we know it's a ways away, but it feels like in this tournament, unlike many others, it's going to come up quick.
Yeah, it always comes up faster than you expected, I think. You know, you can look at a clock 1 minute and, you know, look back 30 minutes later and 60 players have busted. That happens sometimes for sure, but just good awareness really. Or it's good to be aware of roughly how long the bubble will be away, because as I've been saying over and over again, the chips that you have in these spots now are worth more than the ones that you can put in the pot when you're under a lot of bubble pressure, especially if you're a medium to short stack. So you will start to see a few tighter folds, I think, in the coming hour or two.
New player has come to the table. It's one of the Irish contingent, Mercia Russ.
Looked like a Romanian flag, but maybe we're going to get that swapped out.
So they need to move over. So to move over. Yeah.
Could be just because it's the year of Romania. That's what I saw. I don't know.
Or it could be that the information in the PokerStars live database is incorrect. Okay, so he is an Irish resident, but he has requested to represent Romania, and I don't blame him because, Joe, after all, it is.
The year of Romania.
Chow with ace-10, opening under the gun. Pocket fives for Andy Black. Let's go.
not that crazy.
Ace, queen of hearts for Ross.
Welcome to the table.
All in for just shy of 90K. And back around to Chow.
Why am I seeing you here?
You actually get myself for? Can you get it?
There's a 3K later. It's going to be good.
This feels like a fairly easy give up.
Yeah, we're not calling off 2/3 of our stack here in this spot. Just a fairly clean shove from the ace-queen suited. I feel like in those spots, like, Chow knows he's folding, but
Yeah.
he kind of just wants to, you know, give off the impression that, you know, I'm not just in here with rags, buddy, you know, like, maybe give my raise a bit more respect next time.
Sure.
Lays it down. Okay, a few bust outs from the outer tables to tell you about. In the last 5 minutes, we have lost Marley Sprague, who we had on our feature table yesterday. We have lost Maria Lampropoulou, the PCA 2018 winner.
No.
We have also lost former Irish Open champion Griffin Bencher.
I mean, he already won this thing once. I mean, of course, I'm sad Griffin's out. But give somebody else a chance. Remember when Griffin's logic was that because he didn't come back to defend the in-between year, that he was actually still the defending champion?
Griffin and logic are two words that never coexist comfortably.
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but an astute, non-idiotic comment coming out of YouTube. Arjun says, commentary has been top class, hands analyzed perfectly. I'll take all the credit for that, thank you. Yeah, I've been analyzing the pants off of these hands.
Nine.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure to be next to you, Joe.
6-5 suited, defending against the raise of Queen Jack off, which pairs the Queen.
Yeah, thank you for that, Arjun. It's very much appreciated.
Here comes the C-bet.
Again, something that you can learn from watching someone like Ankit here. I feel like, you know, a lot of unstudied players will see second pair on this flop and just automatically check it back. But Ankit's thinking about his entire range and what his strongest hands want to do, and he's been very deceptive by just betting everything. Now, I talked about deception. I did not expect this.
Chow with a very ambitious raise with nothing but a couple of backdoor draws.
So Ankit is very likely to call here. He'll be aware that the big blind doesn't really get to check raise this board very often. Ankit's the one with all the strong aces in his range. If Chow had a hand like ace king or ace queen, he's very likely to 3-bet it pre-flop. So Chow can have some value hands here. He could have an ace 8, he could have a queen 8, he could maybe have a pocket 8s, but there aren't too many combinations. Is Ankit just going to fold? I would be surprised. He is just going to fold. It gets through. Wow.
I guess reputation maybe playing a role there.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those ones where, you know, like it's very difficult to just determine when your opponent's going to get out of line like that. I had one yesterday where I folded kings on the feature table and my opponent had just started blasting 4-way with 6 deuce offsuits. So it's very difficult to know when they're doing that. Yeah.
I never fold, and that way I sleep so well at night. If I had my way, we just turn the cards over and deal the hands out.
That's it, right?
Yeah, let's just see who wins, because I'm not going to fold anyway.
Question from Carl, has there ever been a 2-time Irish Open champion? Yes. Noel Furlong, the late Noel Furlong, he died 3 years ago.
Just wasn't
A
expecting
genuine legend of the game. Won the Irish Open in 1987 and 1989. That same year, he made his first trip to the World Series of Poker and finaled the main event. That was the year Phil Hellmuth was WSOP main champion. And 10 years after that, Noel Furlong took down the World Series of Poker main event. He was the 1999 champion, winning $1 million.
That's quite the poker resume.
I believe I have a semi-namesake who has also won the Irish Open twice. I could be wrong, but I think Colette Doherty has won it
Yes,
twice.
I believe you're right. Merstyle says, I had no idea the Irish Open ran back in 1987. What stream are you watching? I mean, every 30 minutes we mention that this is the 40th live edition. This event goes back more than 4 decades. It's the longest running poker tournament outside of the US.
Man, I can't believe it's been running since 10 years before I was born. There's a little doke.
Oh yeah, Dara finally made it through the turbo flight.
Easy to spot wearing those billboards.
601 players remaining. 479 will make the money. And we come back to the feature table, where Russ has aces under the gun and has raised to 8,500.
Ace queen suited, pocket aces. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh boy.
Goodbye, Andy. This is a pretty nasty cooler. There's nothing you can do.
There's about to be a blackout.
Well, he is an expert at running deep in this field. If he's going to run deep this year, we're going to have to see just how good he is at winning all-ins.
He's already got the 2%.
7% equity pre-flop. That's incredibly sad.
He's going to need to put the backpack on the rest of the way, the glasses,
Take
hat,
the
gloves.
mic off. The mic off.
Go out and get the car started, yeah.
Not like this.
Yeah, Finton telling him to take the mic off. Another good one on the feature.
Get as far from the table as you can.
You can stand up as well to like lower
Maybe
his
check out of your
power.
hotel room. I don't know.
I'd love to try to stand up.
There's a 10. We have a 10.
You have a turn. Couple of
What does he have? He's got 19 outs on the turn to be alive on the river.
Queen of spades.
Queen of spades is the best of cards. That's not very reasonable.
I'd say Jack or King.
Andy Black drawing dead on the turn. Now he can walk away.
Oh, you have 100, yeah? Okay.
Surprised nobody mentioned that he was a bad lookalike for Paul Giamatti.
There's half a chance now we get removed from the TV table.
I repeat, strag to the TV table.
Half a chance.
Why is there half a chance?
Because Fenton's still here.
Fenton's the big pull.
Fenton's the big one.
It's not that.
I remember at the EPT Prague a few years ago, and we're Mateos at the final table for ages. And then he busted, and literally the guys came over and said, all right, guys, your time at the table's done.
We'll be here for an hour and 5 minutes.
It's usually until the break, isn't it?
Yeah, we're here till the break.
It's because it's a lot of hassle to
swapping
move the
mics,
table.
Yeah, I mean, till the break, like after the break.
Yeah, very unlikely we do 4 hours.
Yeah.
Not impossible, but unlikely.
Yeah.
By the way, I can confirm Andy Black has not walked backstage.
What if he waited the whole 30 minutes right outside the curtain just to not mess the stream up?
Peeks around the curtain and says, "Here's Andy." And,
Pocket nines for Ankit, who has opened to 8K.
Yeah, I'm always sad to see Andy go. He can be an acquired taste, just like Guinness, I guess. But yeah, I'm a fan. I enjoy watching him.
A few people asking how many players will advance to day 3. It's an unknown quantity. The plan today is to complete 8 full levels, 8 60-minute levels. So we should finish about 9:30, 10 o'clock this evening. And if you survive those 8 levels, you come back for day 3.
Got the button for you, dealer?
Okay, thank you.
Oh, here's a fun game we can play for tomorrow.
Yeah.
How many players will still be thrown off by the clock change? Despite the fact that I'm sure they'll announce it multiple times today. We all have access to phones that automatically update. What do you think, 5?
That's a good line. The number of viewers who will be impacted will be substantially higher. We know we have a decent contingent watching from the US and Canada, and no matter how many times we warn them that the difference will have increased, they will still probably be confused.
5 first.
Yeah, I think 5's a good line, Joe.
Yeah.
6, 12.
I remember something similar happening when I was, it wasn't due to the clocks going back, but I was playing a tournament in Belgium at I think it was the Poker Stars casino there, the Belgian Poker Challenge.
That was 10, yeah.
And someone came back late for day 2, an hour late.
75 back.
Apparently was told the wrong start time. And he got back just in time to get his 3 big blinds in with pocket kings, and the big blind woke up with aces and knocked him out.
Oh, I shouldn't laugh, but
1 point.
Could see a 3-bet from Ankit here, happy to get it in against Finton, maybe thinking that Finton is somewhat capped, calling off of the stack. He's going to play a lot of jam versus this open from McConnell. Certainly reasonable for Ankit to call as well, though.
This YouTube comment is amazing. Of course they will still be confused. They're all stupid. T-H-E-I-R. Bravo! Well played. 10 out of 10. No notes.
an ace and a jack. Now, Finton did say to me earlier on that after we had the discussion about 7-5 of spades being the bond, the hand from Casino Royale, he feels compelled to always play it. And I'm like, just because the hand has a name doesn't mean he should play it. A7 off is the spraggy, but you definitely shouldn't play that.
Yeah, so you notice the difference here relative to the previous hand where Chow check-raised Ankit on a very similar texture, the ace-high board with the jack and the 4, like the Broadway card. Ankit's got 2 pair here, and he's chosen not to check-raise because he feels like he doesn't have any strong hands. So he's trapping, but he's also protecting his range a little bit so that he doesn't have as many difficult decisions when he knows that he can have a hand this strong in there.
So he doesn't have many difficult decisions on different hands?
On different hands, yes. Sorry.
When he does check raise.
Yeah. So what you would think then is maybe if Ankit has a hand like Jack-9 on the turn here, he can comfortably fold because he knows that he's protected by having a hand as strong as Ace-Jack and so on.
It's so wild that you got to think about how you're going to play in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also realizing that the hijack is going to be quite wide c-betting this spot, so just allowing him to make some bluffs. I'm quite surprised he did bet the turn, having turned to king, but yeah, Ankit picking up another street of value with his line.
Not the greatest river card for his hand.
This is actually an interesting decision from McConnell with the King of Hearts in his hands, because when Ankit calls this board twice, a king is no longer good. And that King of Hearts could be put to work potentially. His king is blocking 2 pair as well. It's a very unusual hand to show up with for a potential bluff. I would expect him to maybe have an under pair to the board, perhaps with a heart that could go for it. But he is going to go for it. I don't mind this once he shows up. Well, I say he's going to go for it. It doesn't look as though he's reaching for chips, but
he's at least considering it.
Yeah. I did think that stack of greens was going straight in the middle, but maybe having second thoughts. But I do like that he's considering it.
It's going to be the last hand of the level, by the way. Blinds are about to go up.
Check, showdown, flash aggression.
Does not go for it.
To check it back, and Ankit
One of the worst
Ahusha
shots that I've ever
going to
made
win
free
another
flop.
pot.
Did you hear the shock when you asked me my stack? I miscalculated my stack because I had 3 whites there at the start of the day, and I thought I had 155.
Oh, you were deeper.
And it was already a bad call with 155. So I have a meme that I never fold 7-5 of spades for the bond. So it was fucking ambitious for 40 bigs.
There we go.
Oh my! And you said, "Have you got 75?" And I went, "Oh." The commentators might have heard me just visibly go, "Oh."
Got to play for the memes, Fenton. Got to play for the memes. By the way, Finland, of course, is captaining Team Ireland, and the Team England versus Team Ireland challenge continues tonight with shuffleboard and cornhole in the crack den. Now, at the moment, England has a slight lead, 57 points to 51. Spraggy is out of the main event now, so Spraggy will be captaining Team England in the crack den after hours. The question is, will Finton be there to captain Team Ireland? Right now, he is getting short stacked. He is playing 15 big blinds. He is in the danger zone. Carl Sokol also short. Ankit Ahusha has more than 100 bigs at the new blind level, which is 2,500, 5,000 with a 5K big blind ante. By the way, the final of this competition will be a poker match between Finton and Spraggy tomorrow. And I believe the points that the teams have earned will determine the number of chips they start with.
Is there an Easter egg hunt involved? There's got to be. That's all the poker chips should be in Easter eggs.
Yeah, why don't they determine the starting stacks by that, Joe? Send them out into the gardens of the
Exactly.
RDS, and they've got to find chips in the trees.
I found nothing but 100 chips. Oh, I found 2 green 5Ks.
I heard the O too. Yeah, I was he's not sure. I don't know how much he's not sure by.
I love that Finton plays the 5-7 for the Bond memes, and Finton doesn't even like movies.
I know. We had a long conversation yesterday where it turns out Finton thought Casino Royale was set in Monte Carlo. I think he needs to get a better understanding of Bond before implementing the meme.
I just had the thought, actually, that Finton did bust me in UKIPT Nottingham last year with 7-5 suited, so...
Oh, you got busted by a meme.
Yeah.
Brutal. It's not too late to be retroactively really angry about that.
Yeah. You literally only opened it.
Just out of interest, did you have a 6 and have a full house and he rivered a straight flush?
Yeah, I was bleeding from my eye.
Wow, you just secured your invite back. You just locked it up, buddy. Is this an under the gun limp?
It is a Gibbons.
Yeah. Can I see your... I can't see.
Oh man, there was so much shade being thrown in the 2 events I played when people asked if they could see stacks. One guy asked on every street, the same player, can you move your hands, please? It was getting so heated. It was amazing.
Yeah, I feel like some players take it offensively.
Really personally, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's some situations I'm quite good at eyeballing stacks very quickly. So you could show me, you could lift your hand and show me your stack for like 2 seconds, and I'll have a rough idea of what you have.
Right.
But some people are just so unwilling to do it, and you know, act as though you've personally offended them.
Wow, triple tens on the flop. Yeah, the guy was immediately salty when he had to do it, and then when he got asked again on the very next street, I couldn't tell if the dude was doing it to needle him or it was just that annoying.
Could be a bit of both.
Yeah, probably.
It'd be great to do it multiple times on the same street. Just kind of like thinking. Can I see it? Can you see that? And again?
One more time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of want to see how far you can take it, like as Simon says. Like, hey, can you lift your hands? Can you put your hand over your head? Can you rub your belly and pat your...
After a little chat in the lobby,
Okay, 1 minute.
you might have believed me more.
I mean, that doesn't go into consideration.
It does.
No,
I'm trying to be your friend. No,
that doesn't matter. No.
You would have folded.
He's my friend. He's my friend.
Okay.
No consideration.
So the seat recently vacated by Andy Black is being occupied by Michael Hrvavka from Slovakia.
I didn't want to be your friend. I went to the bluff
like, fuck this guy.
He's bringing about $250,000 chips to the table.
Whoa.
I think you could have gotten away from it. A whole lot.
200.
I'm not saying I would have called. Maybe I would have folded, but
I wasn't getting 55
but
I guess Ankit's stack is the biggest we've seen
500.
Yeah.
at a feature table so far.
Okay.
What was the chip lead coming into the hill?
Who?
What was the figure?
I don't know. Maybe 700, 800.
The chip leader?
Yeah.
The thing said 1.8 million.
Yeah, that was probably a typo.
Yeah, it might.
I've never heard of anyone finish a day with 600 big blinds.
Yeah,
That typo happens a lot on Stars Act.
It's very, like,
there's lads messing as well. They just put whatever numbers sometimes as well.
Well, the problem is the official chip
never heard
counts
of a
are
600 big
completely
blind.
based on what players write on their bags. So if someone thinks it's hilarious to say they've got
Even in the
1.8 million,
rollback
sadly that
tournaments, it's
information
hard to
is going to
finish.
get copied across.
It is kind of hilarious.
like potentially if like 2 massive stacks clash at the end of the day, but like even getting to like 900k is quite difficult.
Yeah.
It's a lot of stacks.
You need to put like that. Your cards. Yeah, separate. Thank you.
Don't want
6,
people to see
fold.
them.
6, 7, fold.
Pocket tens for Finton.
It's not a meme though, so
65.
All in for 65,000. King Jack for Roos.
Sit 1, fold. Sit 2, fold.
get on, Finty.
Going to get round to the blinds at least. Seeing Drake folding the 5-3.
Sit 4, fold.
It's 30 at O'Connell. Oh,
Yes. Thank you.
folds the big blind, and the shove gets through.
I need your big line. You put only on.
Nice try.
4 and 5.
Nice try.
Caught on the fucking lights. Caught on the camera.
Had to be done, yeah?
I didn't fucking... I was denying small blood change.
So I guess Finton's outfit serves dual purpose, right? If he makes the money, if he makes a deep run in the Irish Open, it's appropriate. If he busts, he's captaining Team Ireland tonight, it's appropriate. Whatever the occasion, he is dressed appropriately.
You need to separate your cards. Always. Yeah.
Hrvavka with aces.
No, all the time. Your cards
At
need
all
to stay
times.
there all the time. You need to turn.
I'm going to look
Okay.
at them first, you know?
Sit 7, raise 11,000. Sit 8.
Oh, she's
fold.
not taking
Sit
any
1,
prisoners.
fold. Sit 2, fold.
That's how we like it.
Now, this is not our table and not our tech,
Sit 3,
but
fold. Sit 4,
normally,
throwing.
as long as you put them side by side for a second or two, it grabs them, and then you can do what you want. You don't have to keep them side by side the whole
Yeah.
time. Maybe this system's different.
6-7 call. All in call.
All in and a call.
Welcome to the table.
Sokol with Queen Jack of Hearts has run into the aces.
Oh yeah, I mean, you just show up here and you get aces apparently.
Yeah.
6-7.
This is fine from Sokol again. Like, let's not be, affected by seeing that Habavka's got aces. It's Queen Jack suited makes for a very good shove in a spot like this.
Oh.
And I was going to say, look at the equity pre-flop. It's like almost 20%. You've got almost as much equity with Queen Jack suited as you would with kings against aces here. So that kind of demonstrates a little bit how.
That is it.
Yeah, full house on the turn, and Sokol will be KO'd.
Oh, come on.
Oh, no. You see, what you want is the 10 on the turn and then the ace on the
No.
river. It's more dramatic. It's more interesting. It's a bit of viewing experience.
Mean.
He doesn't mind. He's got a smile on his face.
Good luck, guys.
His mistake was not putting that bag on before the board was dealt.
Just a little bit of salt. Straight being pushed up on the board.
I have some sad breaking news of my own, and it's that 2 of my remaining swaps
All right, if we can't have Strag, we'll have
in
Brandon.
the tournament are now
Oh,
gone.
no.
So, I have one
I think so, yeah.
saviour riding out there trying to win the main event.
The one you mentioned already?
With Strike at one point?
Not Jack, no, Jack's gone.
No, you just want to tree bet it.
Actually, Robbie Bull, who knocked Griffin out last year on the feature
wow.
table,
Yes.
and he also had a
don't
deep
think he
run.
will fall
I think
to
he finished 24th or around there last year. So hopefully he can do it again.
6-1 fold. 6-2 fold.
Little queen suited.
6-4 raise 10,000.
Hello to Glancy, who's posted a flurry of messages that read, Finty is so sexy. I love him.
6-6
This day 2, yeah? Into money yet, or?
Welcome, Glancy.
6-7
Day 2, yeah. Into money yet, no.
Finty sexy.
Absolutely.
6-7 check.
Top pair, good kicker for Drake. Gut shot for O'Connell.
Yeah, we've seen a few interesting hands between Drake and O'Connell already.
6-3 bet 12,000. 6-5 call. 6-7 fold.
Very quick call, and it does
Turn.
give us some information about O'Connell's range. That's a very interesting turn
Oh,
card.
no.
Wow. Ah.
Okay, this is where, if you're a chat pro, you have to type 5 of clubs, 5 of clubs, 5 of clubs into the chat lots of times.
I am
willing
a
it to
chat pro,
appear.
so I'm going to do that.
Do it, do it.
Nice content, by the way.
Thank you. What's your name?
Michael.
Michael?
Nice to meet you. Occasionally, I tune into YouTube, you know.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Where are you from?
Slovakia.
You have an
I live in Portugal, actually. Yeah. Moved there last year.
23,000.
What I'm going to be interested in here is we saw O'Connell jam the ace queen previously when he had value on the turn. I wouldn't be shocked if he shoved this
Much better than Ireland.
with so much equity against basically anything,
Well,
apart from Drake's hand. But
yeah, exactly. 23,000 apiece. They're going to the river. Nice and bricky.
Is that the straight? 6, 7, 8. Nope.
yeah, one of those ones where you're cursing your luck at the table, but if you could see the hands, you'd
Yeah.
be high-fiving the dealer.
Thank you for nothing, actually.
Watsky says, 9 of spades ruined it.
3 bet 20,000. Yes.
20,000 bet on the river from Ian Drake. And what is third-year O'Connell thinking about?
Interesting for me, and this could act as a little bit of an inducer. I feel like maybe O'Connell's just having a hand funeral at the moment. I don't really feel like he's going to shove, although I've been wrong in the past. But I feel like this from Ian is just maybe believing that his opponent won't call an all-in with the worst king, but will pay to see his cards versus this.
It's a hand funeral.
You're still living in Malta or something? Or
Sorry?
You're still living in Malta or you're back in Ireland?
No, I live around the corner.
Oh, okay, you're back in Dublin.
I've been in Ireland for nearly 3 years.
Okay.
Yeah, I came home because I wanted to have family, and I'm an only child, and my mum would kill me if her grandkids were in Malta.
All right.
So
yeah,
we had a kid, and now we'll never leave again.
happy to be back.
Yeah, I love it.
You live where, in Ranelagh or something?
Yeah, exactly.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, I love it. Obviously, there's lots of things that you can bitch about with Ireland, but I love it.
I mean, I like Dublin. I lived here for 3 years or so.
Okay.
I love the city.
Yeah, I love it.
Feels like home.
Sit to one fold.
Can't wait to see Dublin one day. Been here. Haven't got within outside of 5 blocks of this place either year.
Sit to fold.
Or I guess in 2016 when we were here for the EPT, right? Same venue.
Same thing, same view. I think this city's got a great assortment of food trucks. The Guinness is fresh.
The rain is wet.
There's a nice river outside or something.
6-7 fold.
Other than that, no idea. They probably have like a museum here or something, I would guess.
Would expect to see Finton defend here, or possibly shove is what I was going to say. Versus an Ankit open, and he's going to anticipate Finton that Havavka may not be this strong from the small blind.
Okay, another coin flip. Classic race from Finton, who's going to need to hit to survive.
Like Finn McCool versus Kukulun.
I had a 9.
One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
But I had a 10 as well.
That's okay. I'll accept. That's a good hand here.
I can't believe Ankit just told Finton he had a 9.
10 takes away some of your cards.
I've been
It
all
just
in
feels
twice,
more
but
painful
I've had
now
two
when
all-ins.
you can't
Felt
get
really
there.
good about
Do
the
not
first
do
one,
that,
I
yeah.
said it. Second one I didn't feel good deciding, but I feel really good about this one.
King high flop.
Got the senses today.
And Havavka does not have 2 outs. We can see the 9 of spades is faded out because it was folded by Ankit Ahuja.
Do the prepay.
It's weird because they fade out the one card you don't have to fade.
Turn.
So just 1 card that Finton has to swerve to get the double up.
Don't call it a comeback.
Finton survives. And just to
They're 20s.
highlight the point you were making earlier on, David, about how the bubble creeps up on you, we're already down to 549. A reminder, 479 make the money, so it could well be in the next session of play that we get close to the money.
And we just lost 4 players while you were talking, James.
Wow.
That's how fast they're going out.
72, 500.
70-5?
Yeah, 72, 500.
Yeah, when there's this many tables in play, I think there's still plenty of short stacks out there, people that squeak their way into today.
So there is one of the Spanish commentary team, Alex Romero, who won the heads up here in Dublin. Who did he beat heads up? Who was the second place finisher in that?
Is that right? Yeah, I'm not sure.
Awkward.
Yeah, Alex played very well. He beat me heads up in that tournament, but yeah, he played very, very well. Not really surprised to see him still in the main. Definitely deserved to win.
Nine.
It was sad for me because I got through 5 consecutive rounds without using my blue chip. So we got a blue chip, which signified another stack of 10k. We started each match with 10,000 chips, could play the blue chip for another 10,000 chips at any time. And I got through to the final without using my blue chip once. So it would have been a very clean run, but then, yeah, I got dusted in about 25 minutes in the final.
So I've never heard of this before. I mean, I'm by no means a heads-up expert or heads-up tournament expert. If you go broke without using the blue chip, does it automatically kick in?
It does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Like, I forgot.
Yeah, I'm going to say that David wasn't so obsessed that he wasn't going to use the blue chip that he's like, nope, just surrendering. I can't use this blue chip. So interesting action here. The raise from Ankit Lahusha with jacks, flatted by Ian Drake, flatted by Ferdia O'Connell, and Mercia Rus deciding what to do with ace-10 of clubs in the big.
This is going to be a very interesting hand because it does look as though Rus is going for the squeeze, which is very reasonable. Now we can see that there are a few strong hands out there, but we got to think we're getting close to the bubble. Ankit is a very accomplished player and is going to be putting bubble pressure on someone, so he does not have to have jacks here. Ian has just called his open, so doesn't have to have a hand as strong as ace-queen suited. So he's not going to get this through. But I suspect Ankit's going to call here, and then it will be very interesting to see what Ian does.
Is just calling with ace-10 suited in the big blind reasonable also?
Yeah, it's also reasonable. I do think that Rus is chosen to take this spot because of what I just ran through, and it's a fine. Oh, Ankit is just shut it. No free cards for anyone.
Oh, side fold for Ian Drake.
Yeah, coffee, please. He's in the hand.
I did this 2 years ago.
He's just gone all in.
Exact same spot, and he went all in again.
See, that's interesting. I did expect Ankit to flat there, but Rus is saying that they had a very similar spot 2 years ago, so obviously a little bit of history there where Ankit's aware that Rus is capable of making light squeezes from the big blind.
Have we confirmed if that phone number is actually a direct line to Ian Drake's car dealership on the Isle of Man?
I saw John Delano in chat say it's some kind of lawyer meme.
Oh, I guess you need the lawyer after you've bought the car from Ian Drake.
Look, I heard that if Ian Drake wins this tournament, he's going to not charge people for undercoating for a full 3.5 weeks.
By the way, all in good spirits. You know you can trust this guy. And remember, if you want a fancy motor that has got working brakes, call Ian Drake.
Call Ian Drake.
What's your name? I know we called you Strag, but I know Strag is much. What's your name?
Mircea.
To me, he looks and sounds like David Lappin. Like David Lappin. He's got the same kind of accent to me.
Do you have like 15 degrees as well?
Well, what do you
Is that the first time a player at the table's given a bad look-alike?
Oh, no. Just the one.
David Lappin does have multiple degrees, but one of them's in philosophy, the other is screenwriting, so it's almost like he has 0.
By the way, Paul Ephraimson from the UK is the new player who's joined the table, sat between Ian Drake and Ferdia O'Connell. And Vincent, it's easy with aces.
He's going to get some action here. I don't see Rus folding king 8 suited to a button open. Just a question of whether he takes a flop with it or tries yet another ill-timed 3-bet.
Sit one raise 40,000.
Oh dear, timing off.
Yeah, I feel a bit for Russ here because these have been two good spots he's taken.
Ooh. Oh, wow.
Hopefully Hoosier doesn't do what he does to Russ again.
I think he is, you know. It's a Finton Open. It's a capable players 3-bet. They're all in late position.
Wow.
Yeah, about that, yeah.
Especially after the guy just complained about it too.
Yeah.
You're going to be so tempted to do it again. Finton, get weird here, buddy.
Sit 8 call.
Yeah.
Like it a lot. I'm going to be interested to see if a 9 comes though, because Finton can count himself very unlucky that Ankit didn't jam there. Ew. What's the SPR here? God, this is very interesting with the ICM because Finton is never calling pre-flop here at this stage of the tournament with 4s, 5s, or 6s at this SPR. I think he's just going to send them if he's going to continue them. So this is a really good flop for us because it's not going to hit Finton's range very often at all.
Except for the times when it doesn't need to.
Exactly.
29,000, the continuation bet from Russ.
And should expect Finton to just call, but when he does, I think that starts to set off alarm bells for Russ, or it should do.
Don't Me Around asks, how much get paid? Depends where you finish in the tournament. Thank you for your question.
10. 10 or 11.
So what are we looking at now? A pot of 148,000. Neither player with pot behind.
This is a very awkward spot for Russ with quite a lot of his range now. I think he is going to check this one, but yeah, Finton, for this close to the bubble, to call twice, I like the call a lot pre-flop. I like what he did on the flop as well, but it's also on a board like this, it's just difficult to not have a good hand at this stage with the SPR this low.
Is Finton ever going to have a hand where a queen is a scare card? Is he going to have jacks or 10s, or are those just going in pre?
Yeah, those would go in pre-flop, I think. So he's more likely to have. Yeah, he's just going to shove turn, hoping that Russ has got something you can call with. Because I think that what I was just about to say is I think if Finton does have anything that isn't very strong at this point, then it's going to be a flush draw. He's going to have something like 10-9 of clubs, perhaps. And that just wants to generate fold equity now. So he's jamming the aces to, again, protect that part of his range. Makes it very difficult to play against if you don't know whether your opponent's got an overpair or a flush draw.
Finton chipping up nicely. So not back to where he started the day, but not that far off it. And Nasir Roos is leading chips right now.
This player is new.
4, 6, 5, 4.
Yeah, I've referenced Paul Efferson from the UK.
Player 2.
Darren Chow,
Can you move a little bit? The
ace
cards?
king.
You too.
Chips.
A little bit, yeah.
My
The
chips?
cards. No, the cards.
Where?
You need to move a little bit. It's better now? Yeah, thank you. Raise 15,000. Sit 7 and 8 fold. Sit 1 fold.
Looks like it's just Ankit and Ian now, players in the blinds.
Sit 2. All in.
Oh wow.
Sit 3. Fold.
Ankit Hoosier moves all in, and I imagine we'll see Darren Chow call this off.
And we're going to see those cards.
Well, the fact that he hasn't snapped it tells you that the bubble is going to influence his decision here. Obviously going to be important for him to make the money. But I think it's going to have hands like ace queen, ace jack, maybe like the king queen suited or something. Wow, he does fold it. We're not going to see the cards.
Wow.
More than I started the day with. Quite the way to get there to 3,000 plus chips or whatever, but we'll take it.
Is a 23 big blind stack enough to get you 50 eliminations?
Well, the way to look at it for me, and I understand why he folded, because that tells me he sized up a little bit pre, so he was trying to buy a little bit more fold equity too. It's telling me that he really cares about making the money. It's going to be very important to him. But the other way I would look at it is,
I couldn't count my stack on the turn. I didn't know whether to bet small or go all in because I'm so bad at eyeballing my chips. And I was like, Annie told me I had about 150. Come on, you can do the maths.
after the hand.
I was thinking you had aces and you like
You seem to know the hand every time. How do you not have a million chips?
His hand felt like queens, you get me? So you might not like that turn.
That's the kind of handle where the stream becomes an interesting added dynamic at the table, right? When this goes out in 30 minutes, or the players have found out just as it's gone out now.
Yeah, I mean,
that he folded ace king.
No point me lying when everyone's going to know in 20 minutes.
No, I'm not saying you're lying.
At this stage,
When I've got a pre-flop, I guess I can ask them.
50 away from the money. I'm sure there are players out there who do want to min cash, who are making some big laydowns. We just don't know they're doing it.
Yep.
Still a good hand.
Look, I know my rationale is not correct almost ever, but in that spot, I'd be like, this is great, and I could double up one time here, and then I'll definitely make the money. Then I can just knit it up from there. Making the money's that important to me.
I don't know what the tip is.
I'm going to feel a lot more comfortable with 46 big blinds than 23.
Yep.
Well,
Okay, Andy.
I've only made 2 live reads in my life. I made one in Paris, and I went with it, and I was right. And then I tried to make one in the 5K against Fergal, who got second, and I was so wrong. I'm never making one again.
Those are really hard to do. Yeah.
K Fuda says he won't even mind cash doing that. Lol.
But you might. It does go pretty quick. I just can't imagine too many better spots than that. Than a dude with all the chips who's quite capable of shoving worse, shoving into you when you have ace king.
Okay, sit 8 4.
Yeah, it's difficult mentally to make that decision when, I don't know how every player's got into this tournament. Maybe he's satellite cheap, it's going to be a big cash for him. But yeah, from my perspective, it's very easy for me to say because I can just go to the next stop and play again and try and cash that one. But you kind of do have to not let the situation control what you know is right. Like, I'm sure Chow knows that he should call there, but he's
Tonka had like the
he's putting extra weight on the min cash, which is absolutely fine if that's what his main ambition in the tournament's going to be to begin with. But yeah, that was a very profitable spot that he passed up.
By the way, Mind Cash does sound like a new Saturday night program on ITV. Can you think your way to victory?
I would have 3-bet.
They strap one of those Neuralinks, jam it up inside your nose. If you can make a pencil move by thinking hard enough, you win money.
Hosted by Anton Deck and Bradley Walsh, probably.
I change it around from between 9 sometimes.
He just wanted to put me in the blender. That's all that was. He didn't even look at his cards. He then just looked and was like, "Oh, King A2. That's not bad."
TV time.
Was the flop 6-5-4 or 6-5-4? No little turn bet on that queen. I feel like I was robbed. I feel like I was robbed.
Read your soul.
Sit 7 4. Sit 8 4.
Couple of other key eliminations to tell you about. Felix Schneider's is gone. Will Kassouf has also been eliminated.
Sit 1 4. Sit 2.
Oh, again for Felix.
Sit 3 4.
feel if I bet turn, then I have to follow through on river. Then
I think we had like what, like
Recent arrival, Paul Ephraimson, all in with ace-9.
90-ish already on the flop.
I think I started at less than 150, and you true bet to 40 and then bet 30. So. What I'm saying is, if you had a bet to turn, I probably would have actually just put you in. Like, if you had a bet like 30k in. Then you might have to call.
Any doing?
7's always coming, eh?
I can't remember if we agreed to Chat Pro Saturday being a thing here in Dublin and whether I should just condone and sign off on some of the analysis of the ace-king fold that's now pouring in.
I mean, I'm going to say that since we were able to make it almost 2 hours into the day before Chat Pro Saturday getting on your nerves, I think we got to let it fly for a little bit.
Fine, I'll let the armchair analysts have their day.
Sit 3, fold. Sit 4, fold. Sit 5, fold. Sit 6,
You're welcome, chat. You're welcome. Especially because we're going to lose David, I think, at the end of this level. So if we're not going to have good analysis, we might as well have bad analysis.
We are going to make use of the fact that 2017 Irish Open champion Griffin Bencher is no longer in the tournament and force him to occupy that chair.
Okay, so we'll have okay analysis.
We could always put a headset on his Irish Open trophy and see if we get anything good out of that.
What I think, and I mean no disrespect, but the fact that it's wood, it means that you can burn it. I mean, how many trophies can you actually burn?
Yeah.
Not that many.
I saw it. I knew that they had one like that back in the day, but I saw it on the desk when I came in earlier, and I assumed that they changed it back to that format this year.
We just had it back here?
Yeah.
Sit 1, fold. You need, you need. Sit 2, fold. That's right.
Love the Drake.
Sit 3. Raise 10,000. Sit 4, fold. Sit 5, fold. Sit 6, fold. Sit 7, fold. Sit 8, fold.
Oh, sorry, down behind.
Sit 8, show 6, Sit 8, show 6.
Zoomerfin says, or you could whittle it into something else.
This is pretty vintage Homer.
You could just make a smaller Irish Open trophy out of
See him
it.
in about 5 hours, probably.
A couple of other eliminations to tell you about. We had Alex O'Brien on the feature table yesterday. She is gone, as is Georgina James Reginald. GJ Reggie, another near miss for GJ.
Yeah.
Missed out on a cash last year, has missed out on the money this year.
I think she stone bubbled last year, though, so maybe this is better.
Sit 4, fold. Sit 5, fold.
GG, GJ.
GG. Yeah, I don't know if any day 2 busts ever good before the money. Feels like you've put the maximum effort in.
516 remaining, 479 get paid.
Sit 7, raise 13,000. Sit 8, fold.
Manster observes, if you turn on the green screen technology, they could all be playing in space with a floating Finton head. I was tempted to say, let's do it.
The table would disappear as well, though, as would
That's
the cards.
true.
Anka's chip stack suddenly wouldn't be quite as impressive.
Can you mute me there?
C2, please.
Ace 4-7. A rare occurrence of the Spraggy working out for someone.
Yeah. That's better now.
Okay, I actually genuinely misread this message and thought the exclamation mark was an L. So can I read you this message as I originally read it? Lisi Lott says, I've really enjoyed having David in the booth. He's articulate and balanced. Funny tool. But no, it's funny too, exclamation point.
Can we ban them, please, Joe?
Ban James for that one.
Guys, get your lungs ready.
Fantastic. One of the best moments of poker of 2023 was David Doherty encouraging his rail to sing the Chop Pot song at the final table of the Irish Open main event.
Oh no, you're going to let me down, Russ.
You've been waiting a whole 2 hours for this.
Yeah, I've waited a whole year. No.
Ah, denied.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the Chop Pot that I sang along to last year saved Declan Rice from taking the chip lead heads up, so it was quite a significant Chop Pot.
Proving our point that everyone loves it.
Everyone loves a Chop Pot.
Yeah, it's been pointed out in chat, James, that Ace-7 off still managed to lose that pot.
See? Good point. Just don't play it. Just, you see that hand, you bin it.
Ace-6 and Ace-7 are both hands that...
Ace-6, the Lashif, how did that work out for him?
Yeah, I don't know. I just, no thanks.
Yeah, I love that meme about Lashif, even though it was
even though
actually wrong.
It's actually wrong, yeah. Correct. See, David knows.
What part's wrong? That he's out of position?
He's actually in position.
Yeah,
he's on the button in that hand.
Oh. It's definitely better with the lie. Nice little wash there. Got to be nearing the end of this level.
Jacques says, boom! I'm assuming he's referring to the three of us. How do you feel about Tonka finally winning a long-awaited tournament? Not going to lie, I felt that the...
Sorry?
How long since Tonka has won a poker tournament account was just hitting its stride.
20 minutes after the break.
And I kind of feel that it was a joke that could have gone at least another year and has been kind of polaxed in its prime.
Nothing.
So I'm happy for him. I just wish he'd waited another 12 months.
All right. Nothing against Tonka, but it's always boring when streaks get broken. When the Red Sox won the World Series, I'm having a hard time thinking of other ones. But when the underdog finally gets there,
yeah,
it's boring.
Okay, so we saw Darren Chow raise, fold, ace, king, clearly trying to make it into the money. Has queens now. If anyone plays back at him, how will he respond?
This is it.
It's genuinely going to
well, look at what's happened here as well, James. He made it 3 big blinds with the ace-king, and he's gone for 4 big blinds this time with the queens. He really doesn't want action. He's willing to play the hand because he knows it's really strong, but he's doing this so that people fold pre-flop.
And Ankit has shoved on him.
And I guarantee you, at this point, Ankit knows that he folded ace-king the last time. This is a fine shove from Ankit if you know your opponent's doing that.
Well, Chow is not folding queens.
King 9.
And he's not going to like the fact that his opponent has a live card.
Ugh. Knowing that he folded ace-king, this is such a bigger sweat. Emotionally. I'm pulling for him.
Yeah, me too. And I like Ankit a lot, but he can afford 100k chips.
Yeah.
Darren Chow is holding for now, but there is a 9 on the flop, which gives Ankit Ahuja additional outs.
I wasn't even wincing at
And
the
then
9.
just-
I was
and
wincing
then
at the
red
club.
8 on the river. Happy with that. 6 of clubs, red 8. Okay, 6 of clubs now.
Well, Ankit called for the running split pot, so we've got another 4 outs to hit for a song here. I know what I'm rooting for.
Pleading look to the dealer.
Oh, Queen's hold, and that is a double up for Darren Chow, who might now be able to fold his way into the money with just over 500 players remaining and 479 getting paid. And I think we can say with some certainty that we will hit the bubble during the second session of the day.
101,000.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you can now employ your strategy, Joe.
Absolutely.
He has those 46 big blinds now.
Same for ourselves.
Just go to lunch and don't come back.
Can you just get it so that it's ready to break? And also,
Ankit, Tommy's got you a drink there, mate.
record it on stage.
Button is here, right?
Just on my drink.
Is this a comment about that last hand or Easter? Chris, believer in Jesus, says king is coming.
It's nice that you got enough for the whole table, Ian.
Yeah, that's exactly why he did buy them. That's exactly why he did buy them.
It could be a bit from column A and a bit from column B.
I mean, well stated.
I like messages that serve a dual purpose. Now fewer than 500 players. We are more or less 20 off the money in the Irish Open main event. And we've got about 15 minutes left to play on this level before we take the first break of the day. Confirmation that there will be a change of feature table during the break, and very soon we'll show you who you can expect to see on the main stage for the next 2 levels here on day 2.
Again, Chris, believer in Jesus, says I was wrong. Could go either way.
He says King decided to sleep in. Which is right, because it's Sunday is the day, not Saturday.
Tomorrow, right.
Yeah, but maybe Jesus didn't know the clocks were going back.
You can just hold it.
MKTDR asks, is the clock 1 hour for the main gents? Yes, they played 45-minute levels on day 1. Now it's 1 hour levels.
If it's taking 1 hour in the main gents, maybe that's a bit of a plumbing problem on your part.
He's always funny.
Attaboy.
Yeah, he's getting his min cash. When the ace-5 suited goes straight into the muck, he's like quite happy to get post-bubble and then open up again, I think.
I would have liked to see what he does with ace-5 suited on the button, but under the gun, easy fold, given what we know. What we assume, I should say.
But he did seem to be playing like quite straightforwardly at the beginning of the stream. You know, he didn't do anything that I thought was excessively tight or anything at the start of the stream. So it definitely is the bubble affecting him, and you know, that's fine. Like I think we will see him, maybe not on this feature table once it's changed after the break, but I think he likely will open up again after the bubble bursts.
Dart Avenger 88 says, dealer is tired of the nets. Remember, it's Chat Pro Saturday, so that comment is 100% accurate. That is astute analysis. Well done. Thank you for your comment.
#1 dealer complaint is nitty players.
Yeah.
7 raised 11,000. Sit 8.
So my friend and I were playing the Heads Up tournament the other day, obviously, and one of our good mutual friends is a dealer on the tour. You might know him. He was in Paris last month, and you did a little feature on him. It would be Kyle.
Oh, yeah, played the FPS.
Yeah, yeah, I had a deep run. But he's dealing out in the Irish Open at the moment, and my friend and I were hoping that he was going to deal our Heads Up tournament if we drew each other. And what we planned to do was agree to just open fold the first 10 hands to like force him to keep shuffling.
That's so mean.
So poker players every day here on the first break of the day. Poker starts as soon as it's done. Free line for a winner to Malaga. They've got the blind draw.
Your friend just gives you the cards, you just give them right back. Yeah, one at a time. Let's put those back in there.
Yeah, we didn't get the chance to do it, sadly. But he got his revenge for my plotting against him because he dealt the hand that knocked me out of the main for my third bullet.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he got the last laugh.
5-4 of strawberries for Mircea Rus. Folds.
Sit 2 raised 10,000. Sit 4.
Raised to 10,000 from Ankit Ahuja with Queen 9 of hearts. Round to Ferdia O'Connell.
We're getting a lot of Mike Matisau comments as a bad lookalike for O'Connell. I kind of see it myself a little bit.
But you have to remember, David, the #1 rule of bad lookalikes is you're not allowed to compare people to other poker players. They have to be people who are famous in the mainstream world.
Yeah.
Sit 6 fold. Sit 7 fold.
I think Mike's about to become a Fox News contributor, so maybe that'll maybe that'll make it count for him.
8 5 500.
So we've cut away at a particularly tense moment to show you the new feature table after the break, headlined by Connor Beresford and David Lappin. These two players will be taking seats along with the rest of this table. Is that George McKeever there?
Yeah, it does look like George McKeever.
Meanwhile, there is the other half of the chip race duo, Dara Okani, still going strong here on day 2. But yeah, new feature table featuring Connor Beresford and David Lappin on the other side of the break.
Wow, we got a detours in chat. Nice one, nice callback, Fooder line.
And I'm guessing the shove wasn't called?
You think Dara will ever make a shirt out of just patches? Stick them all
together. Sir, we're going to need you to remove those patches. Oh, these aren't patches. This is a shirt.
Yeah.
Dealers, you can help with this process. Just do not slow down the action.
Okay. Sit 3 raise 10,000.
Love the Drake. Love the Drake's raise.
Sit 5 fold.
Man, we came so close to hitting the bubble this level.
Maybe starting to get a little bit of stalling now. We're only 20 or so off the money, I think.
Yeah.
Which is always expected and reasonable to a degree, unless people are
6, 7, 4.
taking it to the extreme. Just a few extra seconds for everyone's always fine.
I think it's pretty reasonable.
Oh my God, I just realized we put Lappin on the feature table for the bubble.
Yeah.
You want to see some egregious tanking?
Yeah.
2 players.
You can count my stack, but you can't count your own.
Fenton defending the queen 5 off.
Well, this hasn't worked out for you, has it, Finton?
Yeah, even though I would like David Lappin to cash and have a deep run in the Irish Open, I kind of hope he's short stacked when he comes on the feature table, because that'll be entertaining.
Chat Pro Saturday is about to get very, very heated.
I would just love it if there's someone at the table who's basically just going to call clock on him every time the action's on him.
Do you reckon we're staying or we're going?
We need to have Tonka on standby so he can go in to provide his 2 cents.
Too much entertainment, have we?
There's been some pretty big pots. There was
That's
like
true, yeah, that's true.
I wouldn't go into detail, but I've heard quite a few very impressive David Lappin bubble stories.
Yes, they're almost legendary at this point.
Can't be throwing low blows everywhere.
Nice.
C3, raise 10,000.
Do you think it messes with the integrity of the game if I bring someone at his table a stopwatch? So they can just clock him every single hand?
This is quite an awkward spot for Russ. You might think it's an automatic defend and ace in the big blind, but he is covered very close to the bubble with a hand that's very easily dominated. The Spraggy.
What do we say? Fold it. Just get rid of it. Don't go post flop with it. No good can ever come.
2 clubs so far.
C3 check.
Just 2 more. Nope.
C1 check. C3 check. Give it.
This is all Ian Drake.
I wonder if he would ever play any check raises here if Ian was to bet river.
C1 check. C2 back 10,000.
So Ian goes for 10K on the river.
Because Ross has checked here on river, assuming his ace high is just going to chop the pot a fair amount. Both players, if Ian had a hand like ace 10 at this point, both players would have 3-3 ace king queen. But that ace of clubs blocker is pretty tempting at this stage. He is just going to let it go, but definitely worth consideration.
Last hand now.
This level drawing to a close. Dealer announcing last hand. Then we'll take a 20-minute break, and when we come back, 2 more levels, back-to-back 60-minute levels, and very strong chance we will hit the bubble, a very strong chance we will make the money. 496 players remain, 479 will cash. A min cash worth 1,760 euros.
Strike's turn.
Once we get to the final table on Monday, they'll be competing for a first prize of 415,615 euros, plus this year's Irish Open main event trophy.
C5 raise 15,000.
A Connell pulling a chow here. He's gone for the 3x open with the deuces. I would be putting these ones in the bin. You don't really want deuces at this stage of a poker tournament, especially from early position. Blockers, very, very important near the bubble to ensure, like we saw with Ankit, your opponents can't make big moves on you. Ankit shoved that king 9 suited because he had the king blocker. Now, Russ can't really do anything here with ace 9 suited versus an early position 3x. But that's not the overbearing point. Does get it through with the deuces, but
Right, I've got to go pick a horse.
particularly into Ankit's big blind, that could have been a very tricky spot potentially.
So that is going to bring this session to a close. On the other side of the break, we will hit the bubble in this year's Irish Open. A reminder, the magic number is 479. David Doherty, you are still reigning champion for another 48 hours.
I'm hanging in there.
You enjoy resting on those laurels for another 2 days. And thank you so much for joining us for this opening session. Great stuff, superb analysis, good knowledge. And thank you for joining in with our dumb comments as well.
You're more than welcome, guys. I'm glad I could help you out. But yeah, thank you for inviting me. I've loved it.
What a fit.
So yes, we are going on a 20-minute break. When we come back, more action from day 2 of the Irish Open 2024. It's Bubble Day in the main event.
So this is how the final table in Dublin shapes up. We've got a direct England-Ireland split, just like the commentary box. We've got 4 of each. Let's see the colour of their eyes. In seat 1, we got Zuyen Pham. They love her here, a lady at the final table. You'll know her as Bad Girl. And Rory Liffey, the local favourite, has made his way to this final table. In seat 3 then, it's Jamie Drummond from Ireland as well. He's sitting beside his mate. And we get Julian Thu from England. He's got the lowest chip count at the moment. He's in seat 4. He'll need some action. Another English colleague then, Alan Vinson. You might recognise the face. He's doing very well. 3rd highest chip count. And in seat 6, John Coughlin, the quiet Irish assassin in poker, that is. In seat 7, Sean Donaldson again from Ireland, sitting at 92,200 chips. And look who's in seat 8, the last stand in the Hendon mob. It's Ram Vaswani. He's not doing too well at the moment, but do not rule him out. It's time to get some cards dealt. It's nice to be closer to home. I've a good feeling about today. We're here in Dublin. John Duthie, who was in the Guinness Book of Records for winning £1 million. The new edition's out next month. He's in it for losing 2. Look out for that. You can get a hardback and indeed in paperback. So cards being dealt now and cards indeed being folded. Ram having a look at what he's got. He's in seat 8. He's suited, but low cards, John.
Yeah, he's on the button. Looks like he's right. Oh, he's cool.
3,000.
The Bad Girl as well with the diamonds in her hand, but 99 times out of 100, unless Vaswani hit a straight flush, so you'd imagine he's going to take it if that indeed's what they're playing.
He's cool too.
Very low cards. We've seen a lot of those folded so far in the European Poker Tour. Is that a pot steal we're seeing there? 7-6 unsuited?
Yeah, I mean Rory's playing this very aggressively. He's just making a point right from the start.
And
so
he takes
any people limp in and he's just he'll probably raise.
We've seen that happen so often at the final table. Strong playing, taking hands pre-flop. So Rory Liffey then, with the 4th highest chip count coming into that lifts him up just about into the lead. Players who look for action at the moment look for seat 4, Julian Thu. Don't know much about him, but he needs action. And Ram Vaswani needs action, but he's all about that. He's an action player.
Oh, he'll be playing really aggressively. He'll start. He's very short stacked. Ram's pretty good at playing a short stack. Okay, let's see what John's done here. He's got 10 Jack, 10 of hearts, Jack of diamonds. He's raised.
You'll not hear much talking from John Coughlin, the quiet man of the table. Done very well today. And the Ram always likes an ace.
Comes back to Ram.
With anything. With a joker he'd play it.
Re-raise to 30,000.
So
Okay.
a 30,000 bet. He's not all in that.
No.
It's about half his stack.
Okay, so it's 18,000 to John to call.
Not that many players in front of him there. He knows he only needs to fold 1 or 2 players, but John has called it, so 2 players in this flop.
We see the flop.
Oh, and it's old school flop and all cards at once.
John is first.
This is going to be interesting because John's flopped an open-ended straight draw here. He's checked it.
As we stand at the moment for Swanee, ace high winning at the moment, but an open-ended straight for Coughlin. He could be walking into something here. If Swanee goes all in, maybe Coughlin just doesn't have enough chips to be calling this.
So he's gone in for 57,800. It's a lot of money. I mean, I don't think. Well, it's difficult to say. I don't know. I don't know John Coughlin's style of play. I think he looks as though he's considering calling this and taking a gamble.
And call.
Yep,
And he has called it. He has called it indeed. So we get an open-ended straight here. So we're looking, of course, at the 9. We're looking at the ace. Or indeed a jack or 10, of course, will take it for him as well. Let's have a look. For Swanee leading, ace high as we get the turn card, and it's a 5. That's no good for anyone. For Swanee leads with ace high. Can Coughlin hit his straight? And he hits the king, which is not good enough for him. So for Swanee, a pair of kings on board, and the ace is the highest card out of the 3 left. Was that a bit boisterous of Coughlin calling that?
No, I think he was taking a gamble. He wanted to. He thought, well, you know, whatever. I'm going to try and hit a card here. Unfortunately, he didn't realise that so one of the cards was already in Ram's hand.
So already some nice action here at the final table. John Coughlin, say hello to the Hendon mob. And any of these players would not mind a straight right now. They're probably going to make some serious chips. Let's have a look at Ram's cards. He's in seat 8, and he's thrown away an ace. All in, of course, in the last hand, but that's all about button position, John.
And also, he's just doubled up too, so you know he can be a little bit more patient now.
Rory Liffey, a hot Irish player at the moment. I don't mean looks-wise, I'm talking cards-wise. He folds suited spades. And very nice cards for Jamie Drummond.
Yeah, he's got an ace-king. He's raising. It's like about 15,000.
Jamie raises to 9,000.
Oh, no, that's my eyesight. 9,000.
It's not the only thing going, is it, really? Let's face it. But sure, we've got you hopefully to the end of this series. And it looks like it is going to go up against Julian Thew's ace-jack. He's thinking about it, but he's going to call that, John.
Yeah, he's folded.
Lovely. That's why I'm not at the final table. And an ace-7 now. We're looking at John Coughlin's hand. And he's went all in. He could get caught here, and we could be saying goodbye.
He's not in good shape, as you can see from the percentages. 74-26.
But to my recollection, we've seen all the aces around the table already. Some folded, some not, but they've all been there, so we ain't seen any in the flop.
Well, he's going to have to. He's got to hit a 7. You know, that's a fact.
Simple as that. And he's hit it. He's hit his 7, so he's just praying he doesn't see a king, and Coughlin will stay in this game.
Well, a queen as well.
No help.
Nobody's got a diamond, so that's all right. So it's a queen or a king is going to.
And the last card is a check, and he takes the
Okay, that's good. Very lucky, very lucky.
So Coughlin takes it with his 2 pair. This is a European poker tour in Dublin. Press the red button for subtitles. Bad girl then, our first woman at a final table of the European poker tour, and she's throwing cards away.
Oh, Rory's fold ace-deuce.
Jamie Drummond, no one in the Dublin scene, plays a lot where we are today at the Merrion Casino, and he's not going to play his king.
Yep, Julian and Alan have folded. Let's come round to Sean. Looks like he's raising. How much?
Small blind raises to 12,000.
12,000.
Sean Donaldson, 3,000 in the
A small raise, and Ram for Swanee will probably fancy a look at this, because he knows if the flop's good for him,
What's 26,000?
it'll mean wipeout, and both playing diamonds as well here at the moment. So let's see how they're going to come out.
Flop is
Well, they're not, but the king does come out for Swanee. He's in good shape so far. Massive favourite for this hand. But poker's not just all about the cards. Let's see what Sean Donaldson's going to do. It's his decision. And he checks.
Okay, both checked.
5.
And the 5 comes out again. Makes little difference at the moment.
Okay, so Ram's going to bet now because he's pretty certain his king is winning. So in he goes.
Ram bets 10,000.
10,000.
Just 10. He wants to make chips there, and Donaldson can't go because all he's got is a queen in his hand. It's no good then whatsoever.
No, he had to fold that. So another pot for Ram.
Some more cards being dealt here, and it's a lovely little intimate arena we've got going here at the Merrion Casino, and everyone's stayed behind. Almost every player who's been knocked out has stayed behind, probably to see revenge being wreaked on the person who sent them to an early bath.
God, you waffle on.
Jamie folds.
So that's what you pay me for.
Raises to 8.
So we just said as well, Thu, of course, is bottom of the chip count at the moment, but he likes some action on that Queen Jack.
That's a nice hand, a playable hand. Oh, Ram's.
Back to Ram on the button, he calls 8,000.
Any small raises like that, for Swan, he likes to get in the action. He likes to be included. He likes to be on the telly and playing these hands. It's very much his game.
Yeah, and
he calls. With 3 players.
Okay, 3 players in this now, which is good.
And slight favourite. Of course, the pair in the hand's always going to be two cards that aren't a pair. So Liffey, slight favourite, but the flop, that's when we really see where we are with these 3 players. And now we see exactly where we are. Thu flops not only the pair, but also the straight draw as well. He's now got the open-ended straight.
Well, and he's played it really aggressively. You know, he's got the middle pair with the open-ended straight draw, and all his chips are going in. There we go, and he takes the pot.
Lovely bet, and exactly what Thu needed.
Oh, Alan passes, John passes, Sean passes, Ram passes.
All players in here at the moment, of course. No one's left this final table. And we get a look at the bad girls' cards.
Pair of jacks.
Anytime you see a diamond ring, it's Zuen Fan.
So about 14,000.
A very hard player to play against, talking to people, pitch side if you like, and saying, you know, if the blinds are low enough, she likes unsuited connectors, you know, doesn't, if it's 8-9, if it's 7-8, she likes to try and catch people.
Oh, she's interesting, she's got a call here. He's got a pair of 8s.
So obviously fan favourite here, but we'll have to see if the flop brings out. If an 8 comes out, it's an entirely different story. And it doesn't, but either does the jack, so it's going to be all about how it gets bet. 5-2 queens at flop.
Suyan bets 20,000.
Okay, so Julian checked it because there was an overcard on the board, and Pham has quite rightly, Suyan quite rightly bet.
And a small bet. I mean, he could be thinking he's trying to get trapped and she's got the big hand, and indeed she just doesn't want to waste too many of her chips in case Thu has it.
50,000.
But not at all. He folds it, and that's a very nice hand for the bad girl.
No, it's good. It's a great hand. Actually, the small bet is deceptive. You bet small, sometimes people think you're much stronger than you are.
As they say in the business, that was Viet nice. I tell you what, obviously I wouldn't mind seeing an Irish win at this table today, as it is in Dublin. We get 4 Irish players, but the bad girl winner would certainly be a lovely sight.
It'd be great. I'd like to see her win.
I'd like to see her excited. Ace Queen for the bad girl, and all of a sudden she's all we're seeing on the telly at the moment. A small raise on the Ace Queen. Rory Liffey folds. Jamie Drummond can't like that hand.
She's got a pair of 2s. She's not really calling hand, but looks like he's called the 15,000 raise.
Couple of ducks for Drummond.
Oh.
Jamie, of course.
Ellen, call 15,000.
Alan's called as well. Okay, he's got a pair of 9s. That's a genuine hand.
Jamie Drummond, of course, many people don't know, related to Bill Drummond from the KLF. It's a little known fact. He is.
Oh, Sean looks like
he's thinking about something.
Oh, he's gone all in. He's moved all in with his ace-8. Oh, now this is interesting. It's going to be very interesting to see what Suyen does here.
Well, the bad girl, of course, is sitting with the ace queen. She's going to have to think about that.
Well, she's worried about the hands behind. Look, she's looking at the players behind her as well. She's a bit concerned about them. She doesn't really know what they're going to do either. So,
And she's certainly a massive favourite over Coughlin here, but she isn't to know that, and John's right. She's worried about Drummond, she's worried about Vincent, and she's also worried about Coughlin. She folds the ace-queen.
It's a very good fold, very strong play at this stage. I mean, there's no way this Drummond could call. I mean, he's only got a pair of twos. He's sitting there. He's trying to pretend he's got a much bigger hand than he has.
He's trying to sell caps for the Boston Red Sox. That's what he's doing. Come on, make your decision.
Oh, he's just dwelling up. But there's no. I mean, I can't see him call. No, he's not going to call.
This is a great lesson for players out there, budding enthusiasts, of how important button
Alan.
position is. And we've got one call at least from Alan Vincent.
Yeah, Alan's called. Alan's got the chips to be able to call him, and he's also got a great hand too.
So John Coughlin came to this table with a decent hand, and he could be leaving the table with nothing. Let's have a look at the flop that comes out. Nobody hits anything whatsoever, so Coughlin still going to hell in a handbasket.
Turn card. The king.
Again, no good whatsoever. He needs the ace. The 8 won't do either because Vincent's got the 9, and we say goodbye to John Coughlin. He was short stacked. He had to take a stand, and unfortunately, he did it against Vincent's 9s. We're in Dublin, and some of these players left could do with doubling up. Cards being dealt. Still looking at the strong players at the table. Rams had a very good start to this final table in seat 8. And Rory Liffey in seat 2. Keep an eye on him and his friend Jamie Drummond in seat 3. John Coughlin said goodbye. 7 players left, and Vaswani hits the King Jack and makes a small raise in that, John.
Yeah, Ram raised 12,000, and he's walked into Fam. Suyen with pair of queens, so everybody's folded back round, and Ram's folded too.
So a very strong bet by Bad Girl. It is very hard to read this woman and what she actually has in her hand. Ram not having any of that. He knew there could have been aces there with her raising all in, and as it was, the high pocket pair with the queens.
Oh, they give her a lot of respect, when she bets Suyen.
Think at home, when there's the last time there was a hand that was completely folded pre-flop when you're playing with your mates on a Saturday night. This is big time poker here in the European Poker Tour, and we see Jamie Drummond throw his cards away.
Okay, Sean's found ace jack suited, ace of clubs, jack of clubs.
The raise of 12,000 from Sean.
Gone up to 12,000. Oh, and Ram's got ace 9 suited.
And he's going to have a look.
Well, have a look. He's not in good shape, but he doesn't know that yet. He wants to see what he's going to hit.
Of course, those flops can be cruel, and if the flop comes out black either way, one of these players could lose a lot of chips indeed, and that's odds law for you, isn't it?
Okay, see what John does here. He's betting.
It's all down to the players.
15,000.
Whoever makes the bet here, that's what it's all about now, reading each other. They both haven't hit anything.
No, and Ram's folded. Yeah, it's a fairly straightforward hand though, and everybody played it correctly.
We haven't seen much of Sean Donaldson, but when we have at this final table, he's won chips, and that's what this game's all about. The cards being dealt, 7 players left. One of them's going to run off at the end of this with €250,000. But will they be from the greatest country in the world, i.e. Ireland, or will it be England? 4 English players still left. We've lost 1 Irish.
Okay, so they've all folded around to Ram, who's got an ace 9.
It's folded around to Ram.
Betting about 14,000.
14,000.
The bad guard folders. We're back to Rory then in the small blind, and he's got a pair of jacks in his hand. He's going to want to see this.
That's interesting.
Rory calls.
Oh, he's just called. That's good. That's a good play. See whether an ace or a king comes on the flop. Okay, Jamie Drummond has folded.
As you'd expect, we get that flop. Well, the jack beat. The jack is there. Trip jacks for Liffey against Ram. And
oh, he's checked.
is he obviously the straight draw's got to be in his head, and even more so now, open-ended straight on the board. So of course the trip jacks will mean nothing against a queen or a 7.
So it's a dangerous flop. It's a very dangerous flop.
A bad flop for Liffey. The trip jacks would take it any other time. He's having to check top trips. Vaswani has to check it. He's only got the pair of 9s, and Liffey will be kicking himself with that flop.
Well, it stopped him. It stopped him from betting. It's a very scary flop for trips. But also, he's trying to get Ram to bet too. You know, there's method in his madness. You know, it looks as though he's checking, but he wants to get Ram to bet on that flop, and then suddenly the 8 came to terrify him.
Welcome back to the year 2024 and the Irish Open, presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. Day 2 of the main event continues here at the RDS as we get ever closer to making the money. We expect to hit the bubble during this level, and that's right. We'll see 479 players make the money and secure at least a min cash on their way to hopefully claiming first place and more than 400 grand. But that's not going to happen until Monday. Still 3 days of this tournament to be played. I'm James Hartigan, joined by another former Irish Open champion and another player who sadly is no longer in this year's main event, Griffin Bencher. You're over it?
I'm over it, I'm fine.
We can look at the prize money in this year's tournament. Just reference that first prize, 415,615, more than €250,000 for second. It's 6-figure scores for the top 5. Right now, all eyes are going to be on a min cash with 496 players remaining and 479 getting paid. And I know things tend to slow down, Griff, when we get close to the money, but I don't think it's going to take that long before we go hand for hand.
No, and you know what? I can't get over that top prize. I mean, you know, 1K buy-in event. Pretty incredible. Almost half of some of the EPTs that we've had in recent memory. It's just it's remarkable how many players are in this event, how many people are excited to play here in Dublin. Just an absolute buzz in the room.
Yeah, and the key thing to highlight is just how many players, how many entries rather, there were in this tournament. 3,233. Up on just shy of 2,500 last year. I mean, an insane increase, but then we should have suspected it knowing how many players qualified for this event. The guarantee, which by the way was only €1 million, was nearly covered by the number of qualifiers entering.
Yeah, and that goes, you know, that says a lot about what a great structure has been put in place and all the different ways you can qualify for this event. And, you know, this is a re-entry tournament, but, you know, only one re-entry per flight. You know, nobody was in this tournament more than 5-6 times probably, maybe a couple people at the full 8, but just an amazing turnout.
Yeah, I should highlight we had David Doherty with us for the first couple of levels, the reigning champion, who openly admitted that 7 1K bullets were fired. And that noise, by the way, you can hear, is the rain of Dublin falling on the roof of the RDS. Dublin does have a reputation as a rainy city, and today it's living up to that reputation.
Yeah, I got down from the hotel today just before coming here and had the dilemma of whether to go back up and change. Instead, I just ran right over here. Look at Connor.
Yeah, these are the players at the new feature table, headlined by Conor Beresford and David Lappin, who's on the shorter side right now. Irish poker legend George McKeever also returns to the main stage. The shortest stack is Sean Cunningham with just 9 bigs. We are now playing 3K, 6K with a 6K big blind ante.
Yeah, and for those unfamiliar, Conor Beresford, known as Conor B1 online, I think a lot of people would agree that might be one of, if not the best player in the entire field. So what a treat to see him here approaching the money with a massive stack on the feature table. I think we're in for a show here.
They just give rocks, do they, from the 100K, is it?
Yeah, to the good guys. Yeah, they always keep it around.
So here we go, action is underway. Robert Murphy under the gun with Jack 7.
Yeah, what a problem.
Looks like he has folded. Round 2, Conor Beresford. King 10 in the cutoff, and he's raising. Then we have Gabriel McCall with king 3 of diamonds in the small blind. I'm guessing we're going to see people taking a bit more time over their decisions than they would normally.
Yeah, absolutely. And no time bank chips in this particular event?
No shot clock in this event. Oh, wow, we just dropped to 488. That means we're fewer than 10 eliminations away from being in the money. Might only be a couple of hands, Griffin, before we're going hand for hand.
In front of the square.
Zimachod.
Me in front of the square. Yes. I don't understand.
Adrian Zimachod opening here with
Let's get this right, though. What
ace-5, potentially.
Zimachod, what a great name. Sounds like it could be a Pokemon.
Just a few, 3 fold, 4 fold, 6 fold, 7 raise, 12.
Here's Connor at the hijack. Going to be expecting him to be opening close to 100% of range here as we really get close to the bubble.
Yeah, so Connor has opened to 12,000. And the decision is on Sean Cunningham, who is a short stack with ace-king. And makes a pretty committing re-raise, 3-betting to 25k, leaving himself 30 behind.
You want me to move this way?
Yes.
Quite strange, though. The sizing is very peculiar. I'm not really understanding. You know, Connor with the min raise to 12,000.
In front of the box.
Cunningham with just 9 big blinds, electing to 3-bet half his stack, but really only a min raise back to Connor, and Connor, I'm sure, will be very confused with whatever he's holding. Might even expect.
See how quick I'm folding. Poker stars, guys. Just I want you to know how quick I'm folding these hands. No tanking, nothing gratuitous.
You're not living up to your reputation, David.
And you can see the befuddled look on Connor Beresford's face here. Probably as a hand that would have made for an easy fold to a 9 big blind shove, as we, we're talking about how we expect him to be raising almost 100% of hands. He's going to expect to be up against a very, very strong range. I mean, he's looking, I think, down at Jack 9 offsuit right now and being like, what am I supposed to do? Put in the 13K and then get it in with 1 pair? What if this guy just has aces and I'm just burning, 50,000 chips?
Okay.
And there it is. Yeah.
7 fold.
So that is one benefit of doing things weird sometimes, is you're going to confuse the very best.
A limit poker here today, isn't it?
And I can guarantee you, assuming you didn't have a weaker ace or king, that if you do, the kind of hand you had there would have
I swear I had a bet.
You don't want to give me
no, a pretty low one there. Falls.
What? You haven't a pair of tic-tac? I know.
Bossman Aces says, Connor B looking fresh. What a player.
I get dealt a lot of pairs.
You must put the card in the box, please. All player. Player 2.
Folded to Connor.
4 fold, 6 fold.
Just to give you an idea of who we're dealing with Connor Beresford, most known for his performances online, but also over 2.6 million in live earnings. He's won a 50K buy-in before, 50K buy-in. So we're talking about someone that plays, close to super high rollers and, a regular of the European Poker Tour circuit.
So pocket 9s here for Gabriel McCarlin. One of the biggest stacks of the table. Is going to re-raise. King 6 for David Lappin on the button. That's a fold.
Might be a call. Unless the graphic's wrong.
Oh, just a call. I
hate contradicting you, James.
No, I thought I saw him throw in more chips, but call makes a lot more sense, Griffin.
Correct, yeah. And you Let's see how wide Beresford opening here. And I think he needs to complete for Pacini in the big blind.
This is Massimo Pacini from Italy. 3-way to the flop, which is ace, 6, deuce. So no one has really connected. McCurlin not loving this board, but 9s are still the best hand.
Yeah, and a tricky spot for Connor because
15,000.
Yeah, this is the opportunity to win it, and you're just hoping that McCarolyn has something like 9s that's prepared to fold. You know, something like a better king that isn't diamonds that's prepared to fold. And this is the moment here. Can he get past? And does, and that's what makes this bet so effective. So nice takedown there for Beresford.
Connor Beresford very much in control of this table, has a 2-to-1 advantage on the second biggest stack, which is McCurlin. And we still have 2 or 3 short stacks trying to make their way into the money. The clock still showing 488. They tend to update it every time a table breaks.
Yeah, and important to remember, too, that might seem like quite a tight fold with the 9s. Part of why I think we're thinking that is because we see the king 3 off, but you don't really want to go to the streets, you know, on the bubble here against Connor with a hand that's going to be blown off by the turn 100% of the time facing another bet. So I really don't blame him for making that tight fold on the flop. And looking like 100% of range, the 8-6 off under the gun 1.
Suspicious Hippo says, where is the new tourney crusher Joe at? So a unique promotion here at the Irish Open. Anyone who made the final table of a side event gets to enter the main event on the bubble with starting stack to potentially lock up and win cash.
Fortunately, that is just a fable. James is spinning. The truth about Joe is he got himself a nice big Caesar salad, and for the first time in his life went back and asked for more lettuce.
How about 90?
82.
Thank you very much.
Wasn't happy with the lettuce distribution. And that was the day he realized he was a full-grown adult. Needs that roughage.
Legitimate decision for David Lappin here. Connor Beresford opening again with 8-6. We've seen the flat from Sean Cunningham, and we haven't seen Sean's cards. Ace-10 for David in the cutoff.
Gotta play as a pure fold, I'm sorry. I mean, I appreciate, not only I appreciate that this is a spot to think about, but it's also one that gives him license to think about it. You know what I mean? Like, he's allowed to take more time, and it's, you know, at the bubble you want to take more time. But with Cunningham flatting, I just think it's too scary here. Now, had Cunningham not called on this 13 big blind stack, I think you can justify a 15 big blind shove. But again, you're running the risk of Connor just waking up. It does tend to happen every once in a while.
Sure, you can move the gun. Move the gun. Yes.
I will say from the 2 hands we've seen Cunningham play, I think he's a little bit out of his depth this bubble. A very obscure put in half his stack with the ace-king on 9 big blinds, and then a flat. Shouldn't really have a flatting range here.
Well, let's see if Mr. Beresford takes advantage.
13,000.
Of course he does.
Yeah, and just has to hope that, you know, Cunningham has something like the ace-queen that he wasn't prepared to put in pre-flop and isn't going to have a lot of maneuverability to start calling ace-highs. And that looks like that ace-queen or maybe a king-queen of clubs. And Cunningham needs to try to find a way to play within the rules of the bubble a little bit here, or he will start to blind out.
This is the perfect time for Connor Beresford to just be as abusive as he can, open every hand, barrel every flop, and just win as many chips as he can. Connor under the gun, opens.
I just had this metaphor pop into my head that this is just like, in the Phantom Menace, and Beresford is like a Jedi, and they're all the little like pointy nose droids. He's just cutting through the wall.
There? There? Don't be doing that now.
Lappin talking to his partner on the rail.
Yeah, obviously Dara standing up and David checking that he's actually still alive. We're going to get to the point soon where they're going to start shouting at players and telling them to not get out of their chairs. Happens in every poker tournament everywhere in the world. I'd love it if George McKeever started playing back with 10-3 offsuit. Shove on him.
We should start a drinking game that one of us has to drink every time he doesn't play a hand. We'd never have a single sip.
Huh.
100% VPIP so far for Connor Beresford.
Who's marking cards?
Not me, I promise.
Smelted Delta Lappin, who's marking cards.
482 now remaining. 3 eliminations away from making the money. So 2 bust outs from going hand for hand.
Can we do a quick watch review for David Lappin?
Not so much a watch as a fitness device. And I'm wondering whether the patch is being shoved under there to basically break the barrier, kind of like to stop the sensor from touching his skin. So he's not getting kind of like heart rate data or...
Oh, interesting. Because then someone could see it.
No, not so much that. More he's kind of like, I don't want some app to think that I'm ridiculously unhealthy
right.
when I'm kind of stressed out on the bubble.
Oh my gosh, that's so, wow. Get in there.
I mean, strictly speaking, as part of our rules to mitigate risk, we do normally remove smartwatches from players at feature tables.
And one of the few times you're going to expect that Beresford isn't able to open the action, being stuck in the big blind. But with this hand, 2.5x, I expect Connor to try to C3. Can certainly put on some pressure on the flop Turner River as well.
Queen 10-9. The bad board for Connor Beresford, pair and a straight draw. What about Robert Murphy?
Should favor Murphy as well, at least all of his strongest hands. Don't think he's going to be opening particularly light at this stage into Connor's big blind. You know, you don't look down at the Spraggy or the ace-5 suited and the like. You're not so thrilled about at this stage. Pretty big bet, which I think is going to telegraph to Connor that does represent strength. Something like an ace-queen, maybe 2 kings, even as strong as something like a set of 10s. But Connor, pretty high up in his range with this drawing to the near nuts with the jack. Got that 9 as backup. Let's see a turn card.
Which is the 6 of clubs.
facing a pretty stiff bet here at 55,000. Connor's not going to be as thrilled about continuing. You could be drawing dead against the King Jack. You're not doing well equity-wise against a set. Connor doesn't like giving up on pots, though. Connor also might think with that Jack of Diamonds, wouldn't it be fun if I called here and the river was the 3 of Diamonds and I could just shove on him? I think the problem also lies within the softness of the table right now and the fact that it is the bubble, that he is the best player on the table. He doesn't need to try to push small edges against a player that, you know, has a very, very strong range in that spot.
We are on the bubble, ladies and gentlemen. We have hit 480 players. One more elimination and we will be at 479 and we will be in the money. So I'm guessing we're about to go hand for hand in the Irish Open main event. Exciting times call for questionable camera angles.
I kind of like it.
Rystack says hand for hand is going to take one hand, I guess. I'll take the over on one hand, but don't think it's going to take too long, Griffin. I don't think we're going to be here for several hours.
I agree.
With a field this big, the chances, the prospect of there being a setup, of there being an elimination are much greater. Hold on a second, it's still saying 482. Are we on the bubble or aren't we?
2 or 3, but I don't know for sure. 482 and it's 479. So 3.
Floor. 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 How many players are in the tournament? How many players are in the tournament? 481. Thank you.
Oh.
Okay, so they confirm we're actually at 481. So I think that screen has been animated prematurely, unless they're going for hand at 481.
So I've never looked up David Lappin on Hendon. What would you say, what would be your guess that his largest score is?
I honestly have no idea.
Well, neither do I. That's why we're playing a game. Okay, how about total scores? You set a line and I'll pick over under.
I mean, David revealed yesterday he's played like 35,000 tournaments live and online.
Probably more online though. I don't think he's...
No, that's true. But I mean, he was playing live back when the NAPT was around the first time.
Okay, so we're thinking it's going to be in 7 figures, low 7 figures. Set the line, James.
1.5.
Oh, that's such a good line.
I think I might be selling David short, by the way. So I was influenced by you saying.
Well, I have to pick over under first. Okay, I will take the under. I think it's like 1.3 or 4.
Okay. There he is. All-time money.
845.
845.
Go to an outer table. That's a lot of chips in the middle.
And I really like playing with him, so
So it's Henry Ojala in seat 2, wearing the green checked hoodie, who is shoved, and Stephen Groom in seat 3 is called.
Thank you.
So the player to the left of the screen is all in and at risk, called by the player on the right with the glasses and beard, Stephen Groom.
Sì, solo vado, ma solo vado. You just sweat this whole time. I think I would have had to tell you behind.
And I guess just waiting for other hands to conclude and for the tournament staff to come over, reveal the hands, and then run the board.
Oh, well, to be continued.
Maybe you're lucky and there's one more. Probably another player on you right now. Vale. Yeah, you have to. There's nothing more to lose now. Yeah, I mean, like, the tips are.
That is Henri Ojala, who is the at-risk player here. He has moved all in, and he has been called by Stephen Groom.
Do you do the soundtrack for the dramatic effect? Seat 7. What were you thinking?
Groom looking very comfortable there on the button with the calling hand. Going to be very, very strong in this spot. Going to be recognizing the shove at the cutoff is going to be pretty strong at the bubble. So to call, you're going to need something that looks to be about 50. That looks to be about 120K.
So just to be clear, we were at 481 at the start of this hand, so we haven't actually gone hand for hand yet. But apparently there is another all-in as well, another table.
Not surprised.
We talked earlier on about the fact is when you've got a field this big, when there's this many players, the prospect of there being big hands, the prospect of there being multiple eliminations is strong. And we have at least 2 all-ins, including this hand here, with Ojala against Groom. And because other hands are still in progress, the players are not revealing their cards. They are not going to run out the board, waiting for the tournament staff to come over to oversee that.
Okay, let's guess some hands. I'm going to say Groom has kings, and your man has ace queen suited.
Okay.
James? What do you got? Oh, quickly, James!
Queens is the hand for Groom. Eights is the hand for Ojala.
Oh, there's a board! Buried the lead.
Well, if the camera's not going to show us stuff, what can I do?
And that is going to send him packing. Had the open and straight draw. Probably quite a big pot if we saw ourselves a flop and then the money went in.
So Ojala's elimination is going to take us down to 480. I'm hearing that there was another all-in dealt pretty much simultaneously. Gary Kerwin was KO'd. So I'm guessing we're down to 479. And now we have an all-in at the feature table.
Got my lucky stone. I don't know if it's lucky or not. It doesn't. It has been working, but channel the energy a bit for you.
Look at the iris. Thank you. If I lose this, it's going in the bin, yeah? No, I'll have to take it. Okay.
So,
it would be too disrespectful.
a little what we can see here, it appears as though Cunningham is all in, save a chip, maybe? I think we'll just wait to find out.
So just to clarify, Griffin, whilst we were waiting for that hand to play out between Ojulat and Stephen Groom, we actually got to 480 players. So even though they didn't get the chance to go hand for hand, we were on the pure bubble. So Ojulat and Kerwin were effectively eliminated on the same hand. So they are going to chip, they're going to chop rather a min payout because 2 players have gone out on the bubble. And there could be a third elimination because we've got an all-in here on the main stage.
Wow. Everyone loves a chopped min cash. And there we are. It looks like Jack and Jill went up the hill.
So glad we pay money for graphics.
The old ace-3. And we did say that Cunningham was maybe in trouble with the way that he was playing this bubble, and looks like he's going to be punished here unless he can pop up an ace-3 or a 5.
Yeah, Sean Cunningham
lot
at
of
risk.
outs.
Way behind, does not improve. He's eliminated as well. So I think we are going to see a min cash split between 3 players.
Yeah, and from the few hands that we saw from Cunningham, you know, I think maybe a couple things he needs to plug up in spots like this, but maybe it's one of the first times in a big field like this, and I'm sure he'll take it as a learning experience and be better next time.
Thank you. What about Carlos?
Good call with the jacks.
Very good call with the jacks. I just thought he would jam the queen on the flop. I thought he would jam the queen on full shot on the flop. So he has 5-6 suited, so be it. So be it, like, you know.
Thanks, mate.
Little breakdown there from the caller. Really well-constructed thought process there. You know, on that queen-high board, you would expect the short stack to just check shove or with a flush draw. Correctly deduced, more likely a hand like that.
Right now, so.
Obviously, they're not updating the ticker, but I'm pretty sure right now we are at 477.
I was a bit surprised in that hand. I was a bit surprised in that hand there, to be honest.
So yes, it's going to be 2 min cashes divided 3 ways. Good observations from Anchor and Jay Stevens watching on YouTube.
Just on the it worked out very nicely for him in a few spots. He didn't seem somebody who might take a bit of a chance.
Stone didn't work.
He had a set. Connor.
Okay, so there is another all-in. And this is effectively still the same hand, so we could have another player splitting the min cashes. James Howard in the 3 seat, all in against Rolandus Agilinskas. A flop's already been dealt of ace, ace, 5. James Howard with 9s. Rolandus with ace, 8. Rolandus is the at-risk player. And Rolandus is going to survive. That is a double up, so no elimination there.
Thank you. You're welcome.
If there's anyone with a hand going that we don't know, in the main event, Okay, that being said, congratulations everybody, you are all in the money. You're all taking home a piece of the prize of the biggest Irish Open in history. All right, everybody now.
Okay, so we actually saw 3 eliminations on the bubble. We're actually at 477 players, and 3 players effectively bubbled and are going to split 2 min cashes. Henry Ojala, Stephen Groom, and Sean Cunningham, who was at our feature table.
So they need to get the money back to the building. No, it's only 2.
Everyone else guaranteed a full min cash, Griff.
Here we go.
So are we going to get an impressive post-bubble bust-out bonanza?
You know, the expression is hate to burst your bubble, but here we love to burst the bubble.
I'm looking to win first place. It'd be nice.
Just waiting, I'm sure, to get confirmation around the room that cards can go back in the air, and then we can get this train moving.
Now we try to ladder to the next money jump.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Among the players who've made the money is this fella, Josh Rawlings, who won a silver power pass during the free roll we held at the Hippodrome for the Poker in the Ears 300th episode.
But stacks his chips like a pro.
This is his first big live tournament, his first big cash. Congratulations to Josh.
What are those, in 15s? Clean it up, Josh.
He's still in the tournament. You are not.
Fair play, fair play. Oh, look at that smile.
So what's the plan now?
That's the good stuff.
Stack you.
Now the plan is ladder. I love the fact that the field just went back up from 479 to 480. I'm pretty sure we are in the money.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course. All of the guys.
Yeah, you forgot. You
I
forgot
forgot.
about the rule you created. Self-fulfilling prophecy.
So now we've got to play into the bubble again.
Yeah. Double bubble trouble, they're calling it.
I love it. It's a great innovation, which I hope we can bring to the EPT.
Are we starting a business?
Yeah, I think he started with 16, he's still got 60. I've done much the same now, started with approach their way.
I think we are literally getting a head count, by the way. I think the tournament staff are walking around the room and just making sure that we are at the number they think we're at.
Yeah, if you play from the start.
I'm going to assume the clock is paused at this point. So we suspect, we estimate that around 477 players are remaining right now. We think we saw 3 eliminations on the bubble, 3 players splitting 2 min caches. They've announced the room, they're in the money. They've announced the bubble has burst. And now they're just double checking the number of players remaining before we carry on playing through the 3K, 6K blind level.
I mean, counting 477 people, how long could that possibly take?
When players don't sit down, it's hard, right? There's an empty seat. Oh, it's because he's wandering around.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Looks like 477 is the confirmed number, Griffin.
Now we're going to carry on and find out who our winner is. Dealers, we're going to go on. If you bust a player, or if you lose a player, make sure you let the full person know in your section so you can get them paid accordingly. Players, do not walk off before we get you paid. We're going to get you some money for your efforts here this week. So dealers, 3,000, 6,000, 6,000, please shuffle up and deal.
Here we go.
There it is.
As we see Alex Romero make the money in the main event, we carry on post-bubble in the Irish Open main event. By the way, did you notice how I didn't tee that up as world-famous bubble coverage? I had a feeling it was going to be like that.
As the dust has settled of the bubble, we're going to see how things shift. Expect Connor to still be quite aggressive, but definitely going to shift it to a different gear.
12,000.
Maybe it's good for taxes because they have the same.
Eventually.
No taxes on gambling. That's got really messy now. Yeah, the regulations in Germany and Holland. There's going to be more in Scandinavia too, I know, coming. Like, it just makes it very hard to market the game because you can't, if a site are in 12 countries, they can't market the
Good
same
set
way to
mining
everyone.
opportunity
so, like,
here.
That's your job, to like redo your marketing plan for every
Carolyn.
Yeah, Connor's button raise, called by McCurlane, and we are going to see a flop which has a 3 on it. And even though we don't know Connor's cards, I'm going to hazard a guess, Griffin, that he is behind right now.
Yeah, and it's the kind of board texture that, you know, Beresford is going to expect to get so many check folds from. I think he's going to be betting near 100% of his range on this flop and shouldn't expect too much resistance. Little double check from the Irishman here. Do I have 3 of a kind?
Irish guy Dara Davey. Actually, that's how I moved in with those lads at the beginning when I first got there. Yeah, there should be, and like there probably are 50 of them really top on right now.
Connor's continuation bet of 9,000.
Loving this reluctant call.
Yeah.
Making it look like an 8x, perhaps an ace-high type hand. One that might be susceptible to being blown off on the turn, especially a card that would be higher than an 8, like a queen. This is the kind of card that Connor's going to be barreling a lot with turned equity. Still going to be wanting to get value from King X type hands. So I think we're going to see another bet here from Connor. Close to full range. Now, if he's turned a queen, or he has something like 2 9s, he will be finding a check. So some showdown value for Connor. I don't love this check from McCarolyn here. It might end up in, no, see, and yeah, we're going to see a give up. That's going to be good.
I had one of those as well. What the hell?
Wow. Case 3 in the hand of Connor Beresford.
next turn you won't be playing it.
Chatty Lappy over there in seat 1.
I know I was doing a moaner about a few of the late finishes of the side events and saying the elimination.
Happy, I'm sure, to have secured this, at least this min cash. True professional, the podcaster, certainly values things like getting in the money. If he's ever going to get $1 million in scores, he's going to have to get some work done for the next couple days. Would love to see him run it up. Had a great time on comms with him yesterday.
And here is Robert Murphy opening under the gun. Folded around to George McKeever.
Can you move on the right?
Me? Like to the right?
Yes.
Good color, that sweater. Like the sweater. Good combo, looking sharp. Feature table.
Beresford out. Gabriel McCurlane also folds, so it's Lappin's big blind, King 10. He's pretty short.
Yeah, not a lovely spot here for King 10 off, to be honest. It feels like it's too good to fold, but against the under the gun range, you know, you're never, yeah, and that is a pretty tight, but also quite disciplined fold, I think, from Lappin, recognizing that, you know, by calling there, you're really just hoping to get lucky against a much stronger range.
Yeah.
You never have a better king than your opponent. You shouldn't really have a better 10 when it does come king or 10 high. Lappin's going to be very careful about how he uses the rest of his chips, and defending out of position with a hand like King 10 is not one of the things he wants to be doing.
Dominating feeling.
10-9 suited, Puccini.
Fresh off that elimination of Cunningham, playing with some confidence.
You look good in
Carolyn with the ace-jack. Just going to call on the button. I can dig it. I can dig it.
And already more than 20 eliminations since we played through the bubble. 455 now.
And Lappin trying to flop some equity here from the small blind. I think this is one of the worst hands he's going to be doing this with. I reckon that maybe the flat on the button, more odds, more money in there. Maybe that's convinced him that this can play as a peel. I don't know how often he would be calling from the small. Normally after the under the gun open, it's not going to be his board. And Murphy's going to get in there cheap. It's going to be interesting. You know, Puccini, it's going to be very difficult to continue here. Yeah, you do technically have the strongest range out of the gun, but I think this is going to be decided on the turn.
Which is the 5 of hearts pairing the board. Best hand right now, still ace high.
Yeah, quite a nice opportunity for Murphy. You know, you're really the one that's going to have all the 5s here. You have this equity in the straight draw. You know, maybe you are going to get called by ace high here, but you could also bet again on the river. If you bet big enough, you're going to fold out an ace high too. So I would love to see a bet close to 30 grand. And I think that's going to be good enough. And nice little takedown there. A 4-way pot. Good spot recognition from Murphy. The Murph dog.
Another 10 eliminations, 445 players remaining now.
Yeah, and we're going to need them to go down. Got a long day ahead of us here, the Irish Open.
Well, the irony is today's not the long day. Tomorrow is going to be the really long day. Now, the objective tomorrow, and I'm going to emphasize and underline the word objective, is to get to the final table. But I think everyone is mindful of the fact that with such a huge field, and with us only playing 8 levels today, it just might not be possible. And we had this last year, do you remember? We couldn't get down to the final table on the Sunday. We played down to 16. So it's a soft target. We'd love to finish day 3 at the FT. But if we can't get there in a reasonable number of hours, well, we're just going to have to come back with more players for the final day.
Connor Beresford, I think, pushing his luck a little bit here with this Hijack Open. I think he really feels like this is a table that he can exploit. So I think he's sort of coloring outside the lines a bit too much here with this 10-4 suited. I understand the temptation to raise pretty much any suited hand when you have all these chips and no one's fighting back. If you reckon that people aren't going to 3-bet you light, they kind of have to wake up with it, right? And that is the case here with these 2 queens. So Connor's going to be getting a bit of a wrist slap here for being a little out of line.
How are you?
I think I would, if I were to give a suggestion to Connor, it would be, you know, let's lock it in at 10-6 suited maybe, just so we're not opening a bit too much. But he's also on the beers, James, and when Connor's on the beers, anything is possible.
New player coming in.
I actually played a bit with this gentleman on day 1. He's quite a stickler for the rules.
Good to see you.
This is Oliver Boyce.
Keep walking by, but never getting the chance to say hello to you.
No, should we be loads of time now? Oh, well, actually, I'm a bit short, so...
I was listening to you last night. So are you singing today?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, at some point. Please come and support.
I might pay to see that.
Yeah, well, they have to pay to see it. That's the way this works.
They were already.
Don't
They were already.
forget, put the card before.
Neil
before
said
you
if you're...
show-
Huh?
Before you show the card, put first in the box, please.
Did my cards live in that box?
Yeah, no, you don't.
Oh, well,
I think they already did the horse race. I think. Didn't they?
yeah, I don't know how it went, but I think Neil doesn't mind if you're still in the main, that you might want to focus.
Okay.
No, I don't know. It's pretty serious competition.
It is pretty serious competition. True.
Lobster667 says there was talk of a $1.10 event with added value the other day. Can someone remind me when that would be? Monday, final table day. 3 p.m. local time, that's 3 p.m. British Summer Time, you will have a $1.10 Irish Open live stream tournament on Stars with $2,000 in Sunday Million Anniversary tickets added to the prize pool.
Camera's got it.
I think this is going to be Lappin's moment here. So many raise folds from Connor Beresford here. You still have some fold equity with these near 12 big blinds. Just 3 players behind to get through. I would be very surprised, nay, disappointed, James, if Lappin folds here. Oh boy, he's really kind of wearing it here. Come on, you must. Yeah, you know, Dave. You knew the whole time. Now you got to get through Murphy. Now, if Murphy has the recognition of how strong this ace-jack is, because of how light David Lappin is going to be prepared to shove, and there is some consideration here. You never like being the third man in with ace-jack. It's not a... When it comes to all-ins, James, you don't want to be the third man in with the ace-jack in a lot of situations. This one in very particular, I think could be a real nice, smooth call here. I mean, Connor Beresford's opening 10-4 suited at the hijack, right? Like, if they're getting information about how wide he's been playing, You don't even need the information. You see it, right? But Murphy is just telling me that he's going to fold this hand, and does. And this is really the dream for David Lappin, is getting better hands to fold.
70,
I think. Yeah. And Sharon said, "Don't do it."
Don't do it.
My
All
phone's
right,
off the
I
table,
won't.
but I got the watch message. I got the watch message saying, "Have mercy."
Alright, just this once.
Okay, that's okay. Oh, Chelsea scored.
Yellows and blues.
Yellows and greens, yeah, I'll give it
Also now saying, "Can you send a dick pic?" So I don't think that's necessary. She's
What?
she's so rude. She's so rude.
Thank you.
I see Dara's on a bit of a run now. We can't dig in this year. Yeah, but that was insane. 9 in a row or whatever it was. Still there now as well. Very short at the bottom, so.
I don't think we get a 20-minute break. We've still got half an hour of this level to play.
Seems like you had him behind. You don't worry about him behind us. That was you might have had a better hand.
Irish Stud 14 watching on Twitch says, how much did this tournament go over the guarantee? By more than 2 million. Triple the guarantee. I would argue the guarantee was somewhat conservative though at €1 million, considering the event had a near enough $2.5 million prize pool last year.
You know, James, for this being the oldest tour ever, sometimes these players play their hands like it's 70 years ago. McCarroll here clicking back from 12K to 25K with a great flatting hand in pocket sixes. Don't try this at home, ladies and gentlemen. Not thrilled by this play. It's going to clear out the rest of the field, and it's going to give him the lead, and look at that.
Amazing play. Keep your opponent in, flop a set, try and get more value.
Oh my God, he's so pumped.
It's important to play results, Griffin. It's the only thing that matters.
I'll take back everything I said if he checks back here. That'd be badass.
Okay, okay. That's not happening.
Come on, why not?
That's not happening.
Make it look like you got ace-king, man. Connor will come out blasting on the 9 turn. Oh.
40.
Ah.
I think it was before COVID. But I don't. I think because I was listening to you last night and I was trying to remember myself. So I think it was the year before COVID.
Okay, so 2019.
And I think I finished day 2 as chip leader.
Yeah.
And I came. I wasn't that. Didn't get that far. Then.
Oh really?
Yeah.
In my mind, I was like, I thought you'd like just before the final table or something.
No, I think it was 32 or
okay.
50, something
still
like
a big
that.
field though, so like that's still pretty deep. Yeah, I do remember you having heaps. Yeah.
I tell you what was the best part of that run was I spent a day with Andy on my right.
You said the best, yeah?
The best part of the day was having Andy on my right. And that was fun. Because
he's fun to play with.
Yeah, but you know when you're running good? And Andy doesn't like
it. He's fuming, he's fuming.
But now, to be fair to him, like he was... But it was good fun because
They're talking about Andy Backer.
yeah. Whereas when you spend,
Mate, he busted me last year with a Royal.
Really?
With a Royal, yeah.
That's not fair. When you get talking to him
Pretty
about cards, though,
unfortunate.
it's good to listen to the stories and the history.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. He was very good. He came on the show twice last year, and they were both great episodes. Great interviews both times. He is good fun. You know, and also like even if you don't necessarily agree with them on everything, you can have a good row and it's all good natured, and it's good that way too. I like that about him.
Anchor 042 says, doing some quick math, they probably have to play 12 levels tomorrow to get to the final table. That would get us to a 36 big blind average, 9-headed final table. The widget agrees, Anchor.
55, yeah.
And I don't know whether we want to play 12 1-hour levels tomorrow. I think the objective would be to play 10, but we'll see how it goes.
Big spot here from Connor Beresford, electing to take this high card, low card combination as a big blind 3-bet. Certainly a popular use of this hand from one of the strongest seats on the table to 3-bet from.
You might be right.
You know, we have seen and we have discussed that this particular table, Connor is going to be in attack mode, and a great example again here. But Murphy way up in his range with the 2 10s. Going to start with a call. And a lot of chips in the middle and a lot of chips behind between these two players. Let's see what the flop brings.
And many Irish Opens have you now played, George?
Now, the flat for Murphy certainly strengthens his perceived range from Connor's point of view here. He's not just going to think his opponent has an ace-9 off or an ace-10, or even something like king-queen off might probably find its way into the muck. So is going to recognize there's going to be a lot of ace-queen offs, ace-jack suited, and then some pairs like your 8s and your 9s and your 10s. But that's not a lot of combos, right? Maybe jacks. So I think Connor's going to feel pretty comfortable betting this board, but doesn't want to make it a size that is going to get floats from those big aces. It's going to fold those out and then expect continues from hands like the one that Murphy happens to have. So what's going to be really interesting to me is if Murphy just calls here, which I think we can expect, what is Connor going to do on, say, a queen or a jack on the turn? Is he going to keep the attack on now that we have an SPR of 1-to-1, stack to pot ratio? Has paired up now on the 3, would be finding himself ahead of something like ace queen now, but he knows my opponent probably has something like this. Can I find a bet here and a shove on the river?
I think I can bet 20 though.
Or do I just need to give up, hope to get a free card, and hit a 3 or a king? Or one of those cards I can rep on the river, like an ace.
But I used to remember all the players that played nearly
Connor checking the action over to Robert Murphy.
still playing. So I'd say you're one of the... I always loved the Winter Festival. I thought the Winter Festival was always...
A couple different options here for Murphy. You could just shove, but the problem with doing that is you're only really going to get called by better. You could bet to protect.
Well, we now have a very straighty board. After Murphy checked back the turn. Still has the best hand on the river.
Yeah, I think the problem for Connor in finding an avenue to win this pot is that the 3 can be enough showdown value if Murphy has even something like ace-king might not be prepared to get it in pre-flop. So I don't think that Connor Beresford's going to try to represent a 7 or anything here. And instead it decides to go for the very, very small block bet. Very big pot, probably the biggest pot we've seen go down on this table. And those are the kind of range of outcomes that you create. That's sort of on the bad end when you elect to 3-bet a hand like king 3 from the big blind. But this is what Connor's going to do, and every once in a while his hand is going to get cut in that jar.
I remember the first time I met him at a City West. I was actually City West a long time ago playing poker. And yeah, he didn't have the patience.
Down to 414 players now. So we are definitely in the midst of a post-bubble bust-out bonanza. It's not going to be long before we've got fewer than 400.
Three of you together. Yeah,
that was my memory of it. Anyway.
What year was that?
99.
99. Great party afterwards. With Porrick being around, I'm sure it was a good party.
Should fold it around to David Lappin. Queen 5, he folds.
My first
Queen
year in the
9
World Series,
for
Paddy
Robert
Power-
Murphy.
I qualified in Paddy Power, and Porrick was hosting us.
Massimo Piccini with 7s.
So we had a day
Murphy
before
now the
World
table
Series.
chip leader with over
World
500,000
Series
chips.
And he was entertaining us.
Leapfrogging
He
Conor
was at his,
Beresford.
right, he's still good, but he was at his peak back then. 12.
You never got into doing the TV shows though, all that kind of stuff with it. Don't remember like all the early those late night pokers and things. You never did any of that. No,
I think you're too
interest
good
or-
for me. I think you beat me on the flop. You know.
I remember. Yeah.
Did you good hand?
I
I
had
had
quiz.
seven.
You wanted me to show his
Seven.
cards.
Yeah.
I
I
like to be fully on the name.
right.
15 minutes left on the level. And then we'll roll straight into the next one. Back-to-back levels, 2 one-hour levels between each break. Piccini in action again.
I was delighted when I saw I got table number 6. I said it'll be sitting there for ages.
We've hit the first
And I had to walk up here.
payout ladder, right?
See you good looking gentleman.
Yep.
Very difficult for Connor to fold this king 6 suited.
First money jump was at 416, so congratulations to everyone for locking up a min plus cash of 2,020 euros. Next jump is when we get to 351.
I think I think it's one of the better stamps. That it's tougher.
Certainly felt that way this morning and today.
I always played the Friday.
Yeah, well that's definitely the best.
But I played the Thursday this year because I thought maybe I had multiple tickets.
Like to have a few goes anyway.
Yeah. So on the Thursday was tough. Like every table was good. Yeah. But definitely thought the stand. But I think Thursday's a nicer day.
Good day so far for
You see
Piccini.
You said it last night in the comedy.
Quietly accumulating.
Yeah. Sorry, the Friday and the turbo slows down.
Yeah.
And the turbo's too short to get the money in.
Yeah.
So the average stack from those 2 days wasn't as good. Thursday was the best average stack.
Can you put the stack close to the line?
Further back.
How many people bagged in the turbo flight?
It was high. It was
About 40% of them got through, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
think
like,
it was
like 200 or whatever.
So the average was the average
180 of 520.
The average was lower. Now the chip leader I think came from. But definitely the
Chip
average.
leader came from the turbo.
I think he came from the turbo. I have to be honest, I don't like.
It does
Everybody has to play the same.
It does
structure.
disrupt the structure a bit. Yeah. No, I see the counterpoint, although Jay's just flying more money into the tournament is great.
Murphy first to act here.
Determined. If it's going to keep growing, it had to change.
I'd say they could go another start like next year.
And Murphy's raising to 14,000. Piccini's folded. Zimachard with king 10.
Unless you have multiple day starts.
Lets it go.
We have multiple day twos before.
6 deuce for George McKeever.
It's long enough as well.
Down to 10 big blinds.
Great problems to have. Trying to work out how to accommodate more.
this is the biggest venue you can have really in Ireland. I can't think where else you go bigger. What's the raise? 14.
Surrounds the blinds. McCurlane, Queen 10 suited in the small blind. And if he calls, no, can't tempt David Lappin in with 9-3. So heads up to the flop. We don't know Murphy's cards. (9-8-4). So a gut shot for McCurlane. For all we know, Queen High could be ahead right now.
Are you on the beer?
I am, yeah. Just long as well.
I don't know if Queen of High will be ahead, but it's not the worst board. You flat in the small blind here. You'd like to have at least a heart to work with for those backdoor flush opportunities, but if you're going to call this hand from the small blind, you certainly need to continue facing this 30 to 40% pot bet. But Carolyn just folds, and I think that's a bit of a mistake.
Beauty Tart says, I have a question regarding the food. Is there a spice bag shop outside the venue again this year? Yes, there is. I had one on Tuesday. My guts have almost recovered.
These are nicer cards than on the table. Yeah.
Come on, George. Next one. So from forward to Lappin in the small blind, 8-7 off. Starts the hand with 82K. We are at the 3K, 6K blind level.
Where do you live, George? Where do you live? Derry. Yeah. You don't want to go to the match tomorrow? You want to be here?
Yeah, good opportunity here for Lappin to just limp in, try to see a flop. Not going to have a lot of opportunities to play pots on this kind of stack, but this is one of them in these blind-on-blind battles. Just hoping that Murphy doesn't ISO, and Murphy actually had a great hand to do it with, the 10-4 off. I would have liked to have seen a raise there from Murphy. Just not going to expect a ton of traps from Lappin pre-flop here, and you're going to fold out hands like this if you do raise. Now, actually massively ahead with the otherwise very weak 10-4 offsuit, and because you have that weaker range, it's difficult to continue, and you got a straight draw, you got a flush draw. I'd love to see a call here facing this minimum bet. And these are these little sort of moments and points where, you know, Murphy's been playing pretty well all day, but yeah, good recognition here that you have to continue.
Straight flush draws, as you observed, Griffin. 10 high, still the best hand right now. And Murphy still ahead post-turn.
He had a big card game downstairs, didn't he?
Yeah, Lappin's going to be very aware of how his stack is going to, you know, interact with the rest of this level if he continues betting, right? And decides to go for it by betting half pot. And I like it, still leaving himself just about 10 big blinds if this bet doesn't work. Really targeting hands like what Murphy has, as well as something like, you know, a Jack X or a Queen X without a club that will probably fold the turn.
You might have known my uncle then, Cuba Boys. Cuba Boys, he owned the Square Bar in Killarney. That's my uncle.
And I think this is going to do the trick, and David's going to feel pretty good about really recognizing the kind of range Murphy has here, how capped he's going to be, and that is the frown of a man. Diesel Weasel lets it go.
2 barrels from David Lappin gets the job done. Chips up over 100K. 400 players remaining. Blinds up inside of 5 minutes. 393 players now, Griffin.
They're dropping.
It was called the Devil's Game back then.
Okay. Folded around to Gabriel McCurlane, and he's out. So it's David Lappin on the button with 4 deuce. Nope. 10-9 for Murphy in the small.
Good to Monte Carlo?
I assume so, yeah.
Done it before?
Unless something crazy happens. Don't know. Yeah, it's a nice one.
Something
Small,
I'm
but-
coming to appreciate about David Lappin is I think his most comfortable state is in conversation. You know, hard to be still. And of course, you know, being on the feature table, aren't allowed phones on the table, so you can't just go into your phone and scroll or chat. So it does ignite more conversation, which is nice. But he's definitely been chatting to pretty much almost everyone at the table here. Nice flop to get things going for Murphy here in this limped blind on blind hand.
Chelsea's goal must have been disallowed. Any Chelsea fans?
I'm a Leeds fan, so
Which division are they in these days?
yeah, they're gonna be back in the Premier
Chini is
League.
going to have a fair bit of hands that continues here. Apologies for the graphics here. We are losing a couple hands here and there, but it is fun to speculate sometimes. But Pacini doesn't have one of those straight draws or flush draws or pairs to continue, and Murphy is going to win one of the 2 blind on blind battles.
Sweat with Murphy.
Yeah, it's sad. It's a sad place.
Yeah, I did like Leeds.
What, like back in the day?
No, this was 20 years ago, all right.
Yeah.
But the girl said to me in the hotel, "Where are you from?" I said, "I live in Dublin." She said, "Oh, Leeds is the next up and coming Dublin." I went, "You have a long way to go."
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
But it's a big college city, isn't it? Leeds, rather.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tons of students.
Tons of students. Yeah, I've got a cousin's.
Ace-9 of diamonds for McCurlane.
But yeah, I love watching it when Leeds were in the European with O'Leary, like, you know, and all the money they spent and all the players they got. And like,
Made
the
it
stadium looked like it
13,000. King 4 for Lappin.
then I got to see it and went, huh?
He's out. Murphy.
Yeah, they don't have much money at Leeds.
So, James, I just got a text from my dad saying that he likes the chances of a man named Murphy at the Irish Open, ex-champ. I'm assuming it's a golf reference, or he's calling me ex-champ. It's a bit confusing, you know?
Griffin Murphy.
Oh, really? Yeah.
And there's another team, Coventry. A lot of people lived in Coventry in the 60s and they moved over. So I'd have uncles that support Coventry.
Finton's still in.
I mean, he was doing okay when he left the feature table. And yep, I can confirm, Finton is still in.
You got to hand it to him.
Don't be proud of that. This is going to be the last hand of the level. Blinds going up. Ace-Queen for McCurlane.
Someone made some comment that they won some match they could get into the top 10. Apparently, if a player sent off previously, looked like a soft pounder. It's another stadium that needs massive investment. Good penalty. Class there. I'm a Liverpool fan.
George McKeever not going to play Queen 3 in the big. So blinds are going to be up. I'm guessing we're going to the 4-8 level next. 4,000, 8,000 with an 8K big blind ante. An opportunity to remind you about the ongoing Sunday Million season. It started in March, runs until April the 21st. So it will include the Sunday Million anniversary next Sunday. 23 tournaments, which we're calling episodes, each one awarding ranking points and 4 separate leaderboards to compete for. There's a low buy-in, medium buy-in, high buy-in, and then an overall player of the season with $100,000 in scoop tickets to be won. Sunday Million season concludes April 21st. And as we start the new level, we are rejoined by Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. When is the bubble?
You missed it, pal. We popped it.
What?
I know. You don't like when we pop the bubble without you, but...
Not only have we popped the bubble, but we've lost almost 100 players since then. 383 remaining now. A min plus cash guaranteed by everyone. Currently paying players 2,020 euros.
Well, at least that means everyone is profitable. On their final bullet.
That's a good question. Where do you have to finish?
To beat 8K?
Okay, so if you were in for the maximum number of bullets, you need to finish top 40.
Okay, all right, you're not far. 243 away from that.
By the way, Joe, I have
343.
I have a bit of a bone to pick with you.
Uh-oh.
I was listening earlier, as I almost always do.
Oh, boy.
And not only did you just call me an okay analyst,
yeah,
but you also talked about burning my trophy.
I just thought it would be like a really boss move. I wouldn't do it without your permission.
I feel like the boss move would be me doing it.
Yeah,
you.
Okay, yes, of course, you doing it.
I feel like that would not fracture our relationship, but it would be like
no, I would never do that. I wouldn't even mess up your bedspread.
Did you guys get a good look at it? Did you? It's pretty cool, right? It's a cool trophy.
It's unique.
What does that mean?
I don't know. That's what my parents used to tell me when I used to get bullied. They'd go, "Oh no,
right,
you're not a loser. You're unique."
Yeah.
Connor keeps getting up and walking away. I'm not sure.
Any drama at this table?
Drama.
Drama, yeah.
Is that how you pronounce that word?
That's how some people pronounce it.
Really?
Yeah. Can we get a little more of the bants here? A little more bants?
I don't pronounce it like that. I pronounce it like what I would tell my mother when I wanted her to paint me a picture. I'd say, "Draw, Ma."
Okay. Pocket aces for boys. The voice of a generation meets the voice of a generation. Griffin Bender.
You don't play 4-8 too often, so you don't know what your raise is. It's different online when you just click that magic button 2.1.
Hooah! For Pacini. Al Pacini. Hooah!
He's got a big ace.
You're watching the Irish Open. Pocket tens for Zymershot.
Oh, big trouble for
all
for
kinds of trouble ahead. Pacini just flats the 18,000. And with some perceived dead money in the middle, and just 89K.
Chad the Chad's got to put it in.
Kneel before a Zymershot. There's the all-in.
You wanted drama. I'm not entertained.
Adrian Zymershot. George McKeever. George McLeaver.
How much is it?
Oh, the old pocket aces. How much is it?
89,000.
89,000.
89,000.
Ooh, you gotta do one of those.
Well, yeah.
89,000.
I thought it was more like 76,000. Ooh, it's an 89. There's a guy between us.
Now, What is the actual high-level analysis here, Griffin? Flat and get Pacini to call behind, raise a little bit more, get Pacini to
There's no
put some
raise
more
a
in.
little bit more because he only has 3x to bet, right? So it's just shove or call.
What are you playing roughly?
I would say that the flat is pretty
Do you win it on the
strong.
Robert?
I'm trying to think about the kind of hands he might flat and fold with because he's going to be putting in 89K of his 240. Maybe something like an ace-queen would just call, or a pocket nines.
It goes flat, flat.
Yeah.
And a fold from ace.
Any way of getting you in there now?
No. 10's behind and at risk.
Se techo.
Could have gone in that way then. Try my best.
Zymashad looking at a potential 383rd place finish. No 10 on the flop. No suits represented.
Boys doesn't look nervous at all.
Two cards left to come. Queen of Hearts, the first of them.
Good luck.
And Zymashad is resigned to his resignation from this tournament.
Unlucky, buddy.
No 10. Unlucky, buddy.
Oh, and the big sigh of relief at the 92% edge on the turn. Boyce really wanted that one, and he got it.
Eights.
Ace queen.
Oh, ace queen.
Adios, muchacho. I don't know if it was 338th place or 370th place, but we lost a lot of players on that hand.
I feel like that was a good opportunity for Adios Muchacho. Zimachad, right?
Maybe, but the name's not on screen. It's a little harder.
Right.
Expect people to remember Zimachad.
Yeah, that's true.
Zima's the first stuff I ever got junked on.
What is?
Remember Zima?
He's no choice.
No.
It was a really awful malt liquor. It's like alcoholic Sprite.
He laddered nicely, actually.
Robert Murphy, the chip leader here. Connor Beresford, the only non-Irish player. Second in chips with 48 big blinds.
Outnumbered.
Nobody's super deep here. The shortest at this point now, George McKeever, but David Lappin also quite short.
Yeah, can I wait till it comes to me?
No.
Where's that in my contract?
Opportunity here to shove in the 12 big blinds.
I don't think you've read the contract.
I must have read the contract.
Under the gun, +1, 7-handed. This is going to play as a pure shove.
You really want to
Every
sink
time.
Pure shove indeed.
Much is that? About 100.
Oh, is he
you're
asking
okay, then you're
how
okay.
much again?
You're
With
good.
aces?
Probably
Yeah.
103. You're good. I don't want to hear you singing either. I'll do the world a favor. Keep you here.
I'll do it here.
Oh, God, get him out.
I'll do it here. Okay, we're going to do Fairy Tale New York. Are you ready? I need this for the chorus.
My friend's mom sings
didn't know
on
you
Fairy
wrote some-
Tale of New York.
wrote some
You're not
comedy.
the only one with a famous mom.
What's Fairy Tale of New
Well,
York?
it was hardly
It's
funny,
a
wasn't
song
it?
by the Pogues.
That's why I'm
I
playing
believe.
poker, isn't it?
A Christmas song.
God, you really miss your phone, don't you?
My friend Jam, he might be watching it. What's up, Jam? If you're watching. Big poker fan.
350. Seeing Dara's not here, can we talk about his shirts?
I'm not involved. But you can, yes, by all means.
Is
His
there
wife
a-
chooses them.
is
And
there a
I love
team?
his wife, so I'm not going
Is there a team behind it?
Another pure shove
What?
for David Lappin.
I'd love to know where she's buying them.
I think she buys them online for him. They arrive to the house every few days.
Because you wouldn't see them in a shop.
Sorry, I have more chips than I had in the house right now.
I mean, you-
Figure out if I can induce this so good now.
You're playing a Dara stack now, by the way.
I'm just going to go all in again.
And away we go, another all-in situation. All right, so we're at 368 players.
6-2, 4, 6-3, 4.
Those 368 players are now making 2,020 euros. Where's the next jump? 352, so not far. And that jump is only 320 euros. Little itty bitty baby jumps. McClurlean.
123, I'm pretty sure.
Mackerlean. Masurlian. What are we going with here? Sorry to interrupt your fantasy baseball. No, right here. What? How have you been saying that
I've been
name?
saying McCurlin.
McCurlin, okay.
Yeah. But that's also because I'm Canadian and the word's curling, you know, like curling.
Okay,
curling.
Sure, I can see that.
Oh, my first 2 as well.
And
Yes,
McCurlin folds the 5s.
A bit.
Give me a good bet. He just pushed.
Yeah.
Like it's like
Yeah.
he's only got 2 options in his life, it seems: push or fold.
2 shoves in a row.
I'm gonna work out.
It's lapping up to 15 big blinds.
Yeah.
Poker like 2 weeks.
More now. Shoved 123K there. 15 and a half big blinds. I think
So do you
you
want me to
can
help you here, right?
certainly
18 would be a good raise.
just raise the ace king there.
I don't know. I still might
Tough
have
to
to
get a hand that strong. Would be nice to get
Oh,
some
Ruben's
worse
top one.
aces or kings to maybe flatten open sometimes.
Over the
But
top if you don't do 18.
in that particular situation, it did force out the pocket
that's
fives that
safe
might
harbor,
would have otherwise would have maybe called them in raise from the big, and maybe you don't flop well.
I have a reshoving stack. I just thought I'd point that out before anyone. Funny idea.
George Waller says the green backdrop is a bit much on YouTube. Now, that's normally a statement that'd get you banned.
I feel like we're in school.
However, it's Chat Pro Saturday. So George Waller, who clearly is smarter and brighter than our award-winning design team.
Yeah, we have decided we are going to take that down.
Yeah, we're gonna change. We're gonna flick it to whatever color George thinks.
Yeah.
Another amazing Chat Pro comment here as we see Ace Jack for Connor Beresford about to get re-raised from the small blind. Oh no, they actually deleted it, but it's Chat Pro Saturday.
It's okay. I messaged him, and he wants us to change it to elusive maroon.
Ooh.
So we're gonna have to figure out what that is.
No, I was talking more about this comment from Booty, who says that big guy talked too much, so annoying. But he spelled two wrong. But it's Chat Pro Saturday, so that's the way you spell it.
I'm not that big.
3-bet to 52,000. Connor B.
And there is a bit of irony in this hand that may even be lost on Joe a bit, because Connor's been playing so aggressively on this table from the bubble up to this point, had over 600,000. So even though McCarrollin hasn't really been getting out of line, Beresford's going to feel a bit married to the strength of this hand because it's such late position, because it is so much better than all the other hands he's been playing. But I'm sure alarm bells are still going off in his head a little bit of just like, well, you know, this player hasn't really been 3-betting light or anything. I think it would have been too, I can respect why he would think it would be too tight to just fold a hand like Ace-Jack, but he's not going to feel good about this spot at all.
Action is on McCurlane. And he is going to commit
Bet
probably
116,000.
half of his remaining chips.
Yeah, it's a bit of a ridiculous bet.
Nearly a full pot size bet.
Yeah, it's a bit amateurish of him to bet this much. You know, you want to keep hands like Ace-Jack around. You want to keep hands in like the 2 9s and 2 8s.
For real this time. That was an actual nice bet compared to his nice bet.
Was the jacks the same colour?
There's one ease.
Huh?
There's one ease, you know. No, they weren't jacks, no, but you weren't far away. You weren't far away.
Oliver, by the way.
Cheers, Gabriel.
Gabriel. I don't think I've met you before, Gabriel.
No.
New player coming to the table. Paul Coyle, also from Ireland.
All right at you. Good. There we go.
Man, Matt Broughton did this really funny game with Jamie Staples years ago called Ireland or Liarland, where he would read out a fact about Ireland, and Jamie would have to tell if it was true or false. Jamie did not know that Ireland is an isle land.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got that one wrong.
Wee boy there,
boy.
Have you? In the school?
Aye, school.
I was wondering whatever happened to that guy, and now I know.
Oh,
yeah, that's right.
Just so embarrassed after that.
He just went away.
Yeah.
No, we love Jamie Staples.
People
Jamie's
around.
become a fine young man, in my
We
opinion.
always have this joke that Celtic Tiger never got that far because food prices and drink prices were always fair, and accommodation prices were
Is
fair.
he still in Toronto or Montreal or something?
I think Montreal.
Yeah.
You should hang out.
Pocket
sevens for
You
hooah!
vouch?
I've seen him yesterday. I haven't
You
talked
vouch?
to him a day.
Cool cat?
He
Their
runs.
father died last year.
Absolutely.
And, I know his sister's well aware. His sister's the same age as me, Roshi.
Yeah.
I remember their sister's name.
I have to say, Pacini, I really like the way he's
And then,
played the
Eamon I
entire
played football with. Eamon would-
day.
Seamus
I've
did a
been
few
watching
years
him.
with me.
Hopefully he gets a scent of a woman
I
here.
actually, far way out, we're related. My mum's family.
Otherwise in
far
big trouble.
Country did. If anyone's listening on TV, they'll go and try to Google it now. The Ellies.
And Coyle is going to come out and make it rain, man.
Burnfoot, Ellies, and Muff.
Yep.
So listen on telly, look up Muff.
To be short and sweet.
Re-raise 45,000. Beresford's out with the ace tray. McKeever also folded. Boyce with ace 10. Pretty easy laydown after a raise and a re-raise with the ace 10 offsuit.
Yeah, and I think Boyce is just having a little bit of a funeral here, especially with the amount of chips Coyle has. I don't think Pacini is going to continue in this hand, but if I were to play devil's advocate, I would say
nice.
This is a kind of hand that sometimes you do want to 4-bet shove with if you think that your opponent's going to be 3-betting you light, but in this situation, under the gun to under the gun one, just got to the table, it screams of strength. Serpico.
I don't know if you could just...
And lets it go.
I think there's someone writing to RT complaining.
Make it work, I'll give you full credit. You can't just be like, boy, it sure is a dog day
I was about to
afternoon
do
in here."
that.
Sky will be complaining that they're losing viewer numbers.
If we're losing viewer numbers, it's because of Griffin and nothing else.
No, I mean, all kidding aside, it was a nice hand for the new Irishman at the table.
There's a really big contingent from the north.
Al Pacino is in the Irishman.
Great to see it.
Barely.
Come on, that's a layup. That's
I mean,
in.
it's-
That's in.
Sorry, no, my sister, Ashton Boyce. Ashton
Just almost hit Joe with
Plays
my
all the way
cord.
over and let her get
Bit of an accident, that one.
You belong there, Tom?
Yeah.
It's my sister.
Okay. Good now?
Hoist. Hoist to get involved. Little mystery hand here.
Sit 8. Raise 17,000.
Can the talking people be more serious, please? Thanks. Nope. Thank you for your question.
Guy doesn't like puns. His name's Sacramento.
Yeah, that guy's a normal viewer. He should know what he's in for. Regular viewer, not normal.
Sit 1. 4.
Gerline calls the raise from Boyce.
You're really going to Curleen, huh?
Mackerline? McCurlin?
McCurlin.
McCurlin, all right.
Yeah. No, I mean, do whatever you want.
I mean, we got really, really reamed last year for not getting the Irish names right, so I'm surprised that I haven't gotten.
So I had a spare ticket left over, so I gave
I
it to Ashley.
Yep. Well, we've got that now. You give it.
Yeah. So she cashed, so I had 10% of her.
Heads up.
You could work with
Queen,
that.
tray, 2 spades.
The longer she's in,
Yeah.
no phone now to find out if she's still in. Just me and you.
She was at the break.
C8, check, C9,
Boyce
check.
talking about how his sister's still in the event. That's cool. King of hearts on the turn.
C8, check, C9, check. River.
Check, check. 5 of hearts on the river.
Sorry, mate. I know we're from the same place, but I have to bet something.
That is a very Irish river bet.
Yeah.
I kept it small.
I know your mom, but
yeah.
8 would have been okay.
8 would have been okay. Well, you'd fold to 8 as well. Or you'd raise 8.
No, well, no.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he's going to
I'd have
fold,
been a 10.
but I'd like to see him
I'd have been a
call.
10.
You've hit 10s, have you?
No, no.
I'd love to hit a 10 then.
No, so would I. AJ.
he's going to show?
Hard to lift the
Not
card.
going to show.
Not AJ.
Ace 8, sorry.
AJ, dude.
Yeah.
2 5, 10 would have done.
I had my pair, all right.
I've got the showdown. Up to the
I
rubber.
don't want to show everybody else here.
No, no.
I'll show you and George. I trust you and George. George has that kind face. He wouldn't eat you alive.
She must have think that. Oh, okay.
C8, please. Card.
Let's go. You don't get the big table and the fancy chairs for nothing. Put your cards in the box.
Yeah.
Bossman Asa says, nice to see fun players get this far. Sometimes fun players even win the tournament.
C9, fold.
Joe just did a really cinematic, slow pan to lock eyes with me after saying that, implying that I'm a fun player.
I don't know if there's a bigger disparity of anyone in the world for what a goofus you are when you're not playing poker to what a killer you become when you are playing
I've seen you
poker.
with big stacks and I've seen you with small stacks.
Yeah?
130, is it? Total?
C2, fold. C3, fold. C1, away.
I thrive in the paradox.
1, 2, 3.
Lappin taking those 15 and a half
You did.
big blinds and
I
saying,
heard that story.
I got Queen Jack.
I heard that story
Let's
before.
put it
That's
in.
a long time ago. Was it? I heard that story before.
Yeah.
What was it you had one chip?
He would put it when he put me all in.
Mattia noticing McKeever folded to the pay jump. We did just reach another pay jump at 352 players. 351, I should say. And the next one is going to be a while.
Just spun it back up and won, huh? Sick.
Big blind, please.
Big blind.
Oh, sorry.
Mick has a lot of nightmares.
Ah, he does. 8.
We all love you, Mick, now you're listening. And another legend of Irish poker.
Irish poker sure has a lot of legends.
16,000.
Mickey, yeah.
Oh, he's doing well.
That was 80s.
C7, raise 16,000. C8, fold.
Like me.
C9, fold.
He's around a long time doing it.
Connor getting involved again. Hasn't been a great couple levels for Beresford. Lost that hand that got a little out of hand with the king 3 off, 3-bet. And now he's running into the near premium ace queen off from Puccini.
So yeah, sorry it took me so long, but there is another pay jump for like 60 more eliminations. So
Yeah. Sorry, still going. I think he's a stack I saw earlier.
And similar to the way Puccini played the ace queen when he dodged the 10s of Chod and the aces of Boyle.
Oh, George McKeever was playing for the pay jump. Now going to get it in with a suited king.
Yeah, I think you could argue this would be a nice spot to just flick in the extra 8,000 and then see if you flop something instead of just committing yourself. But it is going to open up the betting again, which is going to make things a bit complicated for Connor Beresford. All the strong hands you would really re-raise over this raise. So flatting is going to appear kind of weak, but it's so cheap that you don't want to just fold for an extra 20K. And if he does just call this, it's going to give Pacini, yeah, see, this is going to be very interesting how Pacini reacts. I would love to see a shove from Pacini. Very under-rep with the ace-queen. You're going to expect that Beresford is going to do this with a very balanced range, which includes a lot more medium strength hands than it does premiums. You also block the really, really strong hands with the ace-queen. Yeah, sometimes Connor's just going to have 2 kings here, but you're 30% of that against that anyways. Let's take down that extra money that he's put in there. This is going to be a really important pot here for Pacini. Can he recognize what's going on and put everything in here?
I think I get bluffed out by this 4-bet like pretty regularly.
So he is reaching for chips, so he might just be electing to call, which certainly is also an option.
Cracking goal. Goal of the season, watch it.
And actually effectively keeping in a weaker hand in the queen-jack. I think this also plays just fine.
So we're going more or less heads up to the flop. Side action remains. McKeever is all in. And flops a fair amount of equity.
Yeah, and Connor's not going to muck about with this board. He knows that Pacini has a pretty strong hand here. I would say
McKeever really wants to check for that 4.
Ace-jack suited at the minimum. And then pairs
40,000.
Continues to tell the story. I mean, ultimately, Pacini is still capped, right? Not really trapping often here.
When you go to those matches, though, the speed it's played at is
So just when you think Connor might
Telly doesn't do it justice.
lay up on the gas a little bit, he just throttles to another gear and wants to just drive things even faster,
They pass the ball so
even
hard
harder.
into each other. You know, it is astonishing when you watch it live. I mean, there is times when it slows down, but
And I'm loving Pacini here.
Yeah.
Still keep staying strong here. Like, this pot is getting big, right? We're talking about an SPR now of about 0.8. There's 240,000 in the pot. And there's the straight from McKeever.
McKeever is incredibly likely
I still think
to.
Maradona's the greatest player ever.
It is going to triple up, right?
Yeah.
I don't see any way that he doesn't.
But Connor's gotten himself into a bit of a pickle here.
Michael Murphy.
I guess a chop would be bad.
Wow. So at this point, Connor's just trying to win the side pot, which he's created. Which, in fairness, having made it 66 pre-flop, over the effective all-in, he is trying to win, what, 70,000 from Pacini? That's something. That's gonna break him even in the hand, right? So this is a very intricate little situation.
Yeah.
Finally
Does get the better hand to fold.
C3, fold.
Beresford.
Pacini's gonna see the queen jack.
Yeah, drawing to a chop against McKeever.
Surely you're doing all right.
I'm doing all right.
That's good enough.
Here comes the slow
Oh,
roll.
the slow roll, yes.
Oh!
He's going straight.
Oh my God, that'd be so
Way in front.
Well done, John.
Back in the game.
Yeah, I know. It'll be good.
Good split there.
To be fair, there's a certain age where that's the fastest you can roll your hand over.
You understand? I thought you were ready to go. I didn't look. I'm only joking.
He didn't look. Oh, he wasn't slow
Oh
rolling.
my gosh.
It's a nice card to have. Yeah.
Poker must have been easier in the old days.
That's when we're working with opening bits.
Hold. Hold.
River card.
Oh,
no. Oh, my goodness. This hand ends in a chop. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
I don't know, but that's sad there.
Wow.
George, you're on a lot of old slips in the Irish Open already, and now you're going to be on another hand. That
Remember when I said he was incredibly likely to triple up?
Yeah, it is.
I do. Like it was yesterday.
6% you were. I think you should give George the money.
Yeah.
How much was
You've 100 now.
No, only the 50.
Yeah, you would add
The
100.
poker guys thought it was a slow roll. That was the problem. They didn't realize he hadn't looked.
And the only one not smiling on the table is Pacini.
Yeah, he's the only one that didn't get a piece of that pop back. Fint in hand. Still kicking. Did you say you really got to hand it to him?
I did.
Did you say get your hands up?
No, I didn't say that one.
Did you say lend me a hand?
No.
Sit 9.
Fenton doing a great job of staying in there.
Handing in there?
No, he's doing a good job.
And there was someone down there, Colford.
Give him a hand.
Was now a guy that thinks he's a comedian, Colford.
I never claimed to be a comedian. I claimed to write
So just
things and in the context of writing, occasionally some of them are humorous things.
Let's just be honest. What do you call
17.
yourself?
Sit far raise 17,000.
Washed up content creator.
Yes.
Really putting the screws to David Lappin.
How's the baby?
They're both great, thank you very
Was
much.
it two now?
The little one is great. She's settled in really nicely, thank you.
I didn't realise you had the second one. I didn't know that.
Yeah, Hunter's 6 and Nico's 3.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, we got Nico last year, so he's only had a year with us, but he's doing fantastic. Settled in really well.
That's great.
Flat 2 players.
Somebody seems like they're coming at you. Just talk about adopting kids,
My
and they
little
got to
one's
shut it
16.
down immediately.
Shut it
down.
Trying to save her. I need to win this to send her to college.
That's it. You blink,
14.
you blink.
14.
Very quick.
He's 7 now in a few days, and I
14,000.
can't believe he's 7 already.
When they get to that age, it's all about the school season.
Yeah.
Season, Easter, Paddy's Day.
Coyle
summer.
with the plan of
One
just
thing I say to you is travel with them now.
to bet this flop and
Yeah,
take
oh,
it
no,
down.
like Hunter
But Coyle is to be foiled.
before the pandemic, and
Connor
before he was 2,
with the
Hunter
easy
did
call.
128 flights.
This is quite a loose open from the button, if I'm being honest.
We've
I
always
can
done this
appreciate
all
that
this good. And the thinking was,
McKeever
with her now, and as we
has
get
been
older, she'll
quite
always want
snug,
to
has just doubled up, so is
Kinda how it
probably
works.
prepared to just play quite a tight range from the small
did
blind
Florida
here,
for
but you're
years,
raising
cruises,
into
stuff
the sort of end boss of the
24,000.
table, who's going to be calling close to 100% of his range and 3-betting a part of his range as well. Not a lot of folds.
It's rude, really.
How much are you playing? You're playing big stacks, yeah?
I started the hand with 408,000.
Coyle has picked up some equity. Would have loved to have just checked back here, I think, and tried to peel off a 4 or a queen on the river. And that's where the sort of like hesitation and a little bit of
65?
resentment comes from, facing this lead, and it's just actually going to induce a raise. And I don't think that Connor Beresford is expecting this, right? This is a sort of the bet that's sort of like, let's try to get a little value here, not let our opponent just check back. But I don't think he was expecting a ton of bluff raising. Connor's incredibly stubborn and talented, and I think is going to lean on the side of continuing in pots.
I'm going to lean on the side of him doing whatever it takes to win this hand.
Yeah.
River card is an ace, so Coyle misses.
Sit 7. Check.
And although that might appear to be a bad card for Connor, you have to appreciate that it doesn't really make much sense that the ace would improve Coyle's hand.
Heyo.
He does go for the all-in, but the story doesn't really make sense, does it? He's really representing a set or 8-9. Would 8-9 really raise the turn? It does fold. Look at that.
I think that all of your rationale is right, but I think that
It's on camera, isn't it? Is it?
shove is so
It is,
bananas
yeah.
that you just
No,
have to be
yeah,
like,
no,
who's going to do that?
For sure, I mean,
Not
listen,
everyone's going to watch though, so you don't.
you
You
don't
don't
have a lot of information on the player.
I would like to know
Like,
though.
You know, half an hour.
Well, you know.
I want to get half an hour equity out. Is that what they call it? Equity out of this?
That was
Is
a
that
great
half an
bluff.
hour?
Brilliant work.
Everybody
But by
here
all
has shown their
accounts, like
hands so
the
far.
rest of the players at this table were not capable of that move, and he's been playing with them all day, right? So it's hard
I'll show the
to
next one.
just think that that's what's going on here.
Should be a rule when you come off the TV table that break that table.
No.
That's interesting.
Should also be a rule that I get all the chips afterwards.
Yeah.
There we go. As long as we're getting crazy with the rules, why not? Go hog
I
wild.
want loads of rules. I gotta keep making up rules.
Sit one. Raise 16,000.
And another big hand for the little stack.
Yeah, massive hand, and just enough room now where you can start
Ooh.
min-raising instead of just open shoving what has previously
How
been a 10 to 15 big blind stack.
suspicious would you be of this min raise from that stack with ace jack here?
So not that much because he has gained some chips. Listen, if he did it on 80 or 90,000, it's very suspicious. The keeper with the big fold with the ace jack.
Tight is right.
But I think that, you know, Lappin's going to raise king queen offsuit here. He's going to raise king
Get
jack
them away from
suited.
me,
He's going to raise ace 10 off this stack. So, and yeah, he's going to show it.
Wow.
My first
Congratulations.
My first open. So what's it feel like to be playing real poker?
It's scary, to be honest. Oh, it's scary.
Dara will be giving out to you. Must have been a really big hand.
I showed it.
Oh, did you show it?
Oh, that's
Everybody saw that?
Yeah, probably fair.
Oh, I love you, Griff.
Why? What happened?
I just love you. You're just. You march to the beat of your own drummer boy.
I showed red kings, Solly.
Sit one.
Oh, red
Fold.
kings? Both of them?
Nine, please. Put your cards here. Thank you.
Django's.
Sit two. Fold. Sit three. Sit four. Fold.
So your shoving range
Yeah.
is worse than kings?
Fold.
It was a little shorter now. I did more cards.
Have you ever tried to introduce someone to I think you should leave and they thought you were saying I think you should leave to them?
No, I don't think so.
It happened to us. We were hanging out one night all drinking.
Other than
And
I'd be begging for
my girlfriend suggested it, and this one girl was hanging out with us. She was like, okay, I guess. And then just started like getting her stuff. And the funny part is, it happened again with the same person later in the night.
Oh my God.
We were like, should we watch more? I think you should leave. And she was like, all right, I guess I'll go. Then we're like, no, it's the same thing. It's the same show. Don't go. There may have been drinking involved.
Is Raquel coming on the 11th for the show?
Yes, of course.
Pocket freeze.
definitely
Danger
would have-
hands.
I definitely
Danger
have flopped,
hands.
yeah, I would have outflopped.
Trying to flop a set against
She
him.
quotes it more than I do.
Get some revenge.
I don't want you to feel bad, but I folded ace.
She does often send me quotes.
She gives me a lot of, you simply must. And we got to figure out a way to make money off of this.
Yeah.
Probably flop will come.
She seems like a big crooner fan.
Well, you saw the Christmas gift she got.
I did, yeah.
Fall free deuce. That's a pretty good flop for aces.
Not thinking negative or anything like that.
Having a look at this full 323 player field.
Congratulations, everybody made the last 10% of the Irish Open.
Wow, I was just about to say that. That's
Laughing.
wild.
Money should only start coming out now.
3-2-3-3 and 3-2-3 left. That is wild. I really do feel like David Lappin is the Irish Joe Stapleton. I mean, you just look at him.
I'm buying a new car next week, and it's
I like that.
38,000, so I'm aiming for
I can dig that.
I finished fourth in a prelim. He finished fourth in a prelim. I piss a lot of people off. He pisses a lot of people off.
Does he piss a lot of people off?
I think so.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually. I think I've heard that before.
Murph. Ace 10 off suit under the gun.
Sit 9, fold.
Did he just take a limitless pill?
Sit 1, fold.
I look like Bradley Cooper. He takes limitless pills.
Yeah, but I suppose the only problem that if you only 3 tables, you know, you get down to the last.
Yeah, well then it gets
a bit awkward. Then afterwards you have to redraw. I actually think the 8 hours today is actually lovely. Only playing 8 hours today, I think is nice.
Yeah, it is nice. If only you could get through a 3,233 runner field playing
Even
8-hour
though
days in 4 days.
I still
Not
think
going to happen.
45 minutes for the first 6 levels, maybe yesterday would have been better.
Did you hear Lizzo retired
And
from
go back to
music?
the hour then, but look at
Yesterday or today?
You have multiple flights.
Yeah, I
that
saw that.
Keep everybody happy.
I don't know how long that's going to last, but I will say I did see her live. So if she just on the off chance that she never
Her rookie
performs
card is
again,
going way up in value.
It's just like
Yeah.
it feels like something that it feels like a moment in time, you know. She'll be back.
Sit 7, fold.
Now, Griffin, you probably haven't had the chance to check it out yet, but I posted something in my Instagram story a few minutes ago that I was walking down the hall of the hotel, and I could hear my voice coming out of someone's room.
One of my complaints, Coors Light or Heineken.
Oh, that's funny.
So I recorded it. I stood outside the door like a creep,
that's-
recording.
yeah, that's what a scene that is.
Someone's hotel noises.
That's great.
It's on my Instagram
Not the
story
first time
right
you've done
now.
that, too.
No, definitely not. I'm usually recording 2 or more people.
Yeah.
Other noises.
Yeah.
Plastic cup should be banned.
Both times to turn on, though.
Yeah, I bet.
But unfortunately, it's this kind of players where they have to serve in plastic cups.
I don't mind the plastic cups. It's the and actually.
We do have heads-up action. Trade deuce.
Feature of a glass, are they really?
I don't know. I've seen lots of
Well,
arguments.
Checks to Murphy.
Then you'd have the argument about
My
not
name
having glasses
is
in pubs, full
Murphy.
stop.
7 on the turn. That's a pair for Murph.
But there's like, I don't know.
I don't want to be serious now, but the water's free.
I think
here, so
Lappin's going to be sitting there with a lot of ace and king highs that he thinks are good.
And it's sponsored just for our fans.
And maybe even some queen highs that's just hoping to get to showdown. Facing
All in.
this bet now, it's going to be quite complicated for him because you'd hate to just be bluffed by a 9-6 off or something here, right? You kind of need to protect this check range by calling here a good percentage of the time.
Oh, you're
But you
so
could also
annoying.
just believe it.
Yeah, can you just fold?
You can't fold many as the
You don't
ace
have to be
6
the
off. You
same.
can't fold.
The more that I speak to, by the way, I'm groaning, and it's because I'm just realizing how bad I really am. I'm
fine up tonight.
I was like, oh, I don't have a hand, I fold.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have any of this, I fold.
So
what about Jack 8? Are you supposed
that's a bit poor, to be honest.
You're running good, you're running good.
Well, it's just like, I know you're still beating the like random bluff range and stuff like that, but like, I don't know, let's just bet the flop. You know? Let's not let our opponent
But he
get
didn't
turn a
have.
pair.
But he didn't have anything.
But that's why I'm saying it's just like I understand, like you're going to fold out worse hands, but you're also not going to allow those hands to pick up equity or a pair where you have to be guessing and check calling with Jack high.
So she
You know?
made the money. So I need her to make a bit. I need her to get up the ladder to get.
What do you think, Chad?
Did you know how much she had at the time or what?
She had 190,000, I think, when I came to the
Okay.
table. Fantastic player, by the way.
That's amazing.
Well, look at the field. 3-2-3 of
We're gonna be the first brother and
3-2-3-3.
sister at the final table.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Griffin.
it'll probably be worse than husband and wife.
Oh my God, it's the 23rd day of the 3rd month.
This room finally starting to shrink
16,000.
as far as full tables are concerned.
Yeah, great. Sit 8, fold. Sit 9, fold.
Oh, we might see a big old flip.
Just in time.
A big old flip. It's going to be nearly 300,000. Lappin's got to shove the eights here. Connor Beresford raising so many hands wide here. Only 2 players behind. David Lappin folds here. He's making a big mistake. I understand Connor happens to be big here with the ace-king, but yeah, here it is.
Jiggity jam from Lappin.
And this is a massive, massive spot for David Lappin on his quest
Genie.
to 1 million in cashes, about 150K short. Needs a good score here.
Puccini going to be folding one of Connor's ace outs. Connor makes the call.
Big slick, Sonny.
Big slick, Sonny.
Show me. Show me what you got.
We are flipping like Slancha versus Koherica. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
You were hopeful.
I felt pretty good about it at the time.
Oh, we're putting the lucky chip in.
You can make this.
Does he get a free book if he knocks you out? Get invited to the podcast. I want that rock on the table. That rock's very unlucky.
Unlucky rock has been deployed. Ayah.
Drama.
Oh, good game.
Beresford.
Drama.
Good game.
He's calling it now. The exact right number of outs, apparently, for Ace King.
Put a little baby diamond.
Yeah, that would be really sick. 8's ahead still.
Baby diamond.
2 of diamonds.
No,
Turn
that's
card.
bad.
Is a baby diamond. Beresford maybe with too many outs now.
Yeah, Beresford's like, oh, now I have too many outs.
17 outs.
See if I can say them all really quickly. Ace of spades, king of spades, 10 of spades, ace of hearts, king of hearts, 10 of hearts, jack of diamonds, 10 of diamonds. Won't get there. 17 outs for Connor Beresford.
Too many outs indeed. Clapping. Let's get clapping for Lappin.
Classic.
It had to be a diamond.
Classic too many outs
I heard the
syndrome.
viewing numbers have dropped massively since we came up here.
Never easy, is it?
130, yeah.
130.
There you go. You love to see it. Clapping for Lappin.
That's fair. I think it was important that you allowed that. I had to combat the rock juju.
Well done, nice
And we
double
can
up.
all relate to winning a big flip, and that's
You want the chips
the
in
very
my stack,
embodiment of
Connor,
it right
so
there.
the table are happy.
Big smile, big chat.
I don't know, I had position on Connor, didn't mind it. I think Connor's a nice guy. He sports leads.
Thank you.
He's never
Finally,
won anything in
someone
his life.
said it.
You know,
Finally,
sometimes when I
said
see
it.
someone win a big flip and they're all smiling and happy, I think,
Look,
I hope they have
No.
friends and family
Park
watching,
outside, right?
you know,
Leads,
at home.
just tell me.
I just hope they have friends and
Like, I
family
hope
in general.
his, you know,
Yeah.
his wife or
Yeah.
girlfriend,
What is it,
partner,
got-
you
got
know,
crowbar?
folks maybe,
Oh,
brother,
This is
sister,
why
friends,
we don't
they're
vote
watching
for
and they're, it's good dopamine for them too.
It's a
you
lot
know,
of
their friends
happiness.
doing well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
9. Yeah.
You going to try to raffle the cards there?
No, they do need a little. That's the RFID readers on the fritz. Good luck, George.
Wow, McKeever with King 4 again, this time under the gun. This time off suit.
No, Keeves, no man, no
Hey.
man.
It was almost the best hand last time.
It might work. I mean, Lappin, you're too strong here, but your perception of
Under the gun.
Keeves is going to be so tight, but it's not. And he does find the call.
It does.
Good man.
Not closing the action, though. Still a couple players to take a peek. Buttons out. Small blind is going to be out. Big blind. Friends of Eddie Coyle fold. Here we go.
Your favorite hand?
This is it's a good
favorite
one.
hand?
Yeah, it's a good one.
That's your winning hand.
McKeeves.
Drawing hand.
No bother. No bother.
He was doing the Obama not bad face.
Now, I don't mean this in a bad way, but we're all rooting for George.
I'm rooting for George as well, kind of.
Then you would have
At
folded.
least some part of
Then you would have
of me is.
folded that miserable looking ace 10. I mean, this is getting recorded.
It would have been collusion if I hadn't called. So.
What do you think? Is someone going to make a pair? Or is this board going to run out totally dry, ace high, over?
I don't know, but one of the comments on Twitch there folded
didn't want to
ace
be called
jack
a
for
nip,
this.
so you
It is
called.
remarkable. He folded the ace jack, but the king 4 goes in.
Not a great start for king 4.
I mean, hard hearts. It's nice to have the backdoor hearts. King and the 4 still live. Those 6 outs can turn into many more if the turn is a heart.
It don't work that way.
It doesn't work that way. I gotta go back down.
He wants to stand up so he can make a.
Turn is a diamond.
That's a really bad card. And why, Joe?
Because a king no longer works.
It kills the king. See, a couple of years ago, you wouldn't
have to stand up now, George.
Get this.
I barely knew it this time.
No complaints.
It was very
I'm
leading
really happy
question.
for you. Oh.
So the board does run out clean.
Pleasure as always, George.
Ace high wins. George McKeever has been eliminated.
Always an honor to play with you, man.
Good man.
He's going to write a pod.
And just before the
That was
Scooby-Doo gang was able to unmask him.
Thank you.
You can't write a book on that, right? This is a legend.
He's a legend.
Yeah. He's going to write a book on it, I tell you. Right, I'll dine out in it for a while anyway.
He's going to hop into his raft and paddle away. Guys, it would be rude if I didn't do bits.
Exactly.
And let's focus on the positive. David Lappin, now up to 35 big blinds. All the people asking if Bert is still in, Giraffe Ganger. I don't know, why don't you pull your heads out of his butt and ask him yourself? How about that? He'd probably hear you a little bit better.
C3, raise 16,000.
Yeah, why don't you pull your head out of Bert's butt?
Noble Kev with a going out in a blaze of glory here, and I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for the King 4. You banned. Thank you. Thank you for your comment.
Connor, just playing around 22, 23 big blinds now. Facing the button open.
Pull in.
Ooh.
Oh, boy.
And I think, unfortunately for Pacini, this hand's going to be a lot nicer as a shoving hand against an open, as opposed to
Pocket
a raise
ace.
call for 20 bigs.
Didn't really know what to do.
No, there's nothing you can do with pocket ace instead. Either play for sets or play for.
I mean, I could just free bet as well, I think. But it's a bit cheeky, and then you.
110.
Yeah.
I smell a new book.
It's only 20
What
big
to do with
blinds.
pocket eights.
with a forward by Snowman's.
Snowman's?
Yeah.
And
remind me her name?
Sarah Shavak?
Yeah.
But also
She
don't
would do
forget the
forward.
original. Ocho!
Is that the shark guy?
Yeah.
Nice.
Sit 9, fold.
16.
Sit 1, raise 16,000.
And Lappin with a license to raise. Spent
Yeah.
much of this day just shoving or folding. Now can start playing some poker.
Yeah, now can waste a bet by raising 10-9 suited into ace-queen. There you go, Pool the Cleaner. How to play pocket eights. A look at the num-nums.
Murphy weighing his options here. Do I want to call? Do I want to raise? If I raise, how much do I want to raise? Let us do 51.
Raise 51,000. Sit 3, fold, sit 4, fold. 51,000.
Facing this over 3x raise, under 40 big blinds effective, I think Lappin's probably just gonna pack his things.
Take a Lappin.
Exactly.
See date, fold.
You'd just love to see a flop with this beauty. You'd love to take it to the school dance, but you don't want to play out of position. And
Take it to the school dance, see what you can get away with.
Exactly.
Sankel in chat says, who folds 10-9 suited?
DTG. Don't tell Grafton.
Where is Sam Grafton? Probably reading a book somewhere.
Yeah, probably reading a book inside somewhere with a beautiful climate with super high rollers.
Lappin hasn't folded yet.
No, he hasn't.
A man known to think.
Oh, David. Creating a bit of a David versus Goliath scenario here and flopping pretty well.
King at 9-7, pair of nines for Lappin. Ace Queen has missed, question mark. We got a heart.
Proud of Lappin here.
We got
this is like a
straight card.
Yeah. He's prepared to fight at not a particularly deep stack depth, and frankly against an opponent and in a spot where you shouldn't expect much light 3-betting, and that's why I would have probably leaned fold. But now that you're here and you found yourself with this 9, let's see a turn card. Let's see if we can get even better. Let's see if maybe our opponent just slows down too with hands like an ace queen.
Was that really a bet of 4K? Okay,
No,
good.
there's a white chip out there. It's 40,000 to play.
40K.
What kind of fun should he?
Well, with the stop on the clock, I said be around. It's meant to be 8, but I think it'll be 9.
Lappin only has one move here and is going to do exactly that by calling.
Who's out there clapping for Lappin?
What will the turn bring?
So it's 3 20-minute breaks with 8 levels, so it's
A
9
brick.
hours. So we should
Yeah, it's like early days after once you make day 2, it's just early days now.
Now,
It's like the best way.
Murphy
Oh, not too bad.
can certainly still tell the tale, spin the web that he is ace-king, right?
Weave the yarn.
Weave the yarn. So it would be cool if he could find a bet in the 80 to 100K range, but easier said than done. You know, Lappin should have a pretty strong range here. You know, big suited kings and the like. The jack changes nothing hand value wise, but does limit the ability of Lappin to be able to call a bet on the river. Your opponent now can have something like pocket jacks, but Murphy has that big sigh of,
I'm going to give up.
yeah, of relinquishing.
So I think they're looking at 120 to 150.
I mean, the sigh in bet is pretty strong here. If you just plop out 135,000 after that sigh,
Like I knew that.
that's easily.
It's just 10 short stars.
Do it, Murphy. Oh my God, he's gonna do it.
Average is 41 big blinds right now, which is pretty high.
Oh!
Murphy does wave the white flag and is going to ship this pot to Lappin.
Nice pot.
Another pot for D Lappin. We are clapping for Lappin.
Oh yeah.
River.
Let's get that trending.
I knew I had to, but I was like, I want to.
Last to him.
You heard the lady. Last hand of the
And then we
level.
get to leave forever.
There will be a new feature table.
The feature.
Would you have gone all in, or would you
I had to make it. I had to make it something substantial to get you.
I signed a contract.
I decided I was check shoving because it's the right hand to check shove.
I will reveal some of those names
You've done that already to get over it, but
Obviously, you can take that option away from me.
It's only going to get worse.
momentarily.
Jackman and Robin George now. You know,
That wasn't the humiliation for me.
it'll make you look bad in Ireland. The whole of Ireland say for you. You won't get served. You won't get served a pint anywhere.
Murphy not gonna do it.
And you do get served a point, it'd be 20 quid.
Generally a pretty good rule.
Put that theory to the test then.
Genie, hoo-ah!
Ace queen sealed, yeah.
Genie has opened this pot. Don't worry, it's not an earthquake in the building. When players leave, it rocks the cameras a little bit.
Go to a bar like
Folks get a head start to break.
I couldn't believe it. They were like, they sat us down and then
Curling?
there was only two of us. So it was just a one-on-one. And they were just like,
Take this off, yeah?
crazy, man.
Where's my phone? Sorry, my phone.
Where's my phone? Please. Please,
Who owns this brick? I got lucky first time.
McGurlin is going to defend. Flop is 10, 10, deuce, 2 spades. McGurlin with 7 high and 1 spade. Cini may be able to do both these players a favor and get them to the break with a continuation bet here. And that bet is coming in. Coming in at 10K. 7 high folds. Cini is going to take down the last hand of the level, his last hand here at the feature table, unless he somehow makes his way back a little bit later on in the tournament, but we will be saying a goodbye to this particular feature table. And they will be replaced by the likes of someone who always reminds me of Connor Beresford. Scott Margerison will be coming to the feature table. Agro Santos.
Good buddy of mine.
And Juha Helpy. Speaking of legends.
Very nice.
Name doesn't appear enough in the legends conversation. And I think the story of the last hour there is probably David Lappin skyrocketing from the bottom of the leaderboard to the top. Granted, only 46 big blinds, but at this stage of the tournament, that seems pretty meaty to me. Players are going on a 15-minute break, and we're going to see a little bit from Marley Sprague during this break. More from the Irish Open when we return.
So I lost a huge pot, 10s v jacks, 2 from the money. I thought I was out of my chair. And then I had one 500 chip left and big blind 8K. And as I'm doing that, 2 ladies busted another table. And I made the money. And then I'm happy. And that was 23 left. And then I proceeded to just win a lot of all-ins, and then I just ran it up. And then, yeah, I got 12. Not bad. Chip in a chair. It's true. I did it.
So you're hearing from all the players as we go around this table. We're only going to have one talking at the end of this, and €250,000 up for grabs thanks to PokerStars.tv and the European Poker Tour. And already it's gaining such credit in and around the poker playing fraternities across the world. And I think as the series goes on, we're going to see more and more players making the journey to these events.
Yeah, I think you're right. Here comes Drummond. He's got ace-king. Like he's raising that.
For a player not very well known, he's playing a blind around this table so far, and he'll love the ace-king. He'll love getting the action.
Well, Julian must have a hand because he knows that, oh yeah, there we go, pair of jacks. Because, you know, Drummond has only played the odd hand.
The great thing with this hand, if you're watching at home, is the ace-king's a hand you will always bet if you're an amateur enthusiast. But a pocket pair is always going to be favoured over an ace-king, no matter what the suit, no matter what the colour.
He's all in with a pair
And we
of
got
checks.
2 all-ins now.
Against Jamie's ace-king. We see a flop.
And he's going to have a look. Drummond's going to have a look. He needs the ace or the king to come out. And that's a low flop. So as we stand at the moment, 2 pairs for Thu. Drummond's only got the 8s on board.
Oh,
the
there
ace
it is.
comes out. As Adamski said, that's a killer for Thu. He'll need a jack. He doesn't hit it, and the ace-kings take it, actually. 2 pair on the turn and the river. But 84,000 chips, certainly enough for Ram to come back into this game.
Yeah, he's fairly strongly placed. You know, he can still double up a couple of times, and he's well in there.
If I played against Ram and the blinds were 17,000 and he had 1 chip left, I still wouldn't rule him out.
Around to the big blinds.
So what a story here. Alan Vincent doing very well indeed. He came to the final table in 3rd place. Didn't go too well at the start, but he's been picking up the chips. And he could be going head-to-head with Ram.
12,000 more. Called by Ellen.
So we're in a pot versus Alan versus Ram.
Ram and Ellen.
Let's have a look at this flop. No one's going to pair yet. The flop will be all telling. We're bound to hit something, and we do. We hit the king and the jack for Ram. This is a chance to make some serious chips.
Okay, 10. Alan can win with a 10 here.
That'll give him the straight, of course.
Oh, we can't win now.
The full house means nothing. Vincent's drawn dead. What's Vaswani going to do?
He checks.
And he checks it.
Trying to trap him. Oh, there.
Ellen bets 25,000.
And he's done just that. Vaswani's got an unbeatable hand. Vincent can't hit anything that'll help him. The full house is almost at the top of the tree. And he comes over the top of Vincent all in, and he's going to have to fold.
No, he can't call.
And he takes the pot. And he shows king.
And we'll take a short intermission now while Vincent pulls his pants up. A great bet by Ram. He just waited, he kept checking, and it's a lesson on how to play an unbeatable hand.
Sean opens the pot with a raise to 15,000.
Okay, Sean's opened it up with ace-9 of hearts.
Donaldson, when we have seen him act, he's done very well so far. And Liffey's not having any of that. He's not really getting the cards at the moment, but we'll probably see more from Rory when he does. Jamie Drummond.
And he calls. We see a flop.
Probably one of the least known Irish people at the table, the least known. And he's got the Queen Jack. We're going to have a look at this. And Donaldson hits his 9, but a low flop. He's got the top pair though, so he's going to like that. And Drummond has nothing, John.
No, but it looks like he's going to bet, and about 25,000.
Well, he's hoping Donaldson has nothing, but we know he's got the top pair, so he's probably going to come in over the top. And he's called all in, and it should be a quick fold here from Drummond, unless he wants to go home. And there it is. Very strong hand, and it has to be said, Sean Donaldson playing a good game so far. Roy Liffey is the Dublin hotshot. Everyone knows his name if you play poker, and he's picked pocket 5s. With these low pairs, do you want to call them and get into the flop as cheaply as possible?
Depends on your frame of mind. I mean, some people play them aggressively and some people play them weakly. Okay, so Drummond's got a 6-3. He folds. Around to Alan.
Makes it 16,000 to play.
Okay, 16 with a pair of 6s. That's that's strong play.
Just sums up exactly what you say. Liffey won it in cheaply. Vincent raised it. Just one higher with the pocket 6s.
Another 16,000 in the pot.
And the bad girl with the Queen 8 suited, she likes it. And she'll know exactly where she is after this flop.
Okay, it's back round to Rory, who's thinking.
It's not that big a raise. He's probably going to want to see it.
He's thinking about, he's wondering whether to re-raise or not.
And he calls as well.
Okay, so he's cool.
3 players.
Good thing he didn't re-raise. Let's have a look at the flop then. Pocket 5s for Lippy. Lippy? He maybe is a bit Lippy. For Liffey, we get Vincent with the pocket 6s. Fam suited. Queen obviously would be nice, but we'll have to have a look and see. And the club's going to come out for, well, it isn't really, just the 1. And Liffey and Vincent don't hit their trips yet. They're 3 of a kind. Should put them in pole position. So checks all round. We're going to get to see the turn card now. Again, a 4.
3-9, check 4.
No one in a strong position in the diamonds.
Rory checks and Ellen.
And again, all check round. So we're going to get that river cut. And it's the 5. Okay, so Liffey, he stayed in, and it's paid off because Farms came over the top and made a bet. 20,000 chips. And Rory will look at that, and unless she was sitting, he might be thinking that she got 2 diamonds there, that she slow play, hitting the flush, but he's going to fancy himself for this. Trip 5's in the river. It pays to stay, John.
Yeah, I mean, he's also worried about 6-7. There's a possibility of 6-7 there, but I don't.
The fact that people have been checking, right, unless it's slow playing, he might think there's some low cards out there, and he'd be right.
It's a tricky position he's in.
Rory puts in a raise.
Okay, that's good. That's good play.
60,000.
6 is no good, of course, for Vincent. And Farm's going to have to say goodbye to some chips if she wants to see this, but we know, and you know, she can't call it. And Liffey's back in the game. Another hand for the strawberry blonde-haired man from Dublin. At least that's what he tells me. That puts him in a lovely position. He'll fancy this. He's in his own backyard, and he's piling up the chips.
No, he's starting to look very strong now, Rory.
So here we go, 6 players. A lot of money to play for. So on top of having to think about all the conundrums of poker, we've also got to think about the fact that a lot of money's to be played for, and Farms went on the ace-4. In that position, a good bet, a foolish bet, a bit strong considering the way she has been playing.
Well, she's getting short stacked relatively, and she's going to play this, her ace, a small ace, strongly.
We'll see does it pay off, but we got a call.
No, he said all in actually. Oh, yeah, he's cool.
He's got to like this with the ace-king. He's heavy favourite. The bad girl might have made a bad bet. She needs to hit the 4. And that's not going to do her any good, even though the ace is out at the moment. The king high still winning it. And Donaldson will be gutted if he doesn't win this hand. He's such a strong favourite, and he's got the 2 pair now. That means Farm is drawn bad, and the bad girl is not bad anymore. John, it's a case of wham, fam, thank you, ma'am, and sayonara. So there you go, 5 players left, and that's a lovely hand for Donaldson. He liked that a lot. It's anyone's game. Rory Liffey, Jamie Drummond, Alan Vincent, Sean Donaldson, Ram Vaswani. One of them is going to Monte Carlo, courtesy of PokerStars.tv for the final of the European Poker Tour. This is leg 3. We're in Dublin at the Merrion Casino.
Raises to 15,000.
And Vincent likes his pocket ladies. Donaldson, when he does go in the hand, usually, John, he's got something. And in this case, he's got one of Vincent's queens.
He's in very bad shape.
Of course, an ace and a flop will change all that, and he raises all in. And Donaldson's has got to put him on a high pair, and it's called. It's a very strange bet. He's been caught, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, he didn't even think about it, which is unusual.
So he needs the ace to come on the flop, and he doesn't get it first time around. There, of course, is the hint of the diamonds. We've seen stranger things happening, but nothing yet. And the turn card is a 10, so no flush even on now. Not much chance of Donaldson lifting this, and he doesn't. It just takes one bad call to lose a heck of a lot of chips, but he's still in this game, of course.
Yeah, it's not a calling hand. Well, okay, he re-raised with ace queen, which is a strong move. But once somebody comes back over the top of you, you've got to lay it down.
So we love this bet. We're watching it just like you at home, anxious to see what the players have got in their hand and what's going to happen. And 7-3 unsuited is dreadful, and that's why Rory Liffey has folded that. But he's still, as I said many times, I do fancy him around this table. Maybe not the most experienced player, but he's on home turf, and we've seen a raise in the ace there, John. Vincent again, he's been playing very aggressively.
Yeah, it's a correct raise on the button. He's got an ace-8.
He sees just 2 players in front of him. but one of them is Ram Vaswani.
Yeah, okay, Ram's got a suited king. He's going to...
50,000, small blind folds, and Ram
Okay.
big blind calls for 15,000. We'll see a flop.
Okay, so
Two players.
let's see what the flop...
Flop is 4-9 king.
So the king comes out, Vaswani goes, he was right to call it, of course. He's probably calling it more for the suits than anything there, but he hits his king.
All in from Ellen.
And Vincent makes a serious bet here. He goes all in. He has absolutely nothing at the moment against Vaswani. Massive favourite for this hand. The 8's no good to him anymore. He's going to have to hit the ace. Has Ram got a read on him, John? That's the question. He's called it. He's called it. Vincent with his pants down. Alan Vincent makes what can only be seen in my eyes as a bluff.
Ram shows king 5.
It's what it's all about here, John.
No, it's a great bet by Alan, but Ram hit his top pair and had to call.
He needs the ace on the river. It'd be exciting if he did hit it. And he doesn't hit it at all. What a great call by the Hendon mob man. Ram Vaswani reads it perfectly. And that's a massive hit for Alan Vincent. He can do with a bit of luck right now.
Yeah, he's a great bloke, Alan. Actually. Very, very, very popular.
He's been nice to have around today, to be sure, to be sure. And Donaldson makes an all-in call. What's he got? Well, he's got a queen 9. Has he lost his mind? He's played really well so far. And Ram likes it because he's got the ace queen. The only card that's looking good for Donaldson right now is a 9. That's what he's going to have to hit, John. Cause
he's made a very strong move there. He's unfortunate to run into ace queen.
And he doesn't hit it so far. Vaswani liking the shape of this, and he's building up some serious chips. And Sean Donaldson could be saying goodbye to that chance of the money he was talking about earlier. In fact, if he doesn't hit the 9 in the river, he'll be making the short journey home. And Ram will fancy his chances, and he will do now. He's got the chips. Sean Donaldson hasn't. He got caught with the ace-queen.
That's more ammo for Ram, very experienced player at the table.
His prize money, 9,800 euros.
It is getting hot in here. 4 players left. Liffey, Vaswani, Vincent and Drummond. So any one of these 4 players from the position they're in and the chips that they have can still win this, and you wouldn't begrudge any of them. And saying that and going for the Irish players.
In first position, Ellen raises to 18,000.
So Alan Vincent likes his King 7 suited in first position, and he makes that raise.
Yeah, strong raise with King 7 suited.
And we get pockets out then. Jamie Drummond currently propping up out of the 4, but still nearly 150,000 chips. So you want to have a look at this. So we started with 4 Irish players and 4 English players. 2 left of each now.
And a call by Jamie.
And he's called.
What is 41,000?
So 2 players. We'll have a look at the flop. He'd need the 3, and he's got the 3. That's a fantastic flop. The only way that could have been better is if Vincent had hit his king. He would have got some serious action.
He bets 20,000.
And just 20,000. He wants to pull Vincent in here and take some serious chips off him, John.
Well, to me, that's a slightly inexperienced player. I'd have actually checked that.
And Alan Vincent's stack takes another dent, John.
Yeah, he's you know, he won't. He had an unplayable hand there once Jamie raised.
Could have been a lot worse, of course, if he had checked that pair. But we move on to another hand.
50,000.
Vincent then, he raises with his Queen 8 suited, and he's not going to like what he's seeing in Ram's hand. He's went all in. And Vincent's called it. Would you call that, John?
Well, you know, he's short stacked. He's got to take a gamble. He's kind of had enough. Whenever he makes a move, he walks into a bigger hand.
And he has a chance.
He's a bit dejected, I think.
Well, he'd have a chance if it wasn't for the ace coming out for Vaswani. And he's got the 8. All it's going to say here is an 8 or a queen. That's what he's looking for. Forget the flush. The 4's no good. We could be down to 3 players here. Alan Vincent stands up, and he can now walk.
Team Ireland!
Team Ireland and Team England, the very best of luck. Can we shake hands? Let's get it on!
And along! Oh, I need to straight away! Over the jump! It's going to be so close! Scumbaggery! Cheating! Horse looks good. Gotta go reverse all the way! I believe
What was that? Welcome back to Dublin and the Irish Open 2024 as day 2 of the main event continues here at the RDS, presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. We are in the money. That's right, we have played through the bubble. We have played through the post-bubble bust-out bonanza. We return with 4 more levels to play today and a new feature table on the main stage. James Hartigan delighted to be joined for this level by Tom Murphy. Welcome, Tom.
Hello, hello. How are we doing?
Good to have you with us. And this is the lineup. These are the players we'll be watching at the featured table. We have got Scott Margerison, aka Agro Santos. We have got Juha Helppi, a WPT champion from the very, very first season of the World Poker Tour. We've got Andrew Hume and a few other British and Irish players with the 5K, 10K blind level about to kick off. Things getting serious now with fewer than 300 players remaining, 294 as we return from break. See Dara Okani at the bottom corner of the screen there.
I have to say, I don't know if you've been outside, but the buzz in the room, this is the place to be for, I want to say Irish poker, but maybe even, you know, poker all over Europe. A
yes.
Huge prize pool, the biggest Irish Open ever. 400K for the winner.
And it's something we've touched on a few times, that this is very much an event at the heart of the Irish poker community, but it has also grown in importance as an international event in recent years, with close to 80 different countries represented. And the fact that you've got people coming, like a really hardcore Canadian contingent who come every year, lots of Americans coming every year.
Very true, yeah.
And now you're seeing more Spanish, Italian, French players as well, also understanding that this is a 1K tournament that you want to play.
Yeah, definitely. I think the huge appeal is, you know, such insane value, such a huge prize pool. The crack in the room, it's such a unique event.
8-4, 9-4.
So action is underway again. Most important question, Tom, is for anyone who doesn't know you, what is your life story? If you could give the kind of one paragraph biography of Tom Murphy, what would be the key details? What are the headlines?
One paragraph, okay. So it was a cold winter's day. No, I won't go into that much detail. But yeah, no, basically 23 years of age. I picked up poker about 2.5, 3 years ago. Was huge at the sports for about 7 or 8 years. Still am. And yeah, I've been playing poker full time, I guess, for maybe about 6, 7 months now, and been having a lot of fun doing it. So
nice. What a flop here for David Hudson. Trip Queens, but Juha Helppi has sweet FA, and it's going to be hard for him to get any value.
Yeah, I can't see much more action going on here.
Hudson bets, and Helppi folds.
Enough to get it done. I do like the decision to continue c-betting there. You know, you do have such a strong hand, trips, and you're thinking, oh, I'm not going to get a lot of action, but you can be quite face upright when you're not checking, and then you suddenly want to lamp in a lot of money on future streets, and you're going, hold on.
Yeah.
What's happened here?
So these are the payouts for the top finishers. We established earlier on that if you are one of those players who's fired 8 bullets in this tournament, you do need to finish in the top 40. Once you make it to the final table, you're looking at pretty solid money, 6-figure scores for the top 5, more than 400 grand for this year's champion. Those sums will be paid out on Monday. And a few more days to play, plenty more levels to play before we get to that stage of the tournament.
You put that in such a depressing light, James. 40th for your buy-ins back? That sounds so tough.
Well, look, I can't imagine there are that many people who've paid the full 8K, who fired 2 bullets in every single flight.
Yeah, I wouldn't say the number's high, but yeah, there's people. There is people. Queen 10 suited in the small blind here for Helppi.
Yeah, by the way, if you go back to 2002, 2003, when Juha won his WPT title, I want to say it was in Aruba. If you look at the photographs of him back then, he looks exactly the same. It's been more than 20 years. Yeah.
Yeah, I had no idea. I played with him in, I think it was the day 1A of the main, and then checked his Hendon, and he has a ridiculous Hendon mob.
Yeah.
Certainly an old school crusher. Pocket 10s here for Truick. Definitely some action to ensue.
Very, very hard to remain relevant. Very hard to remain
very tough,
affluent over the course of 20 years in this game, and he has done that. And yes, this is Alan Truick who decides to shove with the 10s, all in for 191K.
What big blind are we at here?
So this is the 5K, 10K blind level. So this is perfect. You don't need to get your calculator out. Very easy to work out how many big blinds everyone has.
Easy fold here for Hobie.
So the biggest stack at this table is just shy of 900,000. Dan Sampson has 880,000. We have identified 5 players in the tournament who have more than $1 million in chips, including Ankit Ahuja, who was on our feature table earlier. Ankit playing 1.1 million.
That is a lot of chips for this stage of the tournament, and what a feeling to have as well when you just have those absolute stacks, those mountains of yellow, those mountains of green.
Yeah.
Gives you butterflies, gives you FOMO. I want to be there.
How far did you get?
I bust just before the money, very sadly. Thanks for bringing it up.
Had to ask. Had to ask. Well, here's the key kind of softener then. How many entries?
I don't too. And I qualified quite a few times.
Fine.
Well,
so bear in mind, and granted, he is the reigning champion, but David Doxey was with us earlier on, and David is in this for 7 bullets.
He didn't have the best week. David's a great guy as well. Very nice. That was unfortunate for him.
So pocket tens again, this time for Damien Gallagher, who opens to 20,000. Truitt folding the ace-8. An ace-queen here for Andrew Hume in the big blind.
I think we know where this is going.
Are going to be off to the races.
Like you said, James, a very easy blind level to figure out how many big blinds you have here. 12.5 bigs. Give me the triangle dealer.
I got a slap on the wrist this week for saying that exact thing.
The triangle?
So can you give me the triangle, please? And it's like, please verbally state your action properly. That's non-binding.
Don't you dare say that ever again. Yeah, snaps it off.
So
I was thinking one of these preparing coming onto the stream, right? And Joe's not here right now, so I'll have to do this, okay? But like King Crisps and Tato, one of these things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Okay, I get the reference. And I like the fact that it's Irish themed, so
yeah, exactly.
all good, all good.
And here we go.
Well, Hume is the slight statistical underdog and the at-risk player. However, he has paired his queen on the flop. He takes the lead and now has to fade a 10 on the turn and river.
No backdoor flushes for Hume. Oh, sorry. Hume's ahead.
And no 10s folded pre, so Gallagher does have 2 outs, and that means there's still 2 cards that Andrew Hume has to fade to get that double up and survive.
One-time dealer.
Andrew Hume will now have close to 300K, close to 30 big blinds, and it is Damien Gallagher who finds himself short with fewer than 9.
Yeah, really unfortunate. Nothing else that could happen there, and just leave it to the dealer to decide your fate.
135.
Do we have we chosen an unsung hero for this table, James? Are we rooting for the Irish people here, or
always?
That's the correct answer. You passed the test.
Obviously, there's a few players not familiar with, a few players I've never seen before. And as much as I like to see the established pros, the crushers, people like Scott, who's in the 1 seat, and Juha, who we were discussing earlier on, love it when someone who we know nothing about, someone who is a relative newcomer, someone who is a casual fan who's just here for the Easter weekend can go deep.
Yeah,
and
you love to see breakout stories.
Absolutely.
What dreams are made of.
It has been the narrative that's informed poker for more than 2 decades now. It is that David versus Goliath mentality, the Chris Moneymaker against the pros in the 2003 World Series, and how often that's been repeated. The online qualifiers, the amateurs coming up against established names and sometimes getting the better of them.
Of course, yeah, everyone loves that story. We were only talking just before we hopped in the booth about how the Irish Open has smashed records this year.
Yeah.
And, you know, another Chris Moneymaker story could help smash that again next year, you know. So rooting for the underdog. Always want to see the underdog do well.
It's interesting, though, that in recent years, how it's been accomplished players who cut through. We talked about David Doxey already, the year before Steve O'Dwyer. And the fact that so many pros who maybe wouldn't necessarily play 1K buy-in tournaments, maybe they'd normally be kind of like playing the higher buy-ins. This is a 1K that has so much heritage, legacy, and meaning, and obviously significant prize money as well. It's a tournament that attracts everyone.
Yeah. We have two mystery hands going to war here. Open from under the gun from Jarrison and Hume with the call in the small blind. 4 deuce, not much to do there.
Well, Gallagher has folded, so it is heads up between Hume and Margerison, and it's all
folded
spades.
the 4 deuce. Can you believe that? Should have thrown one in.
And then you see that one of these two guys has got 2 spades. So then you're thinking, I'm a genius.
Exactly. A roller coaster of emotion. I don't mind sweating one hand, you know, if we have a mystery hand, but now we're going to war blind here. But it's interesting to see how this will pan out. It'd be great to see if we can see the hands go to showdown.
Well, now it only takes 1 spade.
Now it's a great fold. Phenomenal fold. Check from Hume.
Hey, this does remind me of old school live stream coverage when we were live, no delay, and it was all cards down until you got to the final table.
I'd say not a lot of people tuned in for that, did they?
The viewership was lower, but there was a hardcore. I'm sure some of them are still watching today. I'm sure we've got people on Twitch and YouTube who remember those streams. I want to say it's like pre-2018, when all of the prelim days were cards down.
Interesting spot from Jarrison. Maybe, you know, if he has a single spade hand, maybe he wants to go for some value, like a 10 of spades, 8 spades. Hume does elect to check his option.
Okay, we get a bet. Scott Margerison. Referenced earlier on that Scott plays online as Agro Santos, and it was a couple of years ago that he had a deep run in Barcelona, that huge main event, that huge EPT, incredible final table. Scott just falling short of making the final day.
This seems like a man who's rivered a jack or has an ace and really wants to pay this off. See him trying to put the pieces together in his head. If there's ever anyone going to be bluffing, Jarrison is the person to do it. Gets the fold.
We'll never know. I'm going to say he had a spade. I'm going to say it was a flush.
So when's the last time you made day 2 of a big poker tournament, James? Do you play much tournament poker or poker in general?
I don't play a lot. This guy's playing a lot, though. Adam McCullough, one of the hosts of the club podcast, along with Lawrence Berry and Rory Jennings. So Adam's starting to take poker very seriously and has cashed the Irish Open main event. I've been a few day 2s in some like small events at the Hippodrome. I mean, the only EPT I ever played, which was Deauville back in season 1, I made day 2 of that.
Oh, nice. Is that in the money or?
No, it was not.
Oh my God, you're like me then.
It only paid the top 27.
Oh wow.
Small fields back in 2005.
Pocket ducks. Oh, I was going to ask you as well. You're a watch guy, right? Can you see
Yes.
what watch that man is rocking?
I think it might be a Hublot. I think it's called the Fusion. Not my favorite watch brand, so.
Expecting to raise it up with the ace-jack off from +2.
Help like a tight, wouldn't it?
Jack 10 suited here on the button. A lot of options there. You could probably call 3-bet. It's a hand that if you do 3-bet, you know, it sucks facing a 4-bet, right? So. Very pretty hand here from our Jerison. Not one that's you love seeing a flop multi-way with. Like to just run the equity now, maybe get it all in. Just going over all his options here.
Scott deciding to call. That means 3-way to the flop. King Jack 5, Andrew Hume with top pair, as does Dan Sampson. Pair of jacks with a better kicker.
Yeah, Hume's hand with some backdoor possibilities. He obviously is considerably shorter than Sampson. Hume is the effective stack. I do think he'll stick around.
How do you not?
It gets quite tricky at these stack depths though, right? Because, you know, if your opponent's barreling 3 streets into you, clinging on there with second pair, are they capable of barreling? You know, you only have 22 bigs behind. Becomes quite dicey. Definitely going to continue. Sampson feels his hand is good enough to go for a second second barrel.
45,000.
And this is what I mean, right? Like, you should really call, right, in case your opponent has bluffs. This is actually just a case where this specific hand does have him beat, and pretty tough situation. It's kind of sick being on the feature table too, where you're in this hand and you're going, oh, you know, if I fold here, I get to see that he bluffed me. But when you're out there on a regular table, you're thinking, oh, I can't live with myself if I fold this.
Hume calls.
Keep mine separate. I will come back.
7% equity, needs to see a 10 on the river.
There's a big.
There's a 7.
In my hometown. My team just scored.
Samson. Bet flop, bet turn.
I would have been there if I was.
This is fire river.
Yeah, he has no reason to, I guess, turn his hand into a bluff. But if he's thinking his opponent has a jack or worse, and he's trying to value bet his hand, but I could imagine in most cases this goes check-check, right? 22 big blind pot would be a huge help to Hume, but think maybe thinking this long as well, that if he does check, you know, sometimes people play into making it look like you have a top pair that wants the value bet and you don't want to face a bet, but we'll see what he does here.
Sorry, NoTow123. Viewers cannot call clock on players. Yeah. Ace Jack good.
Nice hand by Samson, finding the value on the turn, and he's up to over 1 million chips. Another one, right? We had 5 before the start. Or was you also mentioned in that?
Yeah, that means Samson is going to be close to, if not over, the 1 million mark after that hand. Confirm it in just a sec. Yeah.
What a pretty hand.
1,010,000 for Dan Samson. Table chip leader among the tournament chip leaders, and opening here with King Jack.
It's such a great number to hear as well, right? You started with 30K for a starting stack, and now you're sitting on 1 million.
Yeah.
Feeling like a boss. 33 starting stacks. They should allow that as a bet amount, right? You're going to bet 30K or something, and just go 1 starting stack, please.
Well, Samson's raise has been called by Hugh Smith. Defending his big blind with 8-7 of clubs. And the flop is King 7 deuce. It's top pair versus second pair. Smith with the backdoor club draw.
Yeah, Smith very, very short here. Samson going for a deceptive check back. You know, typically when you are this short and you do hit your hand, you typically are going to end up all in. But maybe he just check calls.
10,000. The bet from Samson.
Smith probably thinking Samson should probably stab a lot or bet 1 big blind a lot on this flop. The king favoring him a lot. Deuce of spades, no help to either player.
Samson not checking back top pair. Bets enough on the river to put Smith all in.
Yeah, you're feeling pretty sick here as Smith. What is my opponent repping, you know, after checking the flop? I'm now betting 1 big, and I guess 8 bigs effective on the river. Are they doing this with air? Are they doing this with a hand better than a 7? Smith clearly not feeling too good about the situation.
Yeah. If he makes this call, he is out.
It's all over, baby. Quite impressive to get away from it, because, you know, it seems like an easy decision to some people. You have second pair here, but it's a bit of a strange line. I think maybe the c-bet helps disguise it a bit more, but I can't blame him if he wants to call this off.
Oh, he does not want to fold this hand.
Yeah, you can see it. He's kind of playing with the chips, getting the one chip ready. Oh, he gets away from it. That hurts. That really hurts. You will see when he looks back at this, he was correct.
So Hugh Smith sat there with fewer than 8 big blinds, but still alive, as are 254 other players. As we cut through this field on day 2 of this record-breaking Irish Open main event. 3,233 total entries, 479 got paid. And yes, 253, just saw it tick down. 253 now remain.
So we were talking about bullets, James.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is for you to disclose, but how many bullets did Griff do to try to defend his
I think
previous
only
title?
1.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he arrived.
He seems like a multiple bullet man to me.
I think he'd be
well,
prepared
he bagged,
to.
right?
I think he'd be prepared to, but he arrived on Thursday, landed at like 12:30 in the afternoon, so arrived at the venue mid-afternoon, late regged flight 1B, and made it through with 13.5 big
And
blinds.
that's all he needed.
Yep.
13.5 big. That's not too bad. Big blind 4K.
Dare I even look?
Painful for Smith, ready to throw anything in there, but a 9-4 off, not a very pretty hand.
No.
Smith is creeping around that chip stack that's just ready to go at almost any face card, you know, you just want to double up.
So yeah, we lost Spraggy and Tonka pretty early on today, and that means Spraggy's going to be available this evening to captain Team England in the shenanigans that'll be going on in the crack den. But Ireland might be missing their captain, Finton, still going strong here on day 2.
Yeah, Finton still in the mix, rocking the green suit, looking very dashing. I believe he was on the feature table.
He was our first feature table today, and was a bit of an up and down level. Lost a big flip against Ankit Ahuja, but then managed to get most of the chips back off other players over the course of the level.
Gallagher all in here for 6 big blinds. Looks like he will take it down.
I mean, Samson's got a lot of chips.
I thought previous person was the big blind. Yeah, throws it away. You kind of want to double up, especially, you know, like an ace in your hand is the best card in the deck. But taking down the blinds, a huge addition to your stack there.
So yeah, we have 2 super short stacks of the feature table, Smith and Gallagher, 1 monster stack in Dan Sampson. The second biggest stack, by the way, after Dan Sampson's 105 big blinds, is Scott Margerison, who's got fewer than 30. So
incredible.
This is table Samson, make no mistake about it.
It's Samson's world, we're all just living in it. That is a ginormous stack for this stage of the tournament.
Get your hair clippers out if you want to dethrone him. Under the gun raise from Alan Trueck.
Yeah, painful fold from Gallagher there with the ace-10. Go either way.
David Hudson with deuces. I mean, all these guys really too short to go set mining. Folds.
Yeah, I'd agree. Unless you're Samson. Samson with a nice hand that maybe you do want to peel the small blind with, but you also have to think he's not the effective stack, right? Trueck is the person here with 22 bigs.
Yeah.
Like, this is a situation where the SPR can become less than 1 very quickly, right? So you kind of need to be careful on peeling hands such as this.
Samson has called and looks like a big blind fold, so heads up to the flop. Jack 9-4 all diamonds. Trueck way ahead with a pair and the diamond draw. checks it back. King of Hearts on the turn.
Yeah, obviously we can see Truick is way out ahead here with just a third pair, but also, you know, he has to back up diamond, but you're thinking, does my opponent have a 9, a jack, a king? So I think he's happy to just take one to this to showdown. Truick's someone that I don't know personally, but I have played with a lot at some Irish poker events, and they seem very solid. Repping the Poker Barn sponsorship in his chest.
So where does poker take you around the world? How far have you traveled? What's the biggest event you've been to?
Not that far. I did go to my first ever EPT, but I played the Eureka events in Prague, and that was unbelievable. Wow, like the prize pools, the quality that was run, it was just incredible. And then like the Irish Open last year was my first ever Irish Open. I've traveled like around Ireland. I've gone to London a couple times.
Yep.
But yeah, it's just unbelievable. It's such a privilege to play, you know, to play poker, get to travel, do it full time, like a game that you love and enjoy, socialize with people, hear incredible stories.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a ton of fun. And I'm assuming, you know, obviously you're not a full-time player, James,
oh, God,
but you
no.
work in the poker community, and similar for you, right? You get to travel with poker.
Yeah, of course. And I it's one of those things which I feel very privileged to do, and sometimes have to, like, you know, punch myself in the face when I'm complaining about the fact that, oh, I have to go back to Barcelona this year for like the 17th consecutive year. But no, it's all good. You highlighted something there which I really like, and it's like with something like the EPT, the fact that because you have the regional, the local tour bolted onto the front, you can effectively go to EPT Prague, and as you say, there's the Eureka portion of the festival at the start, which has kind of lower buy-in events and I guess more casual fields as well.
Definitely. Yeah, exactly. I'm not at the stage in my career where, you know, I'm regularly traveling to play the EPT main event, but definitely trying to get myself out to more Eureka stops and maybe Barcelona later in the year. But they're just a ton of fun and such insane value. Hume opening the suited ace under the gun and going to find himself in a bit of trouble with Margerson flat and the ace-jack suited. And Truick completing in the big blind with another dominated hand.
Yeah, so a lot of domination going on here as we go three-way to the flop, which is King 10 tray. Nut flush draw for Andrew Hume. Open-ended straight draw for Truick, and then the gut shot for Margerson.
Yeah, a little piece for everybody, right? Hume going through the options in his head. I'd imagine probably c-bets a lot. Some people may like check jam here, try to win their equity.
I was waiting to see who's going to be the first sicko to ask for the Queen of Diamonds on the turn. Smithy Jed, you win the prize. By the way, there is no prize.
People love pain.
Oh, when it's someone else playing and it's someone else's money, they love it. They love the pain. They love the torture.
Exactly.
Anytime it happens to them, it's like, oh, it's rigged. Oh, Joker stars.
I was waiting how long until I was on until I heard that as well. Joker stars. Unbelievable. Settled hand.
Never see it live. Only ever happens online.
They usually say online is rigged, but if that happened here, live is rigged as well. Yeah, reasonable for Margerson to throw away the ace-jack here. One player to act behind. He is, like, against the king, he's not doing too well, one over, especially if it's hands such as ace-king, whatever. No flush draw.
Well, you heard him. All in.
Triangle me dealer. I'm very likely to see this called off, I reckon.
Well, I mean, you don't like to call it off on a draw, but it's just too strong.
Yeah, we can see Hume's actually ahead here. I think he assumes his opponent has a king.
I mean, that's the thing. You make the call here with a diamond draw, and you think, oh, wow, I don't actually need to hit. Ace high is good.
I just need to hold.
Exactly. I just got to fade.
Hume is the at-risk stack here.
But 70% favorite with 2 cards to come.
That's a lot of percent. I'd like myself in those odds. I wouldn't mind beating 70% there.
Suspense is killing me.
If you want, we can hold it a little bit longer, Andrew. No help for Truick.
If you're ever in the spot, do you hear Arlie Shaban in your head? Do you ever see the clip? Don't you dare!
Looks like you're going to do something bad.
Andrew Hume doubles up. And that's going to leave Truick pretty short. I mean, that's the problem. Outside of Dan Sampson, there aren't actually that many chips on the table. So when these guys double up through each other, it leaves the other one super short.
I was going to say, yes, we could see a few people move from this level or next couple levels.
Yeah.
I'm happy to get the double, cooking on an actual stack now, you know, not short stacking it. I'm assuming he's sitting around 40 bigs now, maybe 35, 40 bigs. How do you think this compares to other events in terms of quality, how it's run, you know, compared to maybe other stops in America or other, well, I guess this is somewhat of a poker stop as well, right? Poker Star stop as well.
It is and it isn't. It's an event that is sponsored by PokerStars and Paddy Power, and obviously PokerStars is helping out with the live stream. PokerStars is qualifying players, but it is run by JP and Paul. They hire the tournament staff, they hire the dealers. There are some rule changes, and the way they do things aren't exactly aligned with how things operate on the EPT. Again, I'm always going to be a company man. I'm always going to be loyal to our people. I think things are very well run here, but Toby Stone and the way that EPT's run and the staff and the dealers we have on the EPT, to me, are industry leading.
Yeah. Again, as I mentioned, was very impressed with the overall quality of everything in Stars and how issues were dealt with.
Scott Margerison, King-Queen suited.
It is a great marriage though, right? Like even Paddy Power, Stars, all of the three combined into one.
Yeah, I mean, I think the really nice thing to see, and we've referenced it a few times in the last 48 hours, is when you combine all of the people who qualified via Stars, via Paddy, and the other iPoker skins, you nearly hit the guarantee from online qualifiers alone.
Yes.
If you add the live qualifiers, I think you're there. I think you hit $1 million in the prize pool. So it's just, which is crazy.
It's insane. I think the figure was something about the ballpark of 800 people qualified online. Dara O'Carney, about 50% of those tickets.
And the other 50% his books to thank for it.
Yeah, definitely. Buy the book, which is, I do believe you do get in the package if you did satellite.
That was a really nice touch, I thought.
Yeah, very nice. Now, you don't need it because you've satellited. You know the rules, you know the strategy, okay? You finished with the book. You probably have the book at home. Jarrison raising it up with the Queen-9 suited. The only issue you can kind of get in these sort of situations is, you know, this is a very pretty hand, flops well. It's a bit disguised, I guess. But these short stacks from Truick, or I believe there's another player, Smith, who's short, kind of feels disgusting when they jam, right? You've invested 2 big blinds, they've jammed 7, now you feel kind of priced in. It's not very often you're ahead. But who am I to judge Margerison? He is a crusher, tournament crusher.
So with 242 players remaining, what are we talking right now in terms of prize money?
Locked up right now?
Yeah.
Probably about 3K, right?
Yeah, we're still going through large blocks, 2,680. So when we get to 223 players, that's when everyone will get 3K, 3,080 to be precise.
That's when people that have done 6 bullets get a 50% rebate. Okay.
Oh.
Since we're putting it the way you were putting it, James, in such an optimistic light. happy to get this in the middle. What do you call sixes? The hooks? No.
Sixes.
Sixes.
Samson deciding whether to call with Queen Jack in relatively early position.
Yeah, I think Samson thinking he's probably doing well versus Smith. 7 big blind shove range, but such early position, you don't really want to see action behind. And if someone rejams, it gets a bit tricky. So throw it in the bin. Hume, on the other hand, a bit later position, has some more chips.
You're like 300, Scott, yeah.
Yeah, just has the blinds to worry about.
Really thinking this one over.
So Hume decides to reshove. Gets rid of Gallagher in the small blind. It's Scott Margerison in the big blind who also passes. And here we go, another coin flip. King
Another
Jack
coin
against
flip.
sixes.
Like the north side of Dublin and the south side of Dublin. One of these things has a slight mathematical advantage.
You must have a preference. There's no way that that's not.
I can't say.
A 55-45 at least.
I do currently live on the south side of Dublin, so
Okay.
there's my answer. And always have. So.
It's like in London, south of the river or north of the river.
Yeah.
Everyone believes that they have the perceived, you know. Well, this is not looking good for Smith. Hume pairing his jack on the flop, and Smith looking for a 6 to survive.
Come on, dealer. How could you do this to me? 6 one time. I have to say, the one thing that is maddening about when you're on the feature table is you're like, just put, oh my God, there it is.
6 of
I said
spades. It's the sickest 6. And now,
Still a
even though he's a 4-1 favorite to double up, Hugh Smith does have to swerve a spade on the river.
This would be a roller coaster of emotion if it happens. Come on, dealer, keep it clean. And he holds.
Wow, so Smith doubles up and survives.
It's the one thing about the feature table, it's the added sweat. Each card, the 10 seconds, just put me out of my misery. Deal the flop, turn, and river all at once, please.
People demand drama.
People need a sweat. I would say Smith played that turn very well.
Yeah. Survival is a key aim of the game. So we're at 242 right now at the 5K, 10K blind level. About 15 minutes until the blinds go up. And it's David Hudson, who's open with King, Queen suited. I haven't seen much from Juha Helppi this level.
Yeah, I think just so far not being dealt into the action yet. That can happen. Ace Queen suited for Truick. An easy 8 big blind jam. Happy to get it in. And unless yeah, the blinds don't come along, so I'd imagine this is a pretty straightforward call. I would say.
So what's king in there? Hasn't the dream?
Oh, it's
tosses in the one chip.
Yeah, not a huge fan of making this call, but he knows it's what he has to do, and we'll see that he's dominated.
Yeah.
At least he's not the at-risk player here, but as things stand, Truick is likely to double up.
You're really hoping to be against, like, you know, even an ace-10, right? Or like
yeah.
king-jack, king-10 suited, or something along the lines, or a pair.
Okay.
There's a bit of a sweat. Truick does have to dodge outs.
2 crunchy cards on the flop, meaning Hudson has 12 outs.
Is that what you call clubs, crunchy cards?
Like popcorn. Deep-fried broccoli. And there is the club on the turn, meaning it's all over for Alan Truick. Domination rotation, and he is KO'd.
All you can do is get it in good.
I can't think of anything more important here.
All right. What does Truick cash for? Still 2-6?
Yeah. We're approaching that money jump, though.
Yeah, you won't see a lot of players at this stage of the tournament where, I wouldn't say insignificant, but the money jumps are so low that, you know, there's extreme stalling or tanking or making very tight folds to see a jump. A lot of these players definitely want to double up, accumulate a big stack, make it into day 3, make it into day 4.
Yep.
Play for that grand prize.
I can't say I'm a big fan of the bag system.
I don't get it.
Surely, like, maybe.
What's the bag system?
Yeah.
It's a half an hour delay anyway.
It's a canvas bag.
Why do people just being like this on camera? You know?
Yeah, but you could just have them on the side.
I think the players talking about the fact that their phones have been sequestered and put into a bag.
Oh, okay.
They don't like the fact that people are just sat here on the phone.
It was a very fancy plastic box now last year, you know.
Yeah, I know. That's just what they want.
You can literally just leave them on the side so it's at least easy to pick it up, and then, yeah.
By the way, players not being on their phones and being in the moment is a kind of bonus of having their phones taken away. The main reason for the phone removal is obviously to avoid any allegations of impropriety with the RFID scanners.
Game integrity, of course. But yeah, I think you're dead right as well. I think it's also benefits for the player, you know. I do try, if I'm playing a tournament, to be on my phone as little as possible. Sometimes I will post updates, but you do really want to be clued in, see what's going on, what actions are your opponents making, pick up on habits. So it just benefits, I think.
First time I take her on a plane.
And from an audience point of view, and I appreciate these guys aren't playing to entertain us, but
exactly.
The fact that they do converse, the fact they do talk to each other, that's less likely to happen if they're on their phones.
The stream is way less enjoyable if everyone's texting on their phone, right?
Yeah. So much stuff.
Puts in a very legitimate hand here.
She was fine. It was like the extra stuff that we have to bring because we've got.
Smith quickly folds.
He's 2.5. Yeah.
What do you think of this year's setup compared to? There's a bit of a difference, right? There's no rail last year.
Rail is a good addition, and this is a good addition. The chance we get to see Brandon win. Now, let me tell you about Brandon. He is VIP host for PokerStars on our live events. He's also the guy who has to nursemaid all the PokerStars ambassadors, and when they come to him with unreasonable requests like, Brandon, I need more patches. Brandon, I want some merchandise. Brandon, can you get my laundry done? He's the guy who makes it happen. So thrilled to see Brandon playing in the Irish Open main event, making the money, and hopefully cruising into day 3.
So what you're saying is Brandon is the real MVP?
Yes.
We can adopt Brandon into the Irish community if he decides to make a deep run.
By the way, I can confirm that I did, during this week, ask him for merch and ask him for patches, and another member of the commentary team did ask for help with his laundry.
You're a partner problem. You're a partner problem.
Oh, absolutely. But what can I say? He's the solution. He just does everything, so...
Hume with a very pretty hand, but...
Here's the problem. If you're competent, people will take advantage.
You're too good at your job, people will take advantage.
121.
Yeah, Hume with a pretty hand here, King-Jack suited. I think contemplating whether this is just too many big blinds to call off. Also have to consider the big blind ante, small blind. You know, if it's king queen, you're happy to get this in, I think. So maybe this is just the pip that Hume thinks he should be folding. Doesn't seem too happy about it. That doesn't look like a man that's willing to call off. Bit of a roller coaster for Hume as well, right? Comes in short, gets the double, loses the 7 big blind all in, but all these are such crucial pots. Even getting, you know, having to raise and fold there really does affect your stack when you're this shallow. Well, happy to see Smith chipping up.
Absolutely. 231 players. So I think we have hit that money jump now. I think we're looking at 3K payouts. Mini main flight F. I mean,
there is a lot of flights. There's tons.
Keep reminding ourselves there's a lot going on here outside of the main event.
Of course, which if you are here and you are bussed from the main event or you're not playing the main event, the mini main looks like it's insane value. Feel free to hop into that F flight. Smith with another very pretty hand to reshove. I think this is an easy decision for him.
Are you mostly a tournament player, Tom, or do you play cash as well?
I am mostly a tournament player.
Okay. I just wondered, I've heard like some interesting things about the cash games here, so I was just interested whether you've been at the cash tables at all while you've been here.
No, not a huge fan of cash. I have played cash. I just love tournaments. There's just so many. Sometimes I can feel cash can be almost a bit mundane, and there's so many factors that just change up the mix in tournaments and make it such an interesting experience every time. Smith taking down another one. He is chipping up to 23 big blinds, 231K, just after being on 60, 70K. Trending in the right direction. I'm assuming you play some cash, do you, James?
Not much. I mean, literally the only cash I'll play is when I'm in Vegas, and if I want to sit down like a 1-2, 1-3 game just to like have fun for a couple of hours.
Okay. So you would still play poker though, like obviously I'm not sure if you ever played it in a professional.
The most seriously I played ever actually was like, I mean, God, going back 20 years, like we're during the poker boom, and I actually did okay, like playing sit and goes back on sites like Ladbrokes back in the day.
Oh, okay.
And it was like never professionally in the sense that, you know, I could make a living, but I was making decent kind of like, you know, extra money out of it.
Yeah, and you were probably overall a consistent winner.
And then everyone else got good.
Yeah. Gallagher all in here. Looks like he's going to get it through the miserable 8-deuce suited. Just a bit too much. 6 big blinds. Happy to take those down. Get a free big and small blind. And we see our heads-up champion.
Yeah, our heads-up champion is going to be taking a seat on the main stage, and I've just been told.
Speaking of sit-and-go winners.
that his colleague on the Spanish language stream, Guillermo Sanz, Willow, is going to fire up a Spanish language stream because Alex is going to be on the feature table. So there is an impromptu Spanish version of this broadcast about to go live.
He's got to get the virtual rail going for his buddy.
I now feel really guilty. Like when Joe went deep in that 6-max, should I have like filmed it on my phone and gone live to Twitch?
I'd say so. Probably cards up coverage too. We see get inside the mind of Joe.
To be fair, Felix was doing it. Felix had it. He was all over it. Obviously, had Felix not already been streaming, I absolutely would have stayed till the end and streamed every second of it.
Yeah, good save, good save.
I know that Joe would 100% do that for me.
Looks like this could get all in here.
Just a reminder, also players, we are going to be paying 15% of the field. We are not playing to a time, nor are we playing to a level. We are going to be playing down to 8% of the field. 8% of the field, the bag of bag, and move on to game number 2.
Okay, so it's Gallagher at risk with the Snowmans.
Oh God, you're gonna make me think of another one of these, aren't you, James? Okay, like the Dublin Bus and Lewis, one of these things has a slight mathematical advantage.
The Dublin Bus and Lewis?
Have you never seen the Lewis? It's like a dart, I guess, that goes
Yes, yes. I didn't know what it was called.
An ace on the flop for Smith. With a backdoor flush draw.
And the clubs as well, so it's not looking good for Gallagher.
A bit deceiving, though. Gallagher still with the 2 outs. No change on the turn. 2 outs and 2 outs alone. We need a snowman on the river.
8 of spades or the 8 of diamonds. It's the 6 of diamonds, so that is a double up for Hugh Smith. And the elimination of Damien Gallagher.
I like to see that. I like to see when someone busts, you know, go up, shake their hand, leave respectably. You know, it does hurt. You did cash. It is a bit bittersweet, though. You want to go deeper, but very nice show of respect for Gallagher there.
And I think we coming to the end of the level. Probably squeeze in 1 or 2 more hands before the blinds go up to 6-12.
Yep.
Sorry, Alex.
You know, he doesn't work here.
No problem for me.
Be an amazing scam, you're right, if you was a guy who just stood by the feature table with a bag and said, oh, can you put your phone in here? Straight on eBay.
I think you might make a bit more money if you went, oh, we have to take watches as well.
Yeah. Well, strictly speaking, we are meant to take smartwatches.
Well,
I don't think you can get a text on a Hublot, so Dan Sampson's all right.
Hudson with the ace-10, raising it up. And a hand that has potential to 3-bet with Helpy, but decides not to in this case.
I think Juha's managed to get through this entire level without playing a single hand.
There's nothing worse. Margerson, I imagine, going to be juicing up the price of this pot.
Amoeba UK says that's a Hublot, not a smartwatch. I just said that exact same thing.
No, James. You said that's a Hublot, not a smartwatch. Not that's a Hublot, not a smartwatch.
Oh, okay.
2 different things.
Okay. Also, I do believe there is an E version of the Big Bang. You can pay, and I can't believe this is even a thing, around £4,500–5,000 for a Hublot smartwatch. That's right, for something that will be out of date in about 2 years at most.
Yeah, Margerson finding the non-all-in sizing here. And Hudson with a hand that just can't really withstand it. Ace-10 off. Just outside the hands we want to be active with. You know, Margerson can also be bluffing there sometimes. Some of those offsuit aces off such a shallow, effective stack depth, like A6 off, A7 off. Finding the 6 big blind raise. But this time, just has the goods. Typical. These good players getting good cards.
Genuine guy like yourself.
Should be unfair.
Exactly. Nothing but like king, queen suited under the guns, like bottom of the range with the odds left.
Do you play that? I don't play hands like that.
I may have like.
And this is the last hand of the level.
Good discipline from Helpy as well. Obviously, again, as we mentioned, an old school crusher, but you know, it can be tough when you haven't played a hand in so long and you're kind of going, oh, this A6 is looking kind of pretty here.
Yeah.
And does elect to throw it away.
I mean, I get the idea, Anchor042 on YouTube. A bit strong, but I get the idea. People who buy gold-covered iPhones, there is a special place in hell for them.
A special gold-plated place in hell.
Well, Jarrison, king 10 of diamonds in the small blind. And he is all in. And this is likely to get through with Smith folding Trey Deuce.
Times it perfectly.
And Hume folding the 9-7. So a quick reminder that we have got a special tournament running on Stars on Monday, which is the final table of the Irish Open main event, a special live stream tournament, which is going to cost $1.10 to play, and will have $2,000 in added value. 2K in Sunday Million Anniversary tickets added to the prize pool. It's kicking off at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, local time. You'll be able to register from tomorrow. If you search Irish Poker Open live stream in the Stars client, you'll be able to find it. If you can't find it, chances are it's not available in your part of the world.
I think it's 2 in the back wall there.
It's one person. We're on like the stone page on that.
Joseph Stapleton, welcome back.
2, 2, 3, yeah.
Hello, my babies.
$226 players remaining as the blinds go up to 6,000, 12,000 with a 12K big blind ante.
226, huh? That means that we are at the 2680 payout.
When does it go? So I thought it would have gone to 3K already.
She had 223. It goes to 3K.
Oh.
Just shy of that.
Real close. I mean, maybe it probably is already there, you know, with a field
Well, maybe
size,
now.
Field size this big. Sometimes they come
Oh,
in
yeah,
clumps.
because
There you go.
That's true.
They tend to do it in batches.
Yeah.
Stop jinxing it, Joe. Someone wants to make that page. Blinds up 6, 12, 12. Everyone getting a bit shallower. Samson still cruising on that million chips.
We've been waiting to see Juha Helppi play a hand, and here he goes. And got to figure this might be an all-in.
Miha Helppi.
Yeah, I think he's maybe going through his options here of min-raising or getting it in.
Or keep an eye on that clock. Keep an eye on that
true.
ticker.
That's true.
I don't know how much 400 euros extra means to Juha Helppi. But I know it's a big deal to some of us. Myself included. Juha, all in.
Protection chips are. Okay, not all.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's done
wait.
the classic leave the chip behind.
Not all in.
See if we can squeeze that money jump.
He got us all.
Well, you fooled me.
One of these days I'll learn.
One more player to get through.
It's going to get through.
You have faith? Oh, wow.
It's going to get through.
So I was only talking about, you know, making day 2 in the money of a tournament. The buzz, the feeling of having a huge stack in front of you. Tell us about those feelings, Joe, and your 4th place finish in the worldwide famous 356 max.
That is not even remotely close to what happened. One-day event.
Okay.
Had about 15 big blinds, like 20 from the money. Figured I needed a double up.
Okay, so
shoved.
not exactly heaps, but okay.
Nope, shoved, sucked out.
Yes, I like this.
Folded my way to 4th place.
Oh.
I mean, that was essentially the long and the short of it.
You're a man after my own heart.
I never had a stack. There was actually one point where I had about 40 big blinds. James was sweating me at that point where a guy flopped a nut flush and I flopped 2 pair and turned a boat and he just jammed into me. And after that hand, I had about 40 bigs. And then after that.
And you were thinking, maybe I can just fold my way to 1st place.
That is not the first, but I kept looking at the pay jumps and being like, well, what happened was I decided I was going to buy a round every time we laddered.
Okay.
And I was like, who wants a drink? And then people were like, hey, we just laddered again. And I was like, what? We just laddered again.
on.
What? And we kept. There's something about the karma of the poker guy trying to cost me money by the ladders coming fast and furious. And then next night I knew, I was like, wait, we're going to be in like a 4-figure score.
Yeah,
soon.
you do know when you make the final table, there's a pay jump almost every person, right?
Yeah, but the thing is at that
That's
point,
a lot of rounds.
these idiots were refusing drinks because they were like trying to win. They're playing good like a bunch of dorks.
20,000 euro up top. Who wants that? Give me that beer.
Right? And then I kept proposing a deal like every 4 or 5 minutes. And nobody wanted to do it. And then, of course, when I went out in fourth, the deal happened immediately. Snap deal.
Now that he's gone.
Blind on blind. Queen 6-4. Top pair versus bottom 2.
Yeah, the action went call check.
6-4 bet, 12,000.
Hudson has got to be loving this. Oh, just fold. Make the read of the century.
If that happened.
The read of the century. I don't like it.
I might start questioning game integrity if this man check folded a queen.
Turn card is a full house for Samson. Not a stellar card for Hudson.
Yeah, bringing in the flush. Maybe bringing in some worry for Hudson. Samson thinking about how he can extract the most value here.
Bet 22,000.
22 sounds nice.
Please make this work. Please, 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 please make this work. Please make this bit work. Please make this bit work. Hudson, I need you to call one more street, buddy, to make this bit work. Please, buddy. See why the TV's better? Because I'd already know whether or not this is going to work. Okay. Hudson calls. I need a very specific 5th street.
We're on the edge of our seat
Hudson.
here.
Hudson misses river. Damn it.
Wow.
I mean, didn't really miss it, but didn't really help either. Oh, I wanted to say Hudson River so bad. And Samson gets to bet this river for pure value.
Pure, unadulterated value. Hudson with the 3 pair, but there is still a lot that he's losing to, right? Better queens, 6s, flushes, houses in this case.
I mean, you can level yourself into thinking the guy with 1 million chips is bluffing you, but...
Yeah, you will see in theory, like especially if your opponent is capable of bluffing, right? Like top pair is very strong here. But he's probably thinking to himself, is Samson the type of guy to stab flop, bet turn, and now bet over pot on the river? What is he representing? Hudson has no spade in his hand either. Very possible that Samson can have a flush here. And you have to think as well, we can see the cards.
Yep.
Right? So we're definitely somewhat biased to seeing the cards, but yeah, great fold from Hudson.
Great fold indeed.
Yeah, I will come.
And that's going to be even more chips. For who I can only assume is the chip leader at this table.
169,000.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's Samson's having a field day. He is over the milli mark. Everyone else cruising around 20, 30 bigs. Samson with, I believe, over 100 big blinds.
Dan Samson. We haven't seen a lot of 100 big blind stacks since, you know, early in day one, whenever it started with 300.
Yeah, we're creeping with some stacks. I think there was an update earlier of 5 stacks over the milli mark. And Samson has now crossed that as well. We will see more players reach that as the day goes on. Beautiful scenes in the lovely RDS. What do you think of this venue compared to other venues?
I know my pause here makes it sound bad. It doesn't. It's just
think of something to say. Think of something to say.
No, it's weird. It's got its. Everything I'm going to say is going to make it sound bad, but it isn't. It's got its own unique charm to it.
Yeah, exactly.
That it is big, open air, a little drafty, but that's not bad.
Yeah.
I like that.
Especially when poker rooms, like so many people in them, they get really hot.
I
really
get
clammy.
super hot. Yeah, exactly. We've got Andrew Hulme. Opening ace-7 suited. Yeah, and the fact that the room is lined with food and drink options that where you get served
Mainly the latter, I'm guessing, right?
drink, yeah, but you get served really quickly, which
yeah,
I
you
love.
Do. You do.
You know, us Americans tend to find the service in European countries to be quite slow, but here they're like Johnny on the spot with everything. It's just very spacious. There's lots of drink tables, lots of massages, lots of servers. Like, it's all pretty lush, even though it's like a big stone drafty building.
Exactly. Which, when you say it that way, sounds a lot worse.
It sounds bad, but it's not. I don't know how to describe it, but we're usually in like these stuffy, carpeted, palatial sort of, I don't know, very European feeling things. And this feels like what it is, like a big old poker room.
Yeah. Yeah, Hudson with the ace-jack, thinking about his options here, and does decide to ship all in for 198K. And again, timing perfectly. Hume with a hand that can't call. Ran into a couple of these the last few orbits, and it just hurts so much. What are you doing raising me? I want to call. Give me a hand to call.
Do you get to many of the other EBT stops?
I was actually only saying to James, my first one that I've been to was Prague. Just gone. I played some of the Eureka events. I played like the 1K main and the 550 cup and the 2K high roller.
Yeah, so Prague's like in a big. It's a big conference room basically.
Exactly. I was actually going to say that I do like this one more than Prague, but you can also understand. I think there may be slightly bigger venues. I'm not sure.
I mean, look, you've got the Star des Etoiles at the next CPT stop in Monte Carlo, which is technically a big like music venue.
Yeah, that the roof comes off that, right?
It retracts, retractable roof. Beautiful poker room that it like overlooks the frickin' sea. And the weather is always gorgeous when we're there. So they all have like their own unique charms to them. And this one, I don't know. This one feels like you're in the. It feels like you're in the Irish countryside, which is it got its own.
It's almost like you're in a castle, right? Like the
yeah, right, exactly. A castle, or and again, this is going to sound terrible, but like a big fancy barn.
yeah. Well, I can just tell people listening to this are like, barn.
It doesn't sound good. I know.
Barn. Yeah, Samson, that big stack, raising on the button. And Romero, who's already had some success this week.
Oh, yeah, there is, finally.
Heads-up champion, looking for trophy number 2.
Little commentator.
In this record-breaking Irish Open.
King 8-7, up and down for Romero. King high for Samson, which is going to be a pretty C-betty board, I'm guessing.
Yeah, definitely. I wonder how Romero's going to elect to
80K.
Continue here. Will he go for the
60.
raise?
Sorry,
Will he
those
call?
are 25. So I bet 16K.
Romero probably thinking, as the chip lead at the table, maybe he can apply some more pressure. Maybe he's a bit wider, but just decides to call here.
Repeat king on the turn.
6-7 check.
Do we see the double barrel from the chip leader?
Second bar.
Second bar, that's right. River is a 5. Not the straight, but good enough for the win. Should we get to showdown?
Yeah, I was kind of curious what Romero would do if he misses. Does he just bet now that Samson's decided to check on this repeat king? But maybe Romero thinks his hand is good enough to just showdown.
Gonna lead out.
6-7.
It's one way to play it.
21,000.
Yeah, I think going for this kind of block sizing, right? Maybe get some value for like an ace high, or also just sort of setting the price for himself, right? He doesn't want to check, and then Samson decides to pot it.
Of course, Samson can still decide to pot it. Maybe this bet makes it a little less likely.
Yeah, it's kind of tough though as well. You know, based off Samson's body language, you ever see, like, it very much
too
looks
late
like
now.
Samson's
Yeah.
thinking of. I'm still yet to see someone go, oh, this is a really tough spot, but all in. So it does look super strong, but we'll see.
I'm going to make that my goal, I think, one of these days, if I can remember. When I play my second tournament this year in August.
Please catch it on video if you do. Oh, no, it's snapped off by the notes. Okay, I'll show myself out.
Right, exactly. Moneymaker used to slow roll me all the time. I used to play a little bit more often, and Moneymaker would just constantly slow roll me. And Romero gets paid.
The queen high call. Doesn't believe the story
Nice
that Romero
one.
was showing. Nice value with the 5 in the river.
Close. I put you on 9-10.
Well, you need the other end of it.
The other end.
So Moneymaker used to slow roll me all the time, and the hardest part of slow rolling someone is having it.
Yeah.
Like, you got to have the best hand.
You're like, I'm going to slow roll him one day, but I never had it
I
against
never had the
Moneymaker.
nuts. Like, it's never even close.
This sounds like such a bad beat story, Joe. I just never have a good hand against him. Oh, my God.
Look, I will put an end to the bad beat stories for a while, yes. I have nothing to complain about, given what happened a couple of days ago.
Yeah,
but I did very famously, during the pandemic, I was playing 2 nights a week. We were playing sit and goes, like 2 table sit and goes.
Okay.
And I went a year and a half without winning either one.
Oh, okay. That doesn't sound great.
That was a bad run for me.
That does sound bad, yeah.
I used to get up from the game and then go out and take a big metal rod and beat my swimming pool with it. Because I just needed to get the rage out somehow.
How do you beat a swimming pool?
Like, I would splash it into the water like as hard as I could, like just beat the surface of the water with it.
Oh, my God.
Until one time I got a little too close to the edge and then I smashed my knuckles.
Yeah.
So even that I got bad beat.
A bad beat and giving out the beat.
Yeah,
to the
and I
swimming
was
pool,
like,
yeah.
what's like a non-harmful way I can expel this? I'm not going to break something. I'm not going to like yell at anybody. But nope, still almost broke my hand doing it.
Someone got hurt in the process.
Yeah.
No action.
And then you know what I did? And I took a break for a while because that's what you should do when you feel that bad.
You should take a
when
break. If you feel like you're getting a bit tilted.
Yeah.
Yeah, Romero with the shove, only less than 17 bigs effective now that the blinds have gone up. I can't do maths here, Joe. How many bigs? 12K big blinds.
12 times 12 is 144. So then like 3 of those. So like 30?
30? More like 13, no?
Oh, sorry, the effective stack,
Sorry,
not his
yes,
stack. Sorry.
Yes. I should have said that.
I actually just learned what effective means like 3 months ago.
You have been doing this game for a long time.
Yeah, I just kind of was one of those. You ever have like a word that you just ignore when you hear it in the sentences?
Like idiot. Someone calls you an idiot. What is that?
I would ignore that too. Yeah, to be fair.
But that is actually quite surprising, though. That seems like a very key term when you're.
Well, I got James most of the time, and he's the one saying it. I'm like, well, as long as he knows what it means. I didn't know this guy was going to be quizzing me on math, guys. So maybe.
Got to keep him sharp.
Just fold it around to Andrew.
We have a new player at the table. I didn't even realize.
So like 14 big blinds. We do have a new player at the table. That player is Jarlath Kilgallen, which sounds a lot like someone who would be like Daenerys Targaryen's bodyguard.
Yes. That is a
Jarlath
very
Kilgallen.
badass name.
Yeah. Defender of the North.
Can't say I've played with this player before.
Shulman's going to get away with seeing a cheap flop here with the 10 tray and flops a tray.
Yeah, Hume taking the lead here, and he is going to stab, pairing his tree on the flop.
Shulman's plan works out perfectly here.
Not the best for Kilgallen. I've never played with him, but of course he's Irish. We're going to be rooting for, aren't we, Joe? We're going to be rooting for him, I said.
I'm rooting for everybody.
Okay. Well, only the Irish people.
I wish. I mean, in my book, they're all winners.
We're all winners at life. Whenever someone says that to me and I'm playing, they go, "You're winning." I say, we're all winners at life, I hope.
Yeah, we are. I mean, we are. We're all here, right?
We're all here. We're doing something right.
And that something was being born very lucky.
Well, you didn't cash the sit and go for it.
That's okay. Well, that's one thing I will admit. I am life lucky like you wouldn't believe. Stuff I can't even tell you about on the air. Talk to me later. I'm talking twins, that kind of lucky. Like, you know.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Fold to round 2. Samson. Doctor says I need a backiotomy. Samson. Romero now with King 9. On the other hand, a lot of people like to raise when it's folded to them. Not me. No, thank you.
My hand has a face card in it. I want to play it.
Too far apart. 24,000. The minimum raise. Kilgallen.
Yeah, not the hand you want to see for just about 11 big blinds.
But pocket nines is a hand you are very happy to see. And this is why you don't raise King 9. I play results. It's the only way to do it. It's the only thing we keep track of.
I can only see this going one way.
And that's Bam Margerison.
Bam Margerison. Romero not going to be able to do much here. Throws it away. We have seen Margerison get kind of active with non-all-in 3-bet, a couple jams. And, you know, it can feel tough, especially a player of his caliber getting active. But, you know what I say, Joe? He's just had the nuts every time. What a knit. I can't believe it.
Agro Santos knitting it up, huh?
Pocket nines. This man shouldn't be allowed. He should be dealt one card.
That would level the playing field. Now, I noticed you say tree the same way one of our faves does.
Tree?
Finton hand, like a tree bet.
Oh, tree bet, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it just reminded me because, unfortunately, our tree betting friend, Finton hand, he's out of here. He fought valiantly. He was a little wobbly earlier today. Lost a big flip early in the day. Battled back. Lasted way longer than I think most would have given him credit for. After that, finished in around 209th place.
Yeah, great run. Fenton.
Good
Great
run,
finishing the
Fenton.
money. I'll be all in here for, I can't do maths, 12, 13 big blinds? 13 big blinds.
I know this is a big hand shaping up, but somebody's got to get banned. So I'll give the poker the credit it deserves right now.
Okay. Yeah, Kilgallen here with the snowman. Nestling a similar stack. Maybe feels he's only ever flipping and doesn't want to get it in as a flip, but does throw it away. Pip on the tight side.
All right, King has no clothes, cool. The moderator is unfair and just keeps banning people for no reason, and very irritating commentator. Did anyone watch Triton? How cool was it? Triton was simply superb in all regards, and a people meant business. Here they are playing seriously, though. Point is, improve the standards, and banning people because you did not like what they say is ridiculous. That, too, on poker. You can't be that sensitive, man. Freedom of speech.
What do you say to that, Joe?
My freedom of speech is very brief.
Okay.
It's just 2 words. You banned. You know what? Hold on. Here's 3 more. No, wait. 4 more. Enjoy the Triton streams.
Yeah, that was 4.
6 total words.
I just like to know, I just have to witness Joe count on his fingers to see how many words.
I struggle with small numbers and big numbers.
Numbers in general, let's say.
But having said that, the Triton streams are fantastic. They are superb.
They are unbelievable.
And if you've ever listened to Nick Schulman and Ali Nujad on the air, you know they take it very seriously. super seriously, those two Triton commentators.
Some more than others, I'd say. Romero getting in there amongst the weeds, opening the very pretty 7-8 suited, but got to run into some trouble here.
Oh, baby.
Smith finding the non-all-in 3-bet.
Back to Romero. Don't let that king 4 fool you.
Yeah, Romero would, of course, a very pretty hand, but there's the issue, right? Because I'm sure you've been in a three-bet pot with 7-8 suited and, you know, turned a straight or hit a flush, but so shallow against Smith. I think that was about, what, 30 bigs effective, right?
Yeah, there's not a lot of what? Do people still say implied odds?
Yeah, I believe so, right? I don't know. You know this poker thing better than me, Joe.
I don't think so.
You came fourth in the 350 6-max, okay?
I'm glad you keep mentioning it. Although I only have enough money to pay you. I know I said 20 euros per mention, but it's like a 200 euro max out. Yeah.
Okay. I've got a couple more times then to bring it up.
I think we're at like 160 now, so. Jack 9 suited for Romero. This time, not gonna get funky.
That's another example, right? Like Jack 9 suited, if we're earlier in the tournament and we're deeper, we don't mind opening that up, but we just want to preserve chips.
Well, that's what I was going to say about the 7-8 suited as well, right? Like, yeah, sure, sometimes you can call a 3-bet with 7-8 suited, but not right now.
Not right now. Not right now. But Smith's King 7 suited, certainly a great hand to see on the button. And is going to use it to his advantage.
Huh. Okay.
What do you think about this, Joe?
Not my favorite, but when you're the chip leader.
I don't think it's too bad. You are going to defend a lot of your range to a button open, considering their range should be quite wide as well, right? 10-6 is probably going to be like literally the pip or just below. Like if you 10-7 offsuit, I'm happily defending. So like maybe a pip too low, but there is the covering stack and maybe thinks he can apply some pressure. But on ace-4, not looking too good. Not so good.
I know it's only one pip, but to me the difference between 10-7 and 10-6 is like infinite.
Yeah, yeah.
Emotionally, I guess. I'm a bit of an emotional player.
A field player, as they
say. Oh yeah, definitely a field player. Usually I feel bad.
Usually I feel bad.
Oh, James gave me the hand rankings. Thank you. Have I screwed this one up yet? I don't see the word effective on here anywhere.
Every once in a while, James has to hand you like a dossier or something, or an update to say, okay, this is what you need to learn this month, Joe. Keep up to date with poker terminology. Come on.
I don't know if we've actually read these. So on the back of this says live event etiquette. Speak only English to the table. Great. Do not reveal your hand while others are playing. Fine. No standing during a hand. Okay. Express yourself respectfully. Fine. Always act in turn. Great.
Great.
Then we get into some weird ones here. I'm not even joking.
Okay.
The dealer is always right.
I mean, I guess they have the floor's always right. A bit of a hand brewing up here.
Okay, good. We'll get
pocket
back to
sevens open from the hijack. Hudson on the button with pocket kings. Hudson is nursing under 20 bigs. It's probably going to be pretty tough to find a 3-bet that's not all in, especially if someone like Margerison is going to sniff out that if you're not doing this with a balanced range.
60?
But Hudson does decide to make it 60 bigs.
60,000.
Or 60K, sorry, definitely not 60 bigs.
60.
Look at this guy quizzing me on math over here. Doesn't know the difference between 60K and 60 big blinds. Wow. Where'd we dig this guy up?
You got me. You got me.
Back to Kilkenny County with him.
Samson may be thinking of getting tricky here.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
boy.
They're white chips. Those white chips are 25,000.
Can we cut to David Hudson and see him drooling right now? Can we check on the
108,000.
He does find the cold 4.
What is you? Okay, good. He's. Oh wow!
Oh my God!
Wow, he did have a hand.
Wow.
Also, not good news for Samson.
Yeah, and I guess Samson just has his hand in the cookie jar here, right? Like maybe he didn't exactly get an exact count of Hudson's stack, but it's not much more to call off. Now you only have to throw 42,000 in. You're getting insane pot odds, but your hand has been caught in the cookie jar.
Really backed yourself into this one, yep.
I'd say Hoppy's going to look at this and be like, ace 3? I have...
Yeah.
45 size, right? 47
I mean, if anything, Hoppy should be happy. You have.
270.
Yeah, that's true. He makes him avoid a monster, right?
How much?
217.
217.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course I will.
Has to do
it's
it.
Painful, but Samson has to call it off.
I got one of them.
Hudson is going to be delighted to see the ace 3, but has to dodge diamonds and an ace.
Sit partial.
We know one ace is folded.
You're wrong about that.
He is in great shape to double up here.
Yeah, I think it's more than that.
It's not 217.
It's 100, 150, 175, 185, 205.
The dealer is always right.
We did just say that, right?
We did. Just one diamond on the flop.
There's some backdoor potential.
Probably.
Have you coined the phrase sweat opportunities? No?
No.
No?
No, we haven't.
Just think about it, okay? We can come back. You can give me a percentage of whatever.
A tray ball on the turn. And allegedly there is still a live 3 in there. River card is a 10. Kings are safe.
Easy double up for Hudson. And a blow to Samson's stack, but still sitting very pretty at 708K.
So while we live out the embodiment of the dealer is always right, the final thing written here, and I don't know how they landed on this as as the last thing to put in live event etiquette. A heart is not better than a spade.
What?
Which is true, but it seems like a weird thing to specify.
It's like it has zero effect in the game, right? Like maybe in the chip race or something, I don't know.
Yeah. But then maybe I was thinking like, oh, maybe they're talking about like your heart in here.
Yeah. Bit of motivation, like something inspirational.
Yeah, but you would think like, oh, then the heart is better than a spade. Like,
yeah.
So I don't know. They didn't run this past me, obviously. I would have put the last one.
Otherwise, I assume there would have been some serious changes.
Yeah, I would have just included what an effective stack is, probably.
So if you hear effective, I think that's just you, Joe.
I would say that most of the people in this field know what an effective stack is, but if you ask them to explain it, you would get a lot of...
Actually...
Yeah, like
yeah,
Hammond and Han. Yeah.
That happens to me a lot, though. Like, I know something, and they'll be like, yeah, what does that mean? I'm like, what?
Well,
what does that mean?
Raise 25,000.
Reversed implied odds. That's like, yeah, that's a thing.
It's like when there's a...
Yeah.
Hold on. It's like when... all right, so
my God.
We've got a raise with Queen Jack suited, a call from 10-9 suited. Now Romero's turn. to wake up with the Cowboys.
And this looks like a great spot to squeeze, right? Like, you're not always going to have kings here. Sometimes you're going to have some offsuit aces. Squeeze a bit light. But
Yeah,
this
and
time, what
Romero,
do I say, Joe? The good players, they have the goods.
And Romero has been active enough that he is capable. You know, his image is such that you're capable of a squeeze.
Of course. Puts in with a very defendable hand, Queen Jack suited. Maybe, like, I don't know about this, but maybe thinking that since Romero can be quite active and he doesn't want to call and potentially get a call from the button, maybe some thoughts of an old 4-bet coming in here, but that might be pushing it. Romero's sitting stone-faced, not giving anything away. Throws it away.
I wonder what a live read would have even done in that situation. Samson surely can't do this again.
Yeah.
Surely isn't going to run into the buzzsaw. Two hands. Oh, boy. No, he's just,
I think he's counting out
he's
a
just
call,
getting
right?
a count. So instead of running into the buzzsaw, he's going to slowly walk into it. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, obviously we can see Romero has kings here, right? But I think it's reasonable to see Samson go call. 10-9 suited going to play really well. It
Double
is quite
check,
tough,
double
though.
check, double check. Yep.
Always going to double check.
Double check. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
My God.
Wow, so Romero flops the boat. And Samson flops the flush draw, the no good flush draw.
We're at least going to see a streak from this.
Oh, boy.
But I feel like there's going to be a whole lot more.
Romero, you can see that chest puffing in and out. I had a really hard time controlling my breathing.
I had that as well. I hadn't played live poker in a good while. I was
Yeah.
playing a hand, and I'm like, oh, my God, my chest is going to explode. But you also get it when you're bluffing, right? When you're bluffing, when you have value. Quick call. From
Really
Samson
small C-bet. Quickly called.
Oh my God.
Samson, wait, but Samson what? Has outs now, right?
Oh, there's outs, but there's two of them. Unless there's any outs been folded.
I mean, 5% is a lot more than you should have in this situation. Samson's made his flush on the turn. This is a dangerous, dangerous card. Samson has to double check now.
Romero checking, making it look like he's pot controlling here, you know, if he has a hand like 10s, queens, 9s. Maybe even aces sometimes. His opponent could have some 2 pairs.
Samson
All
shoves.
in. Romero's going to snap this off.
Romero
Let's show
calls.
the bad news. Oh, my God.
Samson has
Huge
got
pot.
2 outs to make a straight flush.
I feel like you're foreshadowing it here, Joe. All right? You know, stop mentioning straight flush. Damn.
7 of spades, here it comes.
Nothing else to talk about.
Watch it come.
And nothing else anyone will be talking about should one of those 2 cards hit the river. Just a 10.
Oh, good. What a huge blow for Samson, cruising over 1 million chips. Only an orbit to go.
Doubled up Hudson, doubled up Romero.
2 very sick hands.
Back-to-back hands.
240.
This man is going to have nightmares about pocket kings.
246.
What a feeling, right? As well, you've just flopped the house, the spade in the turn, you check it to your opponent, you get all the action you wanted. And now you're sitting here in day 2 of the Irish Open main with, I think, just over 800K, right?
And just an awful turn card for Dan Sampson.
I know you said you don't play a lot of tournaments, right, Joe?
No,
You
I do
play
not.
2-3 a year. But do you not look at this, do you not see this and you go, I want to be there, I want to have a monster stack on day 2 and the money?
Look, James got to play this event last year, and I absolutely would have played it this
Right.
year had it been offered to me, but it was not. So yes is the answer to your question.
Did you hear that, Poker Stars? Joe wants to play the main.
Absolutely, I would have played this.
Yeah, what an event. It really is a great
This is like, so I played the World Series of Poker main last year for the first time, and I was miserable.
Oh, wow.
Because I just hated it. It was so much pressure. It was so much money.
Yeah.
This is my speed. I can handle this.
Exactly. Yeah. No, definitely. Like, and you want to be having fun. Obviously, you want to try have a deep run and get a big score, which is also pretty
depends on the
You don't want to feel pressure. You don't want to be like, oh, this is too much money. Or
I felt so relieved when I busted the World Series of Poker main event.
I can imagine you if you make like day 4 or 5 and you're on a feature table. You're just putting out a single raise. Your hands are
Absolutely.
shaking.
Like, I wouldn't be able to do it. I would have to just announce my bets, keep my hands under the table, and let the dealer pull the
Tina,
chips
can you
in.
put those there for
yeah.
me? Yeah.
And I would have to start drinking from level 1 every single day.
Just spots that are like standard spots, raising king queen. You're like, am I supposed to do this here? What's going on?
Oh, I would be the tightest on-stream player of all time, too.
Sit 3, raise 25,000.
You have kings, Joe. It's a 4-bet pot. Yeah, no, I fold.
I'm not sure what to do here. I'm just going to flat and wait for a safe flop.
Hudson with his newfound 442k stack, raising it up. Hume with a very defendable hand in the big blind. I wonder, yeah, maybe he's also thinking of some jams here, right? Big blind is now 12k.
180. No, 180.
And Hume finding the not all-in 3-bet, but he's effectively all-in.
Oh, yeah, he's looking at the clock. We're at 196. Haven't checked in on the ladders for a while.
It hasn't shown you anymore. Let me see if I can find it.
I got
I'm
it.
assuming they're.
It jumps
Okay,
up again.
Yeah, Hume
at
definitely a player that's going to be very aware of pay jumps. So I'm assuming
183. So we're about 13 spots away from another 500-ish euros.
So we've seen some change to the table dynamics here.
Yeah,
now,
I'll say.
Romero with a big stack. Hudson chipping up. And Samson taking a huge blow. I really do feel for him. It's a pretty sick spot.
Yeah, and given how active Romero has been, I think that he has the potential to be quite a rude chip leader.
Oh yeah, definitely. And he seems like a player that's definitely going to be aware of these spots of where he can apply pressure.
A vengeful king, yeah. And here we go, Queen 4 suited.
So if we make it to tomorrow, play down the final table tomorrow, I guess.
You know, he can find himself in some spots of trouble, such as this one. This seems pretty standard.
Wow.
But,
you can,
couldn't even finish my sentence.
Mental telepathy over here, yeah.
The commentator's curse. But yeah, you do have to be careful. Like Hume, a very capable player, shipping it all in, as well as Margerson. So I don't think Romero can get too much free reign if players are willing to punish that. The Queen 4 suited, standard stuff, King Queen.
6, 7, 4.
And Hume's been on a bit of a roller coaster. He was, you know, nursing, I think, like a 15 big stack, up to 30, lost the pot. He's been up and down.
Maybe y'all went over it already, but I know we've done tons of commentary on Andrew Hume in the past, but I feel like it's been a while. I feel like he was maybe a regular on the TV coverage.
I definitely, he does play EPTs, right? I've definitely seen
Yeah.
him on the stream table a couple of times. I recognize the face, recognize the name.
I've got the internet at my fingertips. Let's see where I might know him from. 62nd on the England all-time money list. I mean, that's
Well, you
pretty
can
cool.
tell he plays the pokers.
Yeah,
That
that's-
hand mob.
That's not nothing.
Helpy picking up nothing again.
C8 4.
Sit 8.
And Kill, you love saying this name, Joe. I'll leave it up to you.
All in.
Kilgallen, all in.
All in for his last 115K. And where Jarrison would have
Jarlath Kilgallen. You got to say the whole thing.
It is a pretty great name. Yeah, where Jarrison would have hand that is going to want to call, but if he's perceiving Kilgallen as maybe too tight and not shoving as wide as maybe he should, maybe thinks he can pass this up here. Send the Jarrison deep into the tank. It is for 1/3 of his stack. Such a pretty hand.
I feel like we just saw it get its lunch eaten like moments ago.
That's true, actually. You know what? He does call it off.
All right. Little mini
Did
flip
he not
here.
just see what happened to 10-9 suited?
I mean, luckily, he's just up against King Queen.
Just King Queen.
A pair may be good enough. Queen in the window.
Oh my God.
But a jack and an 8 behind it.
I was about to say, oh, maybe there's some...
8, 9, 10, jack, queen. That's 5 in a row.
That is 5 in a row. That's a tough hand to beat. There's no backdoor flushes possible for Kilgallen.
Flopping the joint. Turn card.
Oh my God, that's... Hold on, let me count here.
Yeah,
6 cards.
6 cards in a row.
Is that like a jackpot bonus?
Oh, boo. We needed that on the turn for a sweat. Kilgallen drained.
Gone in 192nd place. GG's to him.
Good game, Jarlath. He lost his lath chip.
Short and sweet.
All right, back to searching for Andrew, where I would have seen Andrew Hume before. It could be a 7th place finish in the 50-pound No Limit Hold'em Bounty Tournament at Dusk Till Dawn in 2019.
The one where he received 250
250 pounds, yeah, 250 quid, as I like to say.
Let me just say, this man has 2 million in tournament earnings, and you think you may have
That
seen
could
him.
be it. Yeah, hold on. I'm not done yet,
Okay,
Tom.
okay.
It could be his first place finish in a GUK PT main event in February 2018 for 112,000 pounds.
Okay, this sounds more this man's style. Halpy raising it up with the king and the king here off a very short stack with Hume. Man we were just speaking about. Very powerful hand here with the ace queen. Obviously we can see Halpy is raising it up off about 14 bigs, but you know, players are going to have raises off the stack depth. It's not always going to be aces, kings, queens. Hume happy to stick this one in the middle. We are going to see some action here. This one not of as fair as a fight, right, Joe?
Fairer, yeah. That 9-10 suited? You like 9-10 suited better than
Oh,
one
well,
overcard?
okay, sorry. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Not as fair as a flip, though.
I mean, 9-10 suited is going to be way more dramatic.
When's the last time you've seen a Greenstein, though?
I don't think anyone's been Greenstein at a feature table yet. Queen in the window, doesn't need the Greenstein. Helpy does have the redraw to the king high flush. Can also hit the king of spades, but does need to hit to survive.
So many outs. That is
Makes
what
the flush on the turn, and now it's Hjulm who needs to hit to win this pot. Needs to boat up.
We were talking about that Greenstein, right?
We were talking about the Greenstein. Will we see him? No Greenstein. And Kings, once again, are victorious.
Kings is a good hand.
One of the best.
One of the best.
Top
It's up there.
three.
It's
Top
up there.
three, I think. Yeah.
I wouldn't mind Pocket Kings. I was knocked out of this tournament by Pocket Kings.
And what did you have?
Oh, just Ace King.
Blockers aren't real.
Like an idiot.
Three hands we've seen the money go in pre-flop with Pocket Kings, and all 3 times Kings have emerged victorious. And we're down to 189 players in the field. And we are real close to another money jump. Another money jump of 183. Things go up around another 500. And I think we're closing in on the end of this level as well. About 10 minutes left on the level.
We had the break after this, right?
Then we'll have a break this time, yep. Since we're playing a slightly shorter day today, it'll be just a 20-minute break. No dinner break per se. We'll come back for the last 2 levels of the night. Samson. Ace Jack under the gun. And you're well aware of those pay jumps. Don't imagine he'll be getting involved here.
I wouldn't imagine so. I wonder what the tank is for, right? Like, I wonder, is there a pay jump and he's just tanking, or is he trying to get to the end of the level?
I mean, we're 6 from the pay jump, right? And that can go pretty quick. So I think taking an extra 5 seconds isn't that big of a deal.
Yeah, Hudson with a hand that's just a bit too bad to defend that under the gun open. Not going to be performing too well. Now Samson's free rolling.
Samson!
Put that big blind out there. I just won that fair and square. Fought hard for that big blind. Got someone joining us on the rail here. I like that there's the addition of the rail this year.
Yeah.
I do like that.
Always looking to improve, always looking to see what we could do better. And, you know, there wasn't much room for a rail last year. And this is a tournament where you're very likely to get a large rail.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Especially if a local makes it up there.
Yeah,
know?
And the likelihood of a local is pretty high.
Of course. Yeah, I think you're right. Hume just taking a couple seconds longer. Maybe trying to eke up those pay jumps.
Scott Margerison, a.k.a. Agro Santos, is going to open King Jack from the cutoff.
Samson going to C3. So sticks in the call.
Another speculative hand, but out of the big blind makes sense. Jack, Trey, Deuce, 2 hearts, top pair for Margerison.
The big blind special, they call it, right?
I still use the term big blind special, yeah. I think, see, they took all the old school terms and put new names on them.
Yeah.
So big blind special is now called realizing your equity.
Yes. What's an equity? It's realizing your equity. That's like one of those things, again, like we mentioned, you ask, I think I know what it is, but if you ask me to explain that, I don't know.
Here's one I've had explained to me a million times by Sam Grafton and Nick Walsh. Visibility.
Okay. I don't even think I know this.
I couldn't tell you. I think visibility is what we call flopping well. Used to call like,
do you mean like coverage?
Like King Jack has better visibility than Ace 9.
Okay, right, yeah. Like you're not gonna flop a straight with Ace 9.
We
right?
should call it like it flops better.
Yeah. Just like Ace 7 is obviously better than King Jack or King 10, but like those hands can flop pretty well.
Yeah.
I'm learning something here, Joe. I feel like with these skills, maybe next year I could make a deep run in the Irish Open, unlike this year.
Yeah, I've really taught you a lot.
Yeah.
All right, Hudson.
Hudson getting in the mix with the 6-3 here and somehow running into the one hand that is better than 6-3. Well, not one hand. The one hand that has a 6 now is slightly better. On an all-heart flop 10-7-5.
4, 5, 6, 7. That's something, though. Almost something.
I'm gonna say advantage Hudson, right? Like maybe Hudson bets something like a big, 2 big blinds here. He can't really do much, although he does have an open ender.
Yeah.
So many hearts out there.
I think if he folds the open ender, they just pull the finish flag right off of there.
I'll be considering his options here. Is it better to call and see a turn? Should we raise here immediately? How many bet folds is Hudson gonna have? Albie pulls the trigger. Quick fold for Hudson.
He gets an extra finish flag for that.
Did you ever play any format of heads up when you played poker in your life? Like, were you ever into heads up or love playing heads up?
Heads up is my least favorite form of poker.
Okay.
I really struggled. I mean, look, my analysis isn't great to begin with. Heads up analysis is really tough.
I think your issue might be how many hands you have to play.
That is part of it, yeah. And I played a little bit of heads up against friends, like during the pandemic. We would play, you know, like, hey, who's free right now? Who wants to play some heads up? And
heads up for rolls, right?
Yeah, it was just super frustrating.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a format I'm very experienced in or have played much of, but I don't know, next year, heads up.
I mean, you're going to be heads up in this event, in this main event next year.
Next year, sorry, you're right.
Prepare for that.
I'll be picking up some cards now after being quite dormant for the last few orbits.
He's going to limp in.
And I think Romero might get a bit spicy here. 9-3 offsuit. Now this is a hand we're talking about that has poor visibility, right?
Yeah,
we
I think so.
Take down the pot here. This is a huge benefit to us.
6-7. Raise 36,000.
And this makes a lot of sense. Romero's gonna ISO the small blind, limp with some good hands, and also some hands that just have no value, like 9-3 offsuit.
Nice little break from the phones, really, isn't it?
You have absolutely no issue limp calling in this spot. King 4 deuce, 2 clubs. Both players whiff pretty hard.
Yeah.
Romero with a couple of backdoors.
Well, I don't think there's a lot of flops that Romero does want to see
No,
with 9-3,
right?
right? So, you know, step 1 of his plan has failed, but that's what he has in step 2.
Step 2, I mean, is that you hope your opponent didn't connect, and
yeah, that's true.
That one is working out.
I mean, I'm guilty of myself as well, just sitting there on the phone and just...
Yeah, tough spot here for Helpy. Obviously, we can see his queen high is good. Curious to see if he does stick around.
The guy from next year, what's happened here? How big such a big
And that's one of the benefits, right? Like, Romero just got Helpy to fold a hand that has 70% equity with a hand that you'd never want to play. Hats off to him.
Yeah, something freeing about having such a bad hand in the big blind. Like, you don't need to connect with it.
Yeah.
You don't have to be frustrated.
Kind of the dream card too, right? Like now he's just thinking, oh well, if Romero has a king here, I'm pretty much dead. No backdoors. So a king or an ace side flop would be great for Romero.
Tom, how did we find you? How did you get in here?
I knew a guy.
Yeah, which guy did you know?
No, I'd be good friends with Dara McCarty.
Ah, okay, very good.
And I have chatted to David a good few times, but actually only met
Like a
him
lucky dip this.
physically a few days ago. And
you
I've
were-
done
you were-
commentary at a small Irish event, I think in October. So
So I just take them all out.
You're
Is that what it was?
a Doak recommendation.
yes.
Romero with a legit hand this time in a spot where he's not going to get credit for a hand this good. Raising Andrew's big blind. I think we're literally on a pay jump right now, at least according to that field ticker.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense too. Like obviously we can see Hume only has 94K, which is less than 10 bigs. But Hume is gonna think, oh well, Romero's pushing me around a lot here. I don't want to just jam and get no value from ace king, so he's trying to induce some action.
And we are real close to the end of this level. In fact, the camera shaking leads me to believe players are leaving for break right now.
But I have a quick one for you. I met David and Dara for the first time at the Irish Open last year.
Okay.
Friendships were made.
Okay.
Right? And I met Dara, I'd done like 1 or 2 coaching sessions with him, more into talking about stepping into the online world of poker. And didn't really get to talk to David and chat briefly to Dara to the side and shake his hand and walk off and get his contact details and say, oh, I'll be in touch, thanks for chatting to me, whatever. And David's in a great mood after busting some tournaments, and he comes back and he goes, who the fuck's that cunt?
Oh, jeez.
He goes, he just bust the main event. He done really well. Give the guy some credit. And he's like, oh, in a super sour mood.
Terrible, terrible
And now we're good
timing.
friends. Now we're
That's
good friends.
good. God, that could just put you off someone forever, though.
No, David's a great guy.
Top pair, top kicker for Romero. Hulme did decide to peel on the short stack.
Yeah, this is all Romero's
I mean, I thought you had a
flop.
pretty big hand, but
Pretty big hand, pretty big flop.
couldn't really fold for that price.
My
No,
guess
no,
is
I
that
was
by the
thinking fold.
time they come back from break, Andrew Hulme is going to find out that he has laddered up at least one more spot.
I hope so. That was an interesting level. A lot of action.
That was
Chips
awesome.
flying.
So many all-ins against pocket kings, and kings held firm every single
Yeah,
time.
They done their job.
Not the time to try to take down the monarchy, I guess. And these racks lead me to believe we got a new feature table after the break as well. It's going to be a mystery feature table. Don't go anywhere. Still at least 184 players out there. Who knows who could show up? But we are going to take a 20-minute break. Well, just about 15-minute break. More from the Irish Open 2024 when we return.
Well, certainly the chips at this final table fairly evenly spaced out. I mean, you look at Henrik Olander there in seat 6, 209,000. He's got the third lowest stack, and he's still with a great shot, one good hand, and he's right up there.
Yeah, he's got a pair of 8s, and he's already raised it 12,000.
I love this. I love them feeling each other up. Sorry, out at this stage. Michael Greco of EastEnders fame folds.
He may well just win this hand. Oh, no. I take that back. Let's just see how Joe Rafferty plays this hand now.
Ace King unsuited.
It looks like he's going to re-raise. He's gone for a big stack of chips there.
See, growing up playing poker in Ireland, we call this hand Ace King F all.
Yeah.
It's always been called that fondly round the dinner tables and in the small casino rooms.
Well, it's true, and you can play it strongly. Nobody knows you got ace king. You could have aces, kings, or queens. It's like he's raising about 60, making it 60,000.
That's exactly what he's doing. A re-raise, another 48,000. Olander's going to have to think carefully. If he puts him in ace king, he knows his eights are it's a toss of a coin almost. It's whether he wants to take that gamble so early on.
I really like this raise. It's a really good raise. You know, a lot of players just move all in with ace king, you know, but it's a nice raise. It's saying I've got a big hand here. I don't know, you know, you try and guess what I've got. If I've got aces, kings, queens, ace king, you guess.
Also, Rafferty is our chip leader, so he can afford a little bit of bullion going on there. He played the hand really well, and he adds this chip lead early on here at the final table, the EPT in Dublin. Big blind's 8,000, small blind is 4,000, the ante's 800. Antes, everyone has to put in, so there's an investment from all 8 players before a card is dealt. Let's take a look what Michael Greco's got. Queen 4 offsuit, he's going to fold that out. Get yourself familiarised early on in the programme with the faces. That's Michael O'Sullivan from Ireland, we've heard from him. And our chip leader, Joe Rafferty. Olander had pocket 8s in the last hand. He's going to bet this.
Okay, he's got ace jack. It's a relatively strong hand, you know.
He's 1.5 times raise of the blind there.
Yeah.
12,000 extra. And we go back to seat 1 and Dave Pomeroy from England. And he's at the pocket kings. Nice t-shirt. I've got that t-shirt, I think, in the house. Wouldn't mind his chip stack. Wouldn't mind swapping places with him now. He can have you, John. I'll have the glory of the EPT.
I think he's gonna put a raise in here for sure. So let's see. Let's just see how much.
Wow.
Even trickier. He's just called. See if an ace comes on the flop, and then he'll probably try. You know, then he can get away from it.
Tricky David Pomeroy. He's only called in the kings. He's only matched a small raise, and of course, they don't stand up now because the ace comes out in the flop, giving Olander his top pair.
Now he's probably regretting just flat calling the raise with the kings, but he can get away from it now. So it's not a dreadful way to play a pocket kings. You know, see if an ace comes on the flop, and then you can get away from it.
Someone once told me that great players know how to fold pocket jacks, pocket queens, pocket kings, and even pocket aces at some stages, and that proves that Dave Pomeroy is exactly that, a good player, a very good player. Glasses have came out after getting duffed in the pocket kings. Michael Greco, of course, they might view as just some celeb who's decided to play poker because he's got the money, but he's serious about the game. He plays it a lot.
Oh yeah, he's a much improved player over the last sort of couple of years, Michael. He takes the game very, very seriously.
You saying he used to be rubbish? Dug a hole for yourself there, John.
Okay, so Joe Rafferty's called with 9 queen of clubs, 9 queens suited.
He's our chip leader. Olander makes the call in the small blind. Haslam's in the big blind. First time we've seen Pete Haslam, of course, and he hits the top pair. Olander hits bottom pair. Nothing much else to be concerned about at the moment. No genuine straight possibilities. The turn could open that up. But really, we're just dealing in pairs here. And see how it's bet, John.
Well, Haslam's bet 12,000.
Comes out betting with a top pair. He doesn't want any more betting in this table. He just wants to take the hand on a nice low top pair. End of story.
Oh, here comes, looks like Olander's raising.
Henrik raises. He's raising to 36,000.
Oh, he's doubled the bet. So, sorry, it was a 12,000 bet before, my mistake. So he's doubled the previous bet to 36,000. Good, strong play by Olander. Very, very strong play.
And a very quick fold by Haslam. Haslam with the top pair, but he doesn't have the chips. So here is our final table. Strong Irish contingency here. Couple of Swedes, couple English. And a really nice standard of poker so far. Still a lot of people feeling each other out, John, but as we're going to see as the hands go by, that's all going to change.
All right, so the blinds are still 4,000 to 8,000. Everybody has to throw in an 800 running ante before the hand is dealt. Okay, looks like Michael's raising. Let's see how much.
Michael Greco there to his right has been about as cautious so far as Doc Cotton at a Hells Angels rally. He's taking his time.
Okay, so he's raised it 22,000 with ace 10. So he's playing a a relatively high ace aggressively. Henrik Olander's contemplating what looks like a re-raise, but let's see what.
I find playing in Ireland, growing up or whatever, that we do play pre-flop aggressively. Irish players tend to play them slightly more aggressively. And Olander's raised with the pocket jacks. He's slightly ahead, as of course the ace and the flop will see to that.
Comes back to the big blind from Jim. Jim passed and goes back to Michael.
Michael obviously can't call this because in case he's up against ace king or ace queen, well, he knows he's probably up against a big pair.
Of course he can't. He can't call this because even if he hits his ace, he won't know where he stands based on a re-raise that big pre-flop. That's what you're saying, John, isn't it? His ace 10 doesn't stand up against ace queen, ace king, ace jack, and he's moved all in. And really interesting, flies in the face of everything you say. To go this long in a tournament and then throw everything in on ace 10.
Henrik shows a pair of jacks.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he was hoping he had a pair of sevens or a pair of eights or something like that, and he was an even money shot, and he wanted to take a gamble. Oh, now he's in really, really big trouble. He needs running aces to get out of this.
Absolutely.
Or running twos.
Where's your money going? Michael O'Sullivan's got a 1% chance. And that disappears now. His chances of winning this tournament are now 2. Bob hope and no hope. The gentleman from Ireland heads off into oblivion but picks up a very nice 8th place on his home soil. Michael O'Sullivan from Ireland, the first to fall here in Dublin. 7 to go. So 7 players here left in the final table in Dublin. Big blind still 8,000, small blinds 4,000, antes 800. Everyone puts the ante in. We explained earlier in the show how the big blind and small blind works for any newcomers. They're called suited connectors, in this case very high indeed. King, queen.
I think we'll see James raise with this. Oh, not yet. He's kind of short stacked. He's got to play this aggressively. I think he might get called as well by Michael Greco with his small pair.
Let's see how it plays out.
Want me to go? I don't mind if you do, and I don't mind if you don't.
Can already see Greco under the amount of attire he's wearing. Is that him? You sure that's him?
3 players behind me.
What he's saying, John, is there's 2 more players that have to act. He quite fancies a 50-50 shot, but he doesn't want anyone else getting involved.
Oh, he's folded. He's folded.
Oh, he's going to walk into the ladies.
It's a very good fold in that. Maybe he picked something up from Joe Rafferty.
See, not only do you not want to call her like that, you don't want the chip leader to fall into the queens in his hand, you know?
King, queen of diamonds, 1 in hand for Jim.
But Jim Reed's still alive.
I'll tell you, Michael Greco's got to feel good about that. You know, if he
made a good decision.
Of course, if he'd called that bet, then Joe Rafferty would have come over the top of him.
Right, now this is interesting, of course, because Jim Reed's now opened up a lovely straight possibility as well. He's increased his chances to almost a toss of a coin. He's 2 cards away from doubling up. He's 2 cards away from going out. Fantastic stuff. Reed has hit his straight. It's a wonderful situation for him to be in. And Reed doubles up. Wow.
He doesn't look like he's just won a huge pot or doubled up.
It was a wonderful flop for him. It really opened up so many possibilities, and he had so many more cards to hit than just the king. Well, you might do. Outside the Vic Casino in London.
Oh, pair of jacks.
It's a jungle at Edgware Road after 12 o'clock.
Okay, so Michael...
You've no interest in anything other than poker, do you?
No,
I sit here week in, week out,
fixated.
trying to create conversation there about soap, for example, and you're just like, oh, look, he's got a pocket pair. I give up.
Well, I'm trying to commentate on the game. So
Greco's got a pair of jacks. Anyway, what do you think's going to happen between Alfie Moon and Cat Slater? Think they'll come back to the swear, do you?
I never watched it. I've never watched it in my life. I've never watched it in my life. I watch Hollyoaks.
Quality acting there, you know. It's up there with Shawshank Redemption, you know. Great works of Shakespeare in the West End.
Uh-oh, he's been re-raised.
Interesting with, you know, the Queen Jack offsuit.
Well, there's a bit of a strange move here because Greco's kind of, you know, well, he's not exactly short stacked, but he's going to at least call him. I mean, it's a strange move to make against somebody who's pretty much pot committed.
I'm surprised Michael's only called there, but then he's worried he's going up against pocket queens, kings, or jacks.
No, it's possible. He actually had more chips than I thought he had. Look, he's so unlucky, Michael, really, here.
That's very unlucky indeed.
Well, he'll probably be able to get away from his pair now.
Let's see what happens. Olander's made a dubious re-raise pre-flop with that hand. Now, trust us. 7-handed, that's a dubious pre-flop re-raise. He's then hit the only cards in the pack he needed. Any one of the maximum 3 queens left. And Greco's in a strange situation. He's checked that, which is clever.
Yeah, it's good. It's good because he's trapped him. He's trapped him very well there.
You're right. He's trapped him. Greco's moved all in. 115,000 odd chips and a couple for change and went into the middle. Olander's going to call it with the top pair, and Greco has every right to feel aggrieved. He'll be baffled by that pre-flop raise, but that's poker. Olander's hit his queen. He's in the possession. Dun, 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 dun. Out goes the East Ender. Michael Greco is killed off in yet another series. This time, though, it's not a soap. It's real life, and it's the PokerStars.com European Poker Tour in Dublin. It's arrivederci to Pepe, and hello to 6 players left. That's the trophy and the money they're playing for here in Dublin, and the illustrious EPT. Henrik Olander's the early runner. Taking Greco out's really helped his chip count. Pocket 3s for the man who was chip leader at the start of today. Joe Rafferty from Northern Ireland. Or as we call it, our wee country.
Okay, so Joe's just called with pocket 3s.
Where do you get dealers like that, eh? Only the Irish bells. Everywhere else in the EPT, old ladies.
Okay, so Matt's Gavatan with pocket queens, re-raises, or should I say raises.
If I can just apologise to the dealer, I was young, I was foolish, I didn't mean to run out. We all make mistakes.
Ooh, little suited connectors here for James.
If it's cheap enough, he'll stay in.
Okay, this could be an interesting hand here.
It's all on the flop. Let's see what the flop brings. Well, just the 1 heart. So puts Reed in a precarious situation. Gavatan's got pocket queens, but it'll be interesting to see how it's bet because of the king.
Yeah, he's not going to like that king on the flop, but he probably thinks he's still winning now that it's been checked to him.
Well, it's checked the whole way round. Gavatan certainly won't like that now. There's 2 overcards out there he knows can beat his pocket queens. It's interesting because everyone's checked again, but this is quite meek because if someone could bet based on the cards that are coming out instead of just betting the cards they have, then they're going to take this hand.
No, I would be tempted to, yeah, you're right there, Colin. Wow. I would have been tempted to have bet in an early position there. Once Matt's Gavatan had checked it twice, I would have put in a bet on the river, an early position, just to try to steal it. But he takes it down. The best hand won in the end.
That wasn't a hand of poker, that was a present. There you go, Mr. Gavatan.
I'm Jody, I'm 47 from South London. So I'm here in Dublin to play the Irish Open, and I'm playing it because I won a silver pass on PokerStars. This is actually my 3rd silver pass. Before they had platinum passes, and I was lucky enough to win one of those the last time around. So I went to the Bahamas. It was amazing. It was like really the experience of my lifetime. And I was eventually knocked out in the first hour on day 2 by Leo Margetts. I'm actually here with a friend of mine, James. He was also a Platinum Pass winner, so in the year since the Bahamas, and we got to know each other. Now we've got like a quiz league going, and we travel about and play together. We both have a silver pass, so we both play in the main. But you know, yeah, it's just such a good value package that PokerStars put together, I think.
Welcome back to Dublin and the Irish Open 2024, presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. It's the evening session. It's the last 2 levels of day 2 of the main event from the RDS. 2 more hours of poker to be played before the survivors bag and tag and come back for day 3. Earlier, we burst the bubble. That's right, the remaining players are in the money. In fact, we've already had the post-bubble bust-out bonanza. We're down to the last 184. How many will return for the penultimate day of this 4-day tournament? Here is the new lineup on the feature table on the main stage. We have got a former EPT runner-up. We had Finnish superstar Juha Helppi at the previous feature table. Now we've got Kimmo Kirkko, runner-up to Tom Middleton in EPT Barcelona in 2013. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And we are rejoined for the final 2 levels of the day by Griffin Bencher.
That's me. Working on a new catchphrase.
Pretty good. So I was wrong. I thought by the time we got back from break, we may have jumped into the next little pay level, but no, 1 elimination to go.
So we're coming back on a mini bubble.
Yeah, 500. It's like 480 euros.
Okay.
5 is 6, 6 is 7. In the other table is the 7.
So blinds are now 8,000, 16,000 with a 16K big blind ante. During the break, was able to catch up very quickly with Adam McCullough and Brandon Wynn, one of our PokerStars colleagues. Both guys going deep. Adam outperforming himself last year, and Brandon with close to 1 million chips.
That's so sick. Brandon. I'm so happy for Brandon. Come on, buddy.
Are we 714?
816.
What's the bet? 36. 1, 4, 2, 4.
O'Donoghue with the ace-king, and a particularly brilliantly Irish name. Kirkko with, yeah, a lot of chips, suited connectors.
Kimmo calling with the 7-4 of clubs, and we are going heads up to the flop, which is ace, king, 5. Top 2 for O'Donoghue.
Because you come.
No, you played.
Oh, I know.
I was sitting there hours. Draft on my back and my legs.
I kept my coat on.
Yeah, this guy was sitting the whole day there.
Look at him with the USA hat.
In the morning.
You're not fooling anyone, O'Donoghue.
I think that says NASA, but
really?
It could be pretty hard to get a 4-letter word wrong.
Looks like USA to me. Is it NASA?
That guy was part of the Mercury program, Griffin. Show some respect.
Ooh, bad lookalike over here in seat 1. The guy from, this is so specific, the pilot of Fleabag.
I thought you were going to say Andy Garcia.
No, this guy's been on a lot of stuff. I guess he's not famous enough, maybe, but...
We should do a closest.
180 now.
We should do a closest to. I mean,
125. Yeah, I was going to say 125. So we'll take the line on 125 and a half.
O'Donoghue not playing the Spraggy.
Yeah, I'll take the under.
Wait, that's a British guy named Hall, and he looks like that? I thought it was Tom Hall at first. What is this? I think this is the one time we break the rule of the bad lookalike. If they have the exact same last name, we're allowed to bring it up.
Halls of Fame.
That's what we'll call the rule.
Oh boy.
6, 4, 7, 4, 8, 5.
And going to be about 16 big blinds.
Yeah, count. Yes.
Richard Weeks all in with the jacks.
This one, 2, 70, 81, 281. Let's call. Showdown, please.
That's a call. Let's flip that coin.
Like Gangs of New York versus Miller's Crossing. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Weeks is the at-risk player and will need jacks to hold, but this is a big percentage, decent percentage of whole stack. King 9-4, jacks are holding.
Jack of spades, 10 of spades.
Turn card is the jack of diamonds. So it's a set for Weeks, but Hall can spike a 10 on the river. No 10 on the river. The double up for Weeks, who's now going to have more than 600K.
Sweat. That's some.
We're all just very quiet trying to think of Weeks puns.
Yeah, I was doing that the whole time too.
All of your puns are weak.
Takes them 7 days to come up with them.
Never. I'm so excited. Like I've been in TV tables, but not in a Stars event. Or sponsored, I'm just saying.
Evan Weeks on Twitch says, hey, I have a relative at the table. Neat.
Well, don't stop there. Who is it? Is it Andy Garcia in seat 1?
Oh, that's a good one. That's better than mine.
Okay.
Is it Michael O'Donoghue?
You're saying that that lookalike of Andy Garcia is better than yours of that guy from that thing?
From the pilot of Fleabag?
From
yeah.
the first 5 minutes of Fleabag?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been in more stuff.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, as you know, wasn't this guy?
Oh, yeah. He's in the Barbie movie.
Yeah.
4, 6, 5.
The character he plays in Fleabag is called the bus rodent.
Well, that's pretty much what he was, yeah.
I didn't know whether you were referring to him or Arsehole Guy.
Right.
These are the names of the characters, by the way, not my descriptions. Kimo Kurko
Why
is
was he
open
called
with
the
9-7
Arsehole
at
Guy?
diamonds.
Like you don't have a subscription to Mr. Skin.
Yeah, that's going to be too tight for me, dog. O'Donoghue there, folding the ace-3 in the big blind, facing that button open.
Michael O'Donoghue's got a great story about when John Glenn demanded there be a window in the capsule.
Mine, I'll probably take the under.
You guys ever seen that Norm bit about the guys who go on the moon landing? And how there's a third guy that went with them, but he didn't get to go out? They were
Yeah,
like, why don't you just stay here for a second? And he's looking out the window and goes, oh my God, are they golfing out there?
Yeah.
We're riding around in a dune buggy.
I'm not trying to look. Yeah, no.
8 waves, 35. 35.
Socrates Linares raises the button with 10-9, ace-9, and I heard the word raise from Michael O'Donoghue.
How's that for too tight?
Go.
100 is a bit?
Yes.
Sizing's pretty good too. It's a bit on the small side out of position, but it's gonna be all it needs. So nice little hand there.
So it's Konstantinos Vatsaris, the player in the 1 seat who has the chip lead at this table, 1.3 million. Short stack is David Costello, playing 193K.
It's like 12 or 13 bigs. It was so impressive at the start of the day.
Ace Queen of Diamonds. Not Tom Hall is raising. Jack 10 for Kirko. Folded around to the blinds. Vatsaris in the small blind with aces.
You want to try
that again?
Ooh! Actually, it was better when you were muted, I think.
Yeah.
How would you like me to be more quiet? Maybe Irish Open edition of AASMR.
Oh, here we go.
Ooh, looks like I'm gonna go for the orange chips.
What are the oranges worth?
I don't know.
500?
They almost broke character there.
There must be a...
Uh-oh. Yusafi with ace king in the big
Lord.
blind. So he
All in.
4-bet jams. Hall all in as well. Snap called. Vatsaris, the table chip leader, has them both covered. 3-way all in, and we could be about to see a double KO.
So I use my one time.
To be perfectly honest, pretty, a bit of a misstep, I think, here from Hall. Ace Queen suited a pretty strong hand. We are playing 7-handed, but once there's a 3-bet from the small blind and then a quick all-in from the big, maybe Ace Queen shrinks up a little bit. I think he's going to be regretting that one unless he gets lucky.
I mean, blockers are so real.
It's not coming. King of Diamonds is out.
Flop is Jack 7-6 with 2 spades. Not looking good for Yusafi and Hall.
10.
There's a diamond.
10. Put a 10 out there, so anyone can win.
10 of diamonds.
Who?
10 of diamonds still.
6 outs, really?
Crazier things have happened in the big sigh of relief, or stress rather, from Vatsaris.
If aces get
relief
cracked
comes
here,
later.
I'm taking the rest of the night off.
River card
two.
is a queen. And that is going to be the double bust out that was most likely when the money went in. Both Yusafi and Hall eliminated. And a huge pot for Konstantinos Vatsaris, who's now going to have more than 1.8 million.
I think I jack 7.
2 ace queens.
He's king.
1.8 million. That's a lot of crisps.
That's his poker.
Or as we call them in North America, chips.
Well, fortunately, Sonny Jim has a lesson for everyone. You should fold ace queen. And as it's Chat Pro Saturday, we have to say Sonny Jim is 100% correct.
Yeah.
Not one level up, later. Not one level.
Classic Sonny.
Yeah. We wait. No problem.
So Vatseris likely to now be a top 3 stack with 173 players remaining in the Irish Open main event. Oh, Sunny Jim watching on Twitch is actually Jimmy Hall, who we just saw eliminated there with the ace-queen.
Oh.
So yes, the lesson is fold ace-queen. I've got it.
Oh, poor Jim.
Sorry, Jim, but we do have a lot of people watching who just randomly decide to dispense poker advice to the players on the screen.
It's like if you get run over by a bus and then you float up to heaven and watch it happen.
It was nice to meet you earlier this week, Jimmy, and I am glad that you cashed in the Irish Open main event.
I did. About 300K.
Over 100 big blinds.
Yes.
Vatseris.
Come on, Michael O'Donoghue. This is my pick for the final table, by the way.
Michael O'Donoghue?
Yeah.
He's got a dirty stack there.
Raise 35.
But he plays clean.
I'm the dirty stack guy, by the way.
Oh, it's you?
Yeah, I'm just like, hey, you got a dirty stack there.
Back in the day when Excalibur had a poker room, everyone had a dirty stack because the chips were filthy.
Just stick together.
Yeah.
Donahue gonna slow down here. Vatseris, who actually rode his dragon on into day 2 today.
Okay.
House of the Dragon, June 21st.
Okay. Quite enjoyed the first season, but can't say I'm like eager to watch the second.
It is strange, isn't it? I quite enjoyed the first season too, but for some reason it doesn't. I'm not that exhilarated by the... Maybe the kid was our favorite character. We didn't know it.
I feel like I would have to rewatch the entire first season.
That's definitely going to have to happen.
I guess it's been quite a while. Nice call here from Vatseris, recognizing that, you know, O'Donoghue's repping pretty thin on this turn card. An ace-10 high might still be the best hand. You know, if O'Donoghue had an overpair on the flop, even as small as 7s, probably would have bet the flop.
King high.
So really just
Ace high.
representing that queen. And Vatseris winning big 3-way all-ins, playing ace-10 perfectly.
Sorry.
Could be his day. I'm going to put him on one to watch list.
A lot of people observing that Michael O'Donoghue looks like Uncle Albert from the British sitcom Only Fools and Horses. Stick a pony in my pocket, I'll get the suitcase from the van. Because if you want the best ones, you don't ask questions. Well, brother, I'm your man.
He's your man.
Still haven't relaxed.
There's a really famous poker scene from that show also, isn't there?
Is there?
I think so. Something to do with a deuce, 4 2s, quad deuces, something like that. Somebody help me out.
8 raise 35.
Oh, he who bets wins, Rodney. Isn't that from it?
Yes. He who dares wins.
He who dares wins.
He misquotes the SAS slogan. Do you know what Del Boy's girlfriend, later wife, was called?
Del Girl. Did I get it?
No.
Like Del, you didn't. Costello ace-king all in for about 11 big blinds.
Okay, dealer.
No, it's for you. It's yours.
So you? Oh, it's on me. Oh, it's there. That button, wasn't it?
Mange 2, Rodney. Mange 2. Glow and Bud says, I was just explaining to my girlfriend today about Trigger calling Rodney Dave. You had to be there. All right, Dave?
Is this a show you actually like, James, or just one that's so ingrained in culture that you have to know it?
It had some great moments. You must have seen the famous bar scene, right, where Del Boy and Trigger, David Jason, Roger Lloyd Pack are standing at the bar, and they're like, they see a couple of hot women, and Del Boy's like, we're going to play this cool, Trigger, going to play it cool, and he goes to lean back on the bar, but doesn't realize that the barman's like lifted it to step out, and he just goes, tips over,
I have
and crashes
seen
the
that.
ground. Yeah,
I have seen
and then Trigger's like, where's he gone? Because Trigger's not all there.
What kind of timepiece we got here on O'Donoghue?
Can't make it out.
Seems like a low-key good one.
Yeah, it's... Is he a lefty, or does he just prefer wearing a watch on the right wrist? The strap flapping about is bothering me. So it gives me massive OCD.
Saris perhaps picking up on the hesitation of O'Donoghue's raise. We all knew what that hesitation was. It was the fact that he had a medium strength hand, maybe was considering folding. But Saris perhaps picking up on that, electing to go for a 3-bet instead of a flat here, and I think it's going to be very, very effective against this particular holding of the Irishman. And a quick fold.
Easy game.
Well, yeah, if you get the cards for it.
Or the chips.
That too. If you got the one, the other comes. I guess.
Well, according to James on YouTube, it was 4 kings versus 4 aces. Uncle Del Boy versus Boise at cards. I don't remember the poker scene, but I'll take your word for it. Number of people able to reel off lines from Only Fools and Horses is both impressive and disturbing in equal measure. Did the show ever make it to Canada, Griff?
I've never heard of it. Kirko been surprisingly quiet, considering he's supposed to be an aggressive Finn, but finally gets a big hand and a great opportunity to re-raise weeks here.
Just for your reference.
Are we playing 6 here? 6 max. We're playing 6.
That is the character of Uncle Albert.
Oh wow! Oh wow! That's a little on the nose.
It should be players here
That's
blue hat and everything.
Yeah,
strong.
You can see it up there.
Look-alike.
You can see it up there.
We should get players.
Sorry. You can see the screen up there.
Up here, oh yeah.
New players coming soon. Two seats open, 2 players coming in.
Direct vision.
164, 163 remaining.
All right. What is it, 8, is it?
It's funny, this dude's name is Chemo Kirko, KK, and someone wrote in chat that Kirko is slang for king. It's a lot of king synergy there. Not quite as good as Moneymaker.
There too?
Very good, yes.
Raise and take it for the EPT Barcelona runner-up.
So, you know, like with origins of names, like people named, not Schumann, like there's a whole thing about it, like the shoemaker, pardon me. It's like they used to be shoemakers in generations past. So Moneymaker is a pretty strong name.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's like that guy just makes money.
No, the genesis of the actual name is it's an English translation of a German name, which means someone who actually makes physical coins.
Like a minter.
Yes.
Okay.
Linares shoving from the cutoff with King Jack, gets through the button in the small blind and the big blind.
Yeah, pretty clean little shove there from the cutoff for 12 bigs. Always nice to take it down though. Hate running into it.
Oh, we're going to have another fin at the table. Chemo Kirko is delighted to see that Ilari Sahamias is heading to the table.
Come on.
Cheers.
Martin didn't make it through either, did he?
No, I don't think so. Maybe it will, but he didn't have it.
He's like, hey, buddy.
Thank you.
I'll give you that. I'll give you a bad look-alike. That Weeks looks like Jim Broadbent.
No, that's poor.
I'll
That's
give it to you.
really poor.
I'm gonna award it.
And I actually kind of quite like this raise here from Weeks. I mean, he happens to be running into the ace-4 suited of Costello, but it's one of those hands that's not really that great to limp with at this stack depth. As far as playability, I think it's nice to just raise a little bit and put pressure on Costello to basically shove or fold. And with this hand, certainly Costello should lean shove.
Friend of yours? Friend?
Could also be considering about calling. I would be, yeah, there it is.
Here come the two new players. So yes, in seat number 3 we have Michael Weissman from Ireland, and in seat 2 it is Siegmund himself, another EPT Barcelona runner-up, Ilari Sahamias.
Siegmund.
Ilari was the runner-up in 2012. Chemo Kirko was the runner-up in 2013. Both years we saw fins in hats at the final
Get this guy a
table.
hot chocolate. In from the cold.
Is there any other members of Rail Heaven out there?
I have to say, I don't know how much his mannerisms have changed over the years, but I hope he still has that snarl. Oh, there it is! Jesus Christ.
He's still pretty
Oh
intimidating.
my God, he's grumpy.
Pretty intimidating figure. I don't think
cards aren't even in the air.
I don't think he's grumpy. I think he's just
I don't
finished.
know if you see that one now. 5 players gone already.
This little stack.
Speaking of 5 players gone, we are 11? No, almost 20 from another page up. Hillary might be one of the only guys I've ever met who is more intimidating when he's smiling than when he's not.
Am I one of those people?
No.
Jacks for Michael O'Donoghue. He's raised it to 35,000.
Can you move to your left? Yes, okay, perfect. For the camera.
Cha-ching. Warning, flash photography.
And a big blind defend from Kimo Koko with ace-3 off. Heads up to the flop. Always an ace on the desk.
In this case, at least it's an ace and a king, so you don't have to be wondering, oh, it's just one overcard.
But O'Donoghue has continued for 60,000.
Well, he's going to find out for 60,000.
He does have the jack of clubs.
I mean, but any and all chance of bluffing Kirko off a weak kicker.
No.
Club does not come in.
Wrong black.
Save your chips, Uncle Albert.
Time to bring it on down to Valueville.
That's right, Undersea Monkey. Two in the water.
Ace-3.
Wow. Get paid.
Got him, boys.
Get paid. That was one of the top 3 ways to play jacks, though.
Got to go the second biggest stack at the table with more than, well, close to 900K now.
And not even half of Viserys is around 2 million. Probably one of the biggest in the room, right?
What's that?
The chips?
Yeah, what about him?
It's got to be one of the biggest stacks in the room.
We think so, yeah.
Yeah.
But Viserys, yeah, top 3 for sure.
Stick to the plan, O'Donoghue, just because you got 3-bet the last time with your mid-ace.
Plan is to raise ace-10 to 35,000.
Really digging the South Park character energy of his hat right now.
He does look like a South Park character. Finnish exchange student.
Three of our players checking at the table. Please prepare your decks.
Tata, Atreya, Pavan, Kumar says, from India, huge fan of Poker Stars, needs a shout out.
Poker Stars needs a shout out?
Yeah, I'll shout out Poker Stars all the live long day. It's right here in my contract.
Gotta stop bringing that everywhere. Just focus.
Says the man who's walking around Dublin with a trophy.
Costello gonna be absolutely buzzing with jacks at the cutoff on 15 big blinds. Gets that close to min raise out, and Kirko with a hand. He ain't gonna fold. Should just be playing as a call. I think that maybe some consideration of just 3-betting. Oh my God, the fold. Look at that. Recognizing the strength of the min raise off the 15 big blinds, thinking, okay, if he had a weakish hand or a medium strength hand, he would have just shoved. What a fold. That's a lot of discipline from a very, very talented player. Can Donahue avoid trouble here? Flopping something like top pair would be bad. Gets away.
I do love the PA system here.
There's no excuse for not hearing it.
It does say NASA, doesn't it?
Yes, Griffin, we established that like half an hour ago.
It may not say NASA, but it definitely doesn't say USA.
It is the NASA logo. It's 100% a NASA hat.
Ladies and gentlemen, as part of the Irish Open,
50-50 chance that guy's been to space.
Poker Stars are giving away another Malaga ticket in the very special crack den. It's going to happen between 10:30 and 12 o'clock tonight. So we're going to give away another Malaga ticket for UK IPT, courtesy of our sponsors.
Are they playing golf out there?
Also happening tonight, we have air ball, cornhole, and we have shuffleboard all happening here this evening. Anybody who's not playing poker is more than welcome to come and join us with lots of prizes and lots of giveaways. Good luck to everybody on the tables here tonight, and we will entertain from 9 p.m. onwards. We're crack den here at the Irish Open.
I think it's open mic night in the tournament room.
Two players.
Ace-6 versus ace-queen. Ace-queen still good post-flop.
Check, check.
What?
Check, check. Carl's taking turns. Who's up next?
Check one, check
But Saris going to take a stab at this.
What you betting for? What you betting for?
Pretty good. I mean, this is just...
It's like they're in on the bit now.
It's like when you're on a plane and there's like 5 minutes left to your movie, but you're landing and everyone just keeps getting and making announcement after announcement.
It pauses the movie.
Yeah.
We're now going to show you a short film about our the charity we work with.
You got any loose change? No! No, I don't. If I did, it'd be in the seat right now.
More TBC says, I like the PAs. Hearing in the crackdown is never not funny. Shout out to the crackdown because I know the stream is on and I know there's people in there drinking right now, watching the live stream.
What up, crackdown? I don't mind that they called it a crackdown, but serving shots in glass pipes, I feel like was a step too far.
I do like the fact that in order to get in there, they have to bang on a big steel door, and a guy with tattoos all over his face has to like look through a little peephole and decide whether you should be let in.
You a cop? Showdown. There isn't even a board out yet. How does this work?
There's an all-in. That's why. Linares shoves with 10-9 and gets called by Kimo Kirko with ace-king.
I think the graphics might be wrong here because we see the ace, 7 of clubs
There we
tabled.
go. Yeah.
Which would make a lot more sense.
Oh, it's not Linares who's all in. It's Uncle Albert.
No.
I mean,
is Linares? No.
I mean, I have no idea what's going on the
I
screen
know, I'm
right
trying
now.
to figure it out. I'm moving them around. I'm trying to get them right.
Griffin, click that button. Not that button, that one. Undo. No.
Okay, yeah.
Control V.
So
No.
We got it now. We got it.
Yeah, you saw that was a side call from Kirko because he doesn't really want to be all in for 26 big blinds against what he would perceive to be a pretty tight range.
Look at this call of 401K because O'Donohue is about to be sent to retirement.
Wow. Yeah.
I got that joke.
It's because you're almost there, buddy. A lot of spicy turn cards.
It needs to always come 7 because Michael O'Donohue is my pick to win.
I like the 4 of clubs because there's...
7!
Timantti 7, kun väistää, niin kyllä tää sit tulee.
Is it always coming? No. Oh no, Michael O'Donohue eliminated. We're so sorry, Uncle Albert.
He's got a shuttle to catch.
Into orbit.
I thought it was in the Kings.
No.
Didn't know if it was in my, been on this table all day.
Maybe he'll bring us back some of that astronaut ice cream.
That's right, Sam Stein. The Spraggy loses again. Fold it. If you ever look down and see A7, fold it.
Oh, jeez.
Don't complain. If the floor comes to the table, they can't be on the PA.
1-5-1. So 8 from a pay jump.
I suppose do the exercise you get. Making him stretch, I suppose do the exercise you get.
Can we get the floor? PA announcement for the floor.
I don't think you like losing them, but ace.
Has anyone seen the micro?
That's my right.
Remember in the early days, we used to goof around a little bit where I would like go down and like run past the camera real quick and do like a gag or like give something to a player.
That's before the days of a 30-minute delay. So when we were live, remember? Cards down coverage.
I remember it was cards down. We had no delay at all.
No delay at all.
I remember I went and brought someone a box of tissues once when they couldn't stop sniffing.
Yeah. But you could do that, right? Because you could interact in real time. And then people wanted to see the hold cards. And next thing you know, all that went out the window. And then people wanted analysis, and we had to recruit goobers like this guy.
The only thing he's analyzing right now is the bottom of a box of noodles.
Yeah, sorry, I was eating. What did you say?
Analyze this, will you?
Ace-queen versus ace-queen. Yeah, make sure you swallow that food, Griffin, because there might be some singing coming up.
All in.
I love it.
Contis.
Good for weeks. Not always easy to 4-bet shove facing a 3-bet after you've opened under the gun with the ace-queen off for well over 30 big blinds. And at this point, it's just free rolling in this spot. Either he calls and we probably chop.
530.
That's a lot of chips, Vitseris.
Fair question from John, by the way. Griffin is eating. Whose food is it this time? So Vatsaris with the decision whether to call this all in.
You got the ace king again, don't you?
Oh, yeah, lay it down. Get away. Nice. Look at that image. Image at work.
Thank you, Peter. Cheers.
Rabbit Larry says, I have to say I haven't watched poker in a long time, but I love it here. Rabbit Larry's got a big day tomorrow. You should be in bed.
That's a really cute sweater. That's a nice sweater. I like it. I've seen some good sweaters today.
The sheep it came from is right outside.
No, but I do like to think it's, we don't think about the wardrobe thing enough, but oftentimes this will be one of the only times some players will be on a feature table. Like this is the sweater they love that they're going to wear, that their wife has told them they look great in. I mean, I wore my beautiful sort of Irishy green.
I do like that sweater. It looks
Yeah,
good on
it
you.
is good. Yeah, I was hoping I'd get on level 1, but
Look like a cocktail olive.
turns out one of the most famous Irish poker players with another famous Irish poker player is more important.
Certainly stuffed with cheese.
Yeah, I wasn't going to crack the Andy Black Finton hand start. Is Finton still in?
No,
he's not.
Oh.
Hell of a
Just
run.
gonna let me have a walk then.
The Finton and the Spraggy are currently playing a 3K.
There's a 3K I could be playing right now?
No, there isn't.
It's not a hyper.
Your job. Griffin, you're allowed to play, but you got to play really quickly.
You got to squeeze
late
it
at night while we're all asleep.
You got to squeeze it into 4.5 hours.
And then you can get one of your little trophies again. Linares, fresh off his 10-9 off shove that got through because we decided he didn't shove. A little graphic error comedy. Huh? Here all weekend.
We laugh for weeks.
Well, we've lost Joe. That was the end of the line. Unceremoniously just stormed out.
Just be grateful I'm still here. I'm still willing to endure you.
I think I can run the show by myself. You want to take off?
No, no way. No way. That's not happening.
That's a huge red writing in your contract. Do not leave Griffin alone in the booth.
Huge liability. Huge. And bear in mind, I'm prepared to leave Joe by himself. So what does that say about you?
Yeah.
We got 2 hearts on board, so it's the strawberry draw for Hillary.
Hey, what do you call it when you when you go all in with a?
Go on.
When you go all in with a heart flush.
I don't know, Griffin. What do they call it when you go all in with a heart flush?
Strawberry jam.
It's not bad. I mean, I don't think it's kind of worth that level of hysteria, but it wasn't bad.
Strawberry jam. I just made that up.
The great thing is, and by great I mean awful thing, is that when Joe comes back, you're going to have to tell that joke again.
Yeah, definitely. The reviews are in.
I think Tom's right. That was okay.
Key is to set the bar real low.
Yeah, that's a fair point. For Griffin, that was great. Come on. Normally, it's kind of still a work in progress while it's actually coming out of your mouth. This one actually was defined, refined.
Every now and then. And
oh, Linares with the virtual all-in.
Yeah.
Ilarisamius with the actual all-in.
And not mucking about for any pay jumps. Zygmunt.
Let's flip the coin.
One time. One time three. Wait, you're not going to win 2 times? Good luck, buddy.
Linares is the at-risk player, but is the slight, one would say, marginal favourite with the small pocket pair.
There. There's that smile Joe was telling us about. I didn't think he looked scary.
Queen 8. Oh, counterfeit opportunities now.
10 of diamond.
Six on the turn.
Never easy.
Okay, now he's pissed.
12 outs for Ilarisamius. River is a 10 and 3's hold, and that is going to be a double up for Socrates Linares.
Oh, yeah.
Boy.
You just like saying that name, don't you?
It's a good name.
It's a strong name. Great name.
I miss saying the name Michael O'Donoghue. Can't believe I made him my pick to win the Irish Open, and he goes out on day 2. Day 2!
The table's huge too, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Comfy as well.
Yeah.
I want to take a chair home. Did you have a sting?
Ace queen. And you?
As well. If you were suited, I would have called one.
Costello trying to get some action.
What's that?
You've won
off
too
this
many
15
chips
big
off
blind
me.
stack
Come
of
on,
tens,
let me have the last 3 pods you
doesn't
won.
get a curious peel from Linares.
Fluffy, I don't know how many times.
You're doing all right. Actually, we're all winners here just by going away from the door.
Yeah. Except for him, wasn't it? Captain Birdseye.
Yeah.
He's gone. I like him, he's a nice bloke.
Michael O'Donoghue just labelled Captain Birdseye by the rest of the table. Another good lookalike. Those adverts, by the way, not dated well. Old man on a boat, surrounded by children, alone at sea, feeding them fish fingers. Okay, so Joe has returned from his brief hiatus, which means, Joe, I hate to do this to you, but you're about to be treated to the latest joke that Griffin has been workshopping in the booth.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, you ready?
Hold on, let me finish this whiskey real quick.
Okay, so what do you call it when you go all in with a heart flush?
What do you call it when you go all in with a heart flush? Angioplasty.
Strawberry jam. Like what you put on toast.
Can I leave again? So, the thing that's really tragic about this sort of joke and setup is that there is a way that you could have sold it and it would have been like okay.
In fairness, the context of the original joke was someone made a heart flush.
So if you just go heart flush, strawberry jam, time for a strawberry jam, like, you know, that's like, it's barely a joke, but it's something, right? It's a little color. But to put it in the form of a riddle.
I was kinder.
He was very kind, actually. A lot of people said it, they liked it.
Well,
a couple
I'm
people
getting
even
it's
said
funnier.
Joe was
It's funnier the second time. So, do you want to roll the dice and go for number 3?
No. Listen, got to stay in your lane. You're the funny one.
Agreed. Anyway, heads up to the floor.
Welsh King 888 has a suggestion, Griffin. Love jam sounds better.
Love jam.
No, because the whole thing is that you use strawberries. It's what you call the hearts. And strawberry jam is a...
Yeah, because no one's ever referred to hearts as a love thing before.
There's no such thing as love jam.
Shall I tell him or shall you?
You tell him.
Oh.
Moving swiftly on, 7-7-3 on the flop, which means that Ceres has the lead.
And I don't think that Zygmunt necessarily going to give up that easily with the Queen of Spades in his hand. A lot of different options here. You can start by raising with those, you know, and if you do see a continue from Vitzeris, there are ways that you can keep betting or get there. And in the times Vitzeris is just betting air, you're just going to get folds. I mean, with Vitzeris betting the 3, you might even just get a fold here. Once you decide to raise, which it looks like Zygmunt is doing up to 52,000. There's also the option of just shoving if you're Vitzeris here. It's only about 22 big blinds effective. You're going to fold out the hands that have equity that are bluffing. But it's high risk. Do you really want to just put in 400,000 here, 350,000, and then be shown the 7-8? He does do it. Good for him. Very, very well done.
Drama.
Is Hillary wearing a VeggieTales hat, by the way? Big fan of Christian cartoons.
Still the 8-16 level, right?
We're not an exception.
I know, I'm just wondering why.
Regulatory says Hillary's hat is a Murchison cucumber hat. It's a pickled vegetable company in Finland. That sounds very, very plausible.
That's awesome.
Ίσως γι' αυτό.
Όχι, αποκλείεται για άλλο.
So according to the clock, there's 157 left on this level, and for reasons that are unclear right now, the clock has been paused. We're checking on the stacks of the players we're watching right now at the feature table. Blinds will be going up inside of 2 minutes. Bad news for Michael Weissman, who's playing 13 bigs. He's in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Hilary Sami is also on the shortish side. The big stacks at the table, Kimo Kurko and Konstantinos Vetseris, the latter among the tournament chip leaders right now. Kimo Kurko possibly in the top 10.
What's that? I said, there ain't that many players for tomorrow, is there, even if we stop now?
Well, I think
tomorrow,
I think tomorrow we're going to go down to the final.
Okay, let's play I Spy. Does anybody see anyone they know?
Ooh, I like this game.
I think so, yeah.
That's Wouter Belts down there.
Wouter.
Could be a long day tomorrow.
That
could be a long day
is that,
tomorrow.
That David Doherty playing in the mini?
Yeah, that's David Doherty in the red hat, you mean, right?
Yep.
I guess we're going to end up at like 120, 110, maybe.
I kind of resent that you guys are better than me at this.
Last 2 tables.
Oh, there we go.
2 hours.
A little more real estate to work with now.
Gary Turnbuckle. Oh, cut away.
I saw Gary.
You have a bit more chance than me. How much have you?
Just trying to find out what's happening.
Anyway,
yeah, nearly.
Did see a lot of anxious-looking floor people pacing around the room.
You can sit back now, stop taking our chips.
Oh. Dealers in the main event. Complete the hand you're on and stop.
1-9.
Are we going to finish a level early?
No. My guess is that there's been some kind of mix-up in the count, the player count. And they're trying to get a stranglehold on that.
You may be right, Joe. Staff need to work out exactly how many players are in.
Yeah.
Their numbers aren't adding up, so they're going to count every single player.
There you go.
Huh. Well, how long is that going to take?
Well, in fairness, they did it at the bubble, and it took a long time. But there's 3 times
I probably
less
have.
people.
I'm so sorry, Griffin. Go
That's
ahead.
okay. No, there's a third of the people left. That it shouldn't take that long.
I probably have an old podcast game somewhere of like a game we didn't get to with a guest.
We're not going to need that. It's not going to take like 20 minutes, is it?
I mean, if it was me counting, it would, because I'd have to keep starting over every time something distracted me.
I guess the problem is if someone gets up to go to the toilet and they come back and realize, oh, we thought there were 7 players at that table, but actually there's 8.
There's a game I've been saving for a really long time.
Not being funny, if we just bring the camera a little bit further to the left, we can do it for them, right? We've got the bird's eye view.
Oh, I can't count from that distance.
Griffin's really good at numbers. Griffin's a professional poker player.
It's the most famous I've ever been.
I do like numbers.
Also, the clock says 143. Why don't we just go with 143? Seems like a perfectly reasonable number. Okay, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's approximately 17.
What would be really great is if the count was off, but I didn't figure it out to the final table, and there's 6 people left, but it says 9.
I've been told to stop the count. Apparently the tournament staff are on it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's better, no? Γιατί να μην τραβήξει αύριο 200 ώρες. Πόσο σε πώς την πήγε πολύ. 143 άτομα είναι.
Dean Kenny, wouldn't they count chip stacks, not actual physical players? For example, if someone goes to the toilet, their stack will be that. Don't tell them how to do their jobs, Dean.
All right, I'm going to my. It's all the podcast running orders.
Okay.
Now, you're going to have to remind me. You would have a better memory than I do of guests that we didn't get to the game.
Did you do a game for Patrick Marber? No, we definitely didn't get to a game with Patrick.
I didn't write one for him because
Okay,
I was too
fine.
intimidated, and now I regret it because I think he would have been really fun.
Okay.
Arden Cho, Gilles Simone.
I honestly don't remember.
Justin DeFay, I remember he didn't know other poker movies. Will Courtenay.
I don't think we did a game with him, but you probably didn't write one for him.
Let me see if I did one for him. Opening. There's one I know I did that I was really looking forward to called Joe Stapleton or Phil Hellmuth, and I wrote out a fact, and you're going to have to say whether it's about me, Phil Hellmuth, or both of us. Oh, because Will was a pre-record, that's why.
They're all pre-records, Joe.
But he was like a pre-record.
I'm pretty sure I could have counted 143 people by now.
Yeah, but what if there's like 180?
Then we have a problem.
Yeah, exactly. Why do you think we're stopped? Grund, Germans.
Is Felix helping? He's got his calculator out.
1 + 1 + 1 + 1.
20 und 30.
Masato Yokosawa, do you think I would have done a game for him? Nope.
Oh, there's French commentator Benny. Second bow! Second bow!
Oh, maybe some of these big 20s I wouldn't have got to the game. Big 20 number 1.
You're going to expect us to remember what we did on a podcast 3 years ago? Maybe it's time to start cutting and pasting unused material into a separate doc.
I should be saving them, you're right. Well, I found this game called Know Your Antonio.
I'm pretty sure we played that.
We did that one, right? Yeah.
But hey, recycle, reversion, repackage.
Probably new to us, yeah, exactly. Wait. So we were supposed to have Don Cheadle on once.
That's right.
And we didn't have him on.
So he had to pull out.
And I wrote a game for Don Cheadle.
Perfect.
Oh, no, I changed the game to John Hamm.
Ah, and we had him, and he played the game.
Yeah. Shoot. Let's try this one. I do have the Curb Your Enthusiasm game we played with Eric Seidel.
Yeah. While you're searching, by the way, I'm just going to handle this question from One Stern Brew. I've never seen this happen. Can you tell us again what's going on, please? As we understand it, the tournament staff have stopped the clock. They've paused play because they're not sure how many players are in. Numbers are not adding up. So they are manually counting every player in the tournament, and it's taken about 10 minutes so far.
Too scared
That's
to
fine.
do a
I think
game
we're a
with
bit
Paul
ahead of schedule anyway, you know?
Did I play a game with Ben CB? This one was called Rock and Lull, a trivia game about funny music. Flight of the Conchords, Tenacious D, Weird Al.
Maybe.
I don't remember the answers, though. All right, question 1. The Flight of the Conchords song, Robots, takes place in the distant future. The distant future. What year is it in the song?
We definitely played this game with Ben CB, but it's fine. We can play it again.
All right. Is it the year 2000, the year 1995, the year 2021, or the year 55,000?
I have a guess.
Yeah.
2021.
2021 is your guess. Let's see what chat says. I actually don't remember the answer to this one, so.
That's the problem, right? The answers aren't written down.
2000. The answer is 2000.
Dara Okani knew the answer to that one. Look. Yeah.
He's writing it into chat as we speak. All right, Griffin, this one is specifically for you.
Okay.
What is the actual name of the Tenacious D song commonly referred to as the greatest song in the world? Is it Dedicated, Tribute, Greatest? Tribute is correct. James, you're up.
I knew that one, though. Why couldn't I have that one?
Yeah, and by the way, I was going to pre-answer it, but I decided to let him say the things, and you did a little finger thing, and now he thinks I didn't know the answer.
You didn't get to my funny answer, which was Fluga Fluga He.
Yeah, so be patient there.
All right, James, which movie did Weird Al set to the tune of Don McLean's American Pie?
It was the Star Wars one, but go on, go with the options.
That's fine, we're moving on. Hey, we got Brandon.
It was the plot of The Phantom Menace, right?
Yes, it was The Phantom Menace.
Why is there some random Spanish dude speaking?
All right, James, that was too easy for you. How about this one? In which movie does the Dan Band add a bunch of swear words to the song Total Eclipse of the Heart?
Go on.
Is it
I know.
Step Brothers, The Hangover, Old School, or The Card Counter?
So the band in Step Brothers was a Billy Joel band, right? So I'm going to say, what was the second one? The Hangover. Is it the? Do we see the wedding at the end of The Hangover? I'm going to go with The Hangover.
We were looking for Old School.
Damn, it was a coin flip between
School.
those two.
All right, here's one that'll be tough for Griffin.
Okay.
Griffin, please complete this Spinal Tap lyric.
I'll know it.
The blanker the waistband, the blanker the quicksand. Is it thicker, deeper, quicker, steeper, cell phone beeper, or slicker jeepers?
I really don't feel safe in being between you two here because I feel like one of you is going to hit me and probably more likely James. But I've
The
never seen
thicker the
Spinal
waistband, the deeper the quicksand.
never
You
seen
know
Spinal
what
Tap.
I mean?
It's been on
Griffin,
the top of the list for a
do
while.
yourself a favor.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, story about Spinal Tap.
Okay.
I saw it when I was in college, was playing at the theater like a revival, and I couldn't believe a movie that funny existed that I had never seen before. Like start to finish, hilarious.
Okay.
All right, I'll do this one for chat. Let's see who gets it first in chat.
I've
Here
seen,
you go,
I've seen
chat.
a few of the other movies from the era. I've seen Best in Show and
Okay, actually the next question is about that. So, the cast of Spinal Tap went on to play a folk band in another mockumentary almost 20 years later. What was the name of that folk band?
Oh.
This is for chat.
I know.
I'll do one winner on Twitch, one winner on YouTube because they get them at separate times.
Are there options?
There are options, but chat's not going to need them. The options are a mighty wind, a mighty fart, a mighty, mighty boss tone, Spinal Tap with the medical kind.
Golden Jaguar, I think, is first on the Twitch.
Golden Jaguar, really? I have Eagle Eyes.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Eagle Eyes. Oh, Brent. A mighty wind is correct.
I think it's just on Twitch, James. I think on the Twitch is a bit.
It's the Twitch and the Tube, Griffin. Do not correct me.
Yeah.
I'm no?
All right, I'm going to get tee up the next question here.
Sorry. It's been nearly 15 minutes. Are they still counting players?
I've just gotten word actually they lost count at one point and had to start over.
Oh no, they were so close. 141. Oh, lost it. Back to the beginning.
Adam Kramer on YouTube, first player to get that one. These W Coop ones, do I have games in these? With just Howard Swains as a guest? Nope.
Yeah. I already got tickets for the Falk game.
We never ended up having Aniel Guillen on the show, did we?
Not to my recollection.
Okay, well, I have a running order for him, but no game. It was going to be about babies.
Great shot of someone's back. Jesus, the wheels are really coming off, and it's only day 2. We've still got 48 hours to go.
This is a kind of a fun one from when Penny Bartlett was on the show, programmer for the Criterion channel.
Yes.
And the game was called Joe Stapleton's Criterion Collection, and it's about which movies make me cry.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
That is strong.
You want to do this one?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we're going to kick things off with 3 Criterion titles that I own. Which 2 of them did make me cry?
So in other words, which one didn't make you cry?
Sure. The 3 choices are, which one did not make me cry? It'd be easier for chat to get involved. Rushmore, The Royal Tenenbaums, Friday Night Lights.
I think I know the answer.
Well, you can all take a guess on this one.
My guess is the Royal Tenenbaums.
He's going to guess the Royal Tenenbaums did not make me cry.
Rushmore.
James? Rushmore did not make me cry. We got some Rushmore in there on chat. We've got Royal Tenenbaums. We got Friday Night Lights. I'll tell you this, Griffin. The Royal Tenenbaums, ugly cried. Ugly cried for the Royal Tenenbaums. Mild tears from Friday Night Lights. The first time I saw Rushmore, didn't get it. Didn't care for it.
Conor Beresford currently discussing the movies of Wes Anderson.
By the way, these are all the same format for the questions.
Okay.
Which of these 2, which one of these 3 movies did not make me cry?
Got it.
Next 3 up for grabs. Big Fish, In Bruges, 3 Kings.
I'm going to say that. I'm going to say In Bruges didn't make you cry.
He says In Bruges did make me cry.
The one we can immediately eliminate. Big Fish, you were a mess. You were a mess in that movie.
Big Fish was ugly crying yet again.
That one kills me because the dad looks like my dad.
I'm trying to think of an emotional moment in 3 Kings. Does crying with laughter?
No, this is, it could be like tears of joy, but not laughter, no.
I'm going to have to say In Bruges. I'm not quite sure how you'd end up crying in Bruges.
He's going to say In Bruges. I'll tell you guys that Big Fish, you're correct. Big Fish, ugly cry. In Bruges, I got got. I got got by In Bruges. I thought he killed the kid. I got. 3 Kings, I did not cry.
I just don't like you including three Kings there. I feel like it's a red herring. It just feels like the fact that you include that movie, you must have cried. Right?
I don't even remember what's in that movie.
Exactly, but that's why it feels like it's too obvious that you didn't cry in that one.
Oh, do you see that? The tickets has gone down to 141.
Oh, so we might be done with this?
I think they may have rectified the count.
Apologies for everyone at home for the little delay. This is a new tournament stop at the Irish Open. We're just figuring out the kinks. That's an oldest tour ever joke. Oh, it's down to 139 now.
So we were 4 players off?
And who knows for how long?
Dan says, can we get a recount? No!
All right, this one should be pretty easy. Are we
Okay.
going? Oh, wait, they're washing. They're washing. Okay, we're dealing. That's it. Game over.
That's a different tournament, Joe.
Oh, okay, here we go. This one's kind of a gimme, I think. Field of Dreams.
Obvious.
Man on Fire. American Beauty.
I don't think you cried in American Beauty.
Yeah, I mean either. But I also think the first time he watched it, maybe he would have been a bit more susceptible to it.
There's no way that Joe did not cry in those other two movies. Field of
Yeah.
Dreams, he went. Man on Fire, he went. American Beauty, meh.
James is locking in American Beauty. Griffin, you want to lock in an answer?
What was the first one?
Field of Dreams.
Yeah, I mean, surely.
There's nothing.
Have a catch down.
I don't think there's anything emotional about American Beauty.
I'm going to say to play devil's advocate, I'm going to pick the middle one there. What was the middle one again?
Man on Fire.
Man on Fire, he didn't cry.
Griffin?
Creasy Bear?
Griffin? The devil needs no advocate. American Beauty is the film that did not make me cry.
Yeah.
Are we back? Nope, they're still standing. All right.
I would have put a substantial amount of money on that one, by the way.
Creasy Bear, absolutely, 100%.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
All right.
Oh, my God. We were 6 players off. We had 143. There's actually 137.
Well, it's a good thing we stopped.
American Beauty. Whatever happened to Kevin Spacey?
Jesus Christ, Griffin.
Kevin
Jesus
Spacey, the actor?
Christ.
You're doing that Jeffrey Epstein. Jeff Epstein.
Jeff Epstein, the financier?
Okay, I heard shuffle up and deal. I think that applies to our tournament. I think that's the main event. I think we're going again. And yeah, that took exactly 20 minutes.
I, for one, enjoyed it.
Thank God you were able to dig up some archive content from old podcast running orders.
Yeah, that was a good
Heavy,
game.
heavy poker relation.
That just added 20 minutes to our day, didn't it?
Sure did. Our short day.
Oh, that was a nice little sort of interlude.
6-6 fold.
I also was able to add a movie that I have to a little list that I have.
Yeah.
And the list is movies Joe might watch with me on tour because he wants me to watch so badly.
Okay, sure.
And Spinal Tap is.
I would
shocked.
do it. I would
shocked, Griffin, that you haven't seen it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You know.
Would do that.
What happens if 3 players now appear after having spent 20 minutes in the toilets having a number 2? No.
Still 16s, is it?
Yeah. Just a bit.
Whilst that hiatus was taking place, Wally says, I watched a YouTube video about the biggest fights in poker. The #1 spot, Kasuf and Benja.
There you go. But did not win Moment of the Year.
What did win Moment of the Year?
I think Mercier won something. I don't know.
But did it make you cry?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I guess now in the PLO, everyone will be there.
That was nice. That was a game I was really proud of. The Criterion collection.
That's some of like that's my kind of joke. Like that's really in the pocket right there. That's kind of my sweet spot.
Was wait, so you don't know what else is on that list though, do you? Because you weren't the one watching it. Of the best poker fights of all time. Remember when Sean Chacon told Mike Madison he's going to slap the sunglasses off his face? Was that on there?
We were both in the room at the time, right? That was at Binion's. That was on the penultimate day of the World Series of Poker main event in 2005, playing down to the final table from the final 27.
I remember that, and I remember already not liking that guy because of another incident that I guess I can't really say on air for legal reasons, but did not care for him.
Who?
Sean Shakan, who I think has been in legal trouble since.
Sit for check.
It was the first year the World Series was held at the Rio, but what they did is when they got down to the last 3 tables, they went back to Binion's.
Sit for fold.
The best part about that was after they got down to the final table, they were like, guys, we got enough people to cover 1 table. You're released. And I booked it out of there so fast. I was in the pit instead of watching this momentous final Joe Hashem final table. I'm playing 3-5-7 poker.
So you missed the moment when Joe Hashem asked everyone to pass him the sugar.
Yes, I did not see it live. Aussie!
But were you there the following year when he was all in and told the dealer, come on, let me get lucky just once?
I definitely did not see that live either. I didn't spend much time on the floor the next year. I was like a producer. I was like behind the scenes, sending people out to get content.
Sit to fold.
Was that the year when you spent, like, was it 70 nights at the Bellagio?
Correct.
So, Vigard on Twitch just said, I just realized that Shagwar and Griffin Benjamin was the same person about 3 months ago. Mind blown. I have a little Shagwar anecdote. I've been playing some Counter-Strike 2, and I decided to use the name Shagwar, spelt exactly like my old thing.
Did you
and
get
every
it?
once in a while, no, you can use whatever name when you play as you want. It's not
really?
my account
Oh,
name.
okay.
But every once in a while, someone will be on the comms and be like, "Huh, Shagwar, that's an old school reference, man." I'm like, "Yeah, big fan." One time I didn't have a very good game, and the guy goes, "You need to change your name. You're disrespecting the legacy of Shagwar." I'm like, "Never meet your heroes."
They probably think the real Shagwar's dead.
Yeah. No, they don't believe it's me. That's just ridiculous that I would be about 20% as good 15 years later.
Sit 8, fold. Sit 1, fold. Sit 2, fold.
Folded around to the cutoff. We're playing poker again, James.
Sit 2, fold. Sit 3, away. Sit 4, fold.
Now the all-in from Weissman. And the blinds are up, by the way. We're into the last level of the night. 10,000, 20,000 with a 20K big blind ante.
Tara Harrison on YouTube says, "We want some women." Yeah, join the club. We're doing our best.
Sit 1, fold. Sit 2, fold. Sit 3, fold. Sit 4, fold. Sit 6, fold.
Griffin, have you been into Balatro? Seems like it would be up your alley.
I don't know what that is. Do you? What's Balatro, Vigard? And you better not be tricking me and being like, Balatro D's, you know.
6, 7. Raise 65.
Yeah, it was nice getting into CS again in the last couple months. Started watching their majors.
Do you play as shirts or skins?
Started watching their majors. There's this new phenom on the scene named Donk. He's like a 17-year-old kid that looks like he must be 5 foot. He's incredible. It's very exciting. I would love to go to a live event once, I think.
Is it true that if you die in Counter-Strike 2, you die in real life?
I don't know. That only happened to a couple kids. They stopped it. I wonder if I could reach out to someone and be like, hey, can I get some free tickets to I think I have enough of a legacy status there.
Definitely.
A little VIP treatment.
You're certainly more entitled to that than half the shit you asked for on this tour.
Sit 4. Fold. Sit 6. Fold.
Kirko's got that ace raise.
My friend who doesn't follow poker at all, my friend from high school, just texted me, is Jeff Platt and Brent Hanks the poor versions of you? Like GoBots to your Transformers?
Please send that to Jeff. Please send that to Jeff.
I can't. He's so nice and so supportive. And
he'd find it funny.
If anything, we're the poor versions of them.
The GoBots to your Transformers. Too good.
Good for Linares here, finding the shove for these 17 big blinds, recognizing that Kirko can be raising pretty wide on the button, and you're going to fold out some better hands sometimes, like a raggy ace, like a hand like King 10 off probably. Might even get a fold from something like King Jack off. So if you're folding out a couple better hands, it's still taking it down. It's pretty nice. Pretty nice.
133 players remaining with less than an hour to run on the day. A reminder, very important reminder actually, that we will be back at the same time tomorrow, kinda. 12:30 local time, but clocks change tonight, spring forward. That's right, we lose an hour. The clocks move forward by an hour. So when we actually start tomorrow, it will be 12:30 British summertime.
Sit 3. Fold. Sit 4. Fold.
Hold on. Nightbot on YouTube. Sort your time zone conversions out. 12:30 UK tomorrow is indeed 1:30 p.m. Central European Summertime. It is not 6:30 a.m. Eastern. It is 7:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. These bloody bots. People keep telling me AI is going to take over the world. Can't even subtract 5 from 12.
I feel like we've had bots for a while, though, and we just recently got AI. What if the real war becomes the bots versus the AI? Think about it. Ooh. Somewhere between 118 and 141 left here in the Irish Open.
I feel like what wind was in our sails has been somewhat depleted by that break in the action.
Sit 6. Fold.
It is also during the last level, even without a 20-minute pause, that play does tend to slow down. People start looking at the clock, realizing, I can squeak into day 3. Fatigue starts settling in.
Sit 3. Fold.
We have got A shove here from Ilari with sixes.
That was a fin-on-fin spin. Sahami's up to nearly 400K now with that takedown.
Between Paris and the Irish Open, Griffin, I know obviously you brought the trophy with you across the Atlantic. When are you also going to dig your watches out? When are you going to start, like...
I've never brought my... Well, I only have one watch.
Oh, okay. So I thought there was more than one.
Just no. I just have the rose gold Carrera. But I will bring it to Monte Carlo. Where it
absolutely,
really
yeah. I think
that's appropriate.
Absolutely.
But now I'm going to feel motivated to like get it fixed and spend money on it. You know, it doesn't
yes, Griffin. Enabling Griffin to spend money.
Maybe I'll look into that one. I do have a couple weeks there.
1,000 for the 1,000 big land. Just a reminder, tournament players, we still have open registration.
Is this the last level? Is that what's being announced?
For those of you standing around, nothing to do.
All right, so 10 eliminations, and we're on another pay jump.
C2, 4, C3, 4.
Series, a little OOL here with the 8-6 off open, but it's going to get it through. OOL, of course, standing for out on a limb.
Mark of the Beat says, ooh, the current payout is not bad. Yeah. 4,100 euros now. Once we hit the final day, once we hit the final table, we're going to be looking at six-figure payouts for some players, including 415 grand for the winner.
Okay. C2, 4, C3, 4, C4, call.
V Vale says, I'm kind of new to this. Can someone explain how much 1K chips is in euro? This is actually, there is no cash equivalent in a poker tournament. And there's a weird way to figure it out, but you don't really need to worry about that. You buy in, your money's gone. Depending on where you finish, you get money back. There's no actual translation of how much each chip is worth. All the people that are left in this tournament are guaranteed to get a certain amount of money. At this point, it's around 4,100 euros. It was 1,000 euros to enter. However, some of these folks could have entered up to 8 times.
That's true. Not guaranteed that everyone in this tournament will cash out with a profit. Lemon Man asking how many chips they start with. 30,000 is the starting stack. And right now, the big blind is 20,000. This being the late stages, the final level of day 2, with 2 days still to play.
Oh, thank God they said it makes sense. Thank you. I did a terrible job. SPC Starfighter says, how do they calculate the prize money? Is there a standard formula and they just enter the total prize fund and how much they're going to pay, or do they just do it some other way? Yes. Thank you for your question. Insane Dev asks, do we know who potentially bought in 8 times for this? Yes. Thank you for your question.
We got Doherty for 7, right?
I mean, we know who potentially bought it 8 times for it. Everyone.
Sit 6, check. Sit 7, check. Third.
Joe is very protective of the word potential because how many, all his life that's what people were saying to him. His teachers. Costello, this little feeler bet. It's actually going to get through. Just a little bit surprised holding out that better jack there for the min bet. Another great shot from the camera, Danny Maxwell. Using his spider-like abilities.
More like Danny photos well.
Whoa!
That's him dropping
it's
down.
It's an earthquake.
It's him
Yeah,
dropping
that
down
was
from
him
the
falling.
ceiling.
Yeah. His superhero landings are pretty awesome, though, I have to say. But they do shake the room.
Sit 2, 4, sit 3, 4.
Boom, boom, shake the room.
Sit 4,
Shake the room. Still 19 big blinds on the button. Probably too much to shove. So
Sit 6, raise.
let's just do a standard raise and see what happens.
Look at the tell. Costello is holding his cards like he's ready to give them to the dealer. We'll keep an eye on that.
Sit 8, 2.
Lucas Santos.
I love those little subtle moments when you're watching a table where someone folds, but you just tell they've had enough. I haven't liked my cards in the last 40 minutes.
Well, this tired chappie is Simon Wilson. You'll notice he has a lot of chips in front of him, approximately 3.2 million of them.
And look, he's got fans too now, look.
Wow, when you are chip leader with 128 players remaining, you make friends pretty easily.
And enemies. Quite tired from stacking all those.
Even though this question is addressed to you, Joe, do you mind if
no,
I handle
please.
it?
Yeah.
So SPC Starfight says, let's rephrase it. How do they calculate how many players will get paid and how much each of those is going to receive it? Using Microsoft Excel.
Sit 2, Owen.
Thank you for your question.
Sit 3, 4, sit 4, 4. Sit 6, 4, sit 7.
Accelerate. 18 big blinds. 19 big blinds for Zygmunt. I think I would prefer a bit of a min raise here. Get some weaker hands involved. You're really only going to get called by better and fold out worse in a situation like that. Bit of an old school shove, I would say. Maybe something a little more common in 1996. His prime, not quite that long ago. For those unfamiliar, and that's the thing, I think we just probably assume everyone knows who Zygmunt is/was, but one of the most famous sort of heydays of poker, big cash game, mega beasts. High stakes poker, right? He was on there. But mostly known for his mega high stakes with the likes of Phil Ivey and Patrick Antonius.
He is An Sicko.
That is a great thing about poker, though, too, is, you know, you don't just see some old football legend pop up into a game. It's like, oh, yeah, it's you know, David Beckham's going to come onto the pitch here. It was such a treat to see Zygmunt just.
I thought you were going to say you don't see old football players pop up in poker, and I'm like, yeah, you do, all the time.
I mean, you know what I mean. It's just like, it's a treat.
Front are more than 20, right?
4, yeah.
400 total.
Around that, yeah. It's fine.
Sit 1, fold. Sit 2, fold.
Griffin, how bad would you want to play Mario Kart on that big screen right there?
It's pretty sweet. No, you know what I really want to do? I want to play Overcooked with you on it.
Burgers are our business.
Yeah.
50 Shades of Tea says, speaking of football legends, I played with Laurie Sanchez in the Mini a few days ago.
Sure.
Gentlemen. Laurie Sanchez was at Spraggy's table yesterday, knocked him out of 1C, and then asked for a photo, saying that his son is a fan.
Spraggy's son is a fan of Laurie Sanchez.
No. Laurie Sanchez's son is a fan of Spraggy.
Wait, Laurie Sanchez's fan is a son?
6, 6, 4. 6, 7, 4.
Did you guys know that Spraggy's brother is like a ridiculously successful TikToker?
No,
Yes.
how ridiculous.
We've had this conversation before.
Like,
never with me.
Like I think of like a millionaire from it.
Shut up.
I'm not joking.
Get right out of town.
Sit 1, fold.
He does a lot of apparently like supernatural, like spend the night in a graveyard type stuff.
Stop.
I'm not joking.
Oh my God, runs in the family.
Big guy.
You know how hard it is to get famous on TikTok without wearing booty shorts?
I've tried both ways, so very hard.
Sit 6, fold. Sit 7, fold. Sit 8, fold.
You know, having watched Zygmunt today, though, I did learn something about my relationship with Finnish people. I've always found them to be, you know, very logical, very nice, always offering you snuzz. But with Zygmunt, there's something that I was triggered by, and I realized what it was. Was that he reminds me of the Finnish hockey team in Mighty Ducks 2. Like
bad
just
guys.
yeah, the bad guys. Like there's like something villainary about him.
Sit 3.
Very important movie of my childhood. Ducks still and forever will fly together. Let's shake their hands. That's what the captain says at the end when they lose. The coach doesn't want to shake their hands.
He doesn't have the moment where he does. He does.
Oh yeah,
say
the
shake my hand.
bad guy finally
Yeah.
says like they deserve to win. Let's shake their hands. They say it in English to each other, which is weird. They probably say it in Finnish.
You've earned it.
Yeah.
Who do we have here? It looks like the chip leader's chips again. Simon Wilson. Reverse angle.
It's
artistic.
That's pretty great. Ooh,
I mean,
the thumb.
is that a thumb or an elbow?
I don't know.
Or something else?
Yeah.
Oh, James.
It really is the Irish
James,
Open.
you put down that Guinness.
7, 4, sit 8, fold.
Have you got the feeling you're being trolled by your own production team?
Sit 1, raise 44.
Only every goddamn day.
Ooh, bit of a close spot here for Sahamis. And it makes the tight fold.
Sit 3, Owie.
And probably feels a lot better about things seeing that Wiseman is shoving in the A7. Of course, doesn't see the hand, but he's going to imagine the hand strength is quite a bit better than King Queen off.
180, right?
In this case, it's actually only slightly.
Fold.
And Viserys is going to make the call for those 9 big blinds.
You got to wise up.
King.
Let's see 3, and then 4, and then 5.
A7.
Well, it's not offsuit, so it's not strictly speaking the Spraggy, but it's still a danger hand.
Isn't quite the Spraggy, but it's not spragging that far behind, am I right?
Flop.
Ooh.
Jack 7 deuce pairs for both players. Right now, but Sarah's ahead with top pair.
Turn.
Oh!
Weissman picks up the flush draw on the turn.
Classic TV hand.
But a brick on the river, and A7 seals the fate of another player.
Look, guys.
Cheers. All the best, my friend.
Cheers, man.
We play against 6.
Give a wave on the telly before you go.
Yeah. I think for 30 minutes.
I think until 120 players. Then it's gonna be 8.
Something, hoping for strawberry jam. This is Fat Fox.
Keaty says, I'm starting to believe that A7 is actually cursed.
It's not cursed, it's just not a good hand.
Weeks with King Queen on the button.
Raise 80,000.
He's going to raise it.
6-6, fold.
Ace-8 of diamonds for Kimokoko in the
Now
big blind.
this is a hand. It's been 1 week since you dropped your hands at your sides and said, I'm angry.
6-7, fold.
Raise and take it for weeks.
Oh, very strange fold from Kirko.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me.
Sorry.
He had a drumstick and his brain stopped ticking.
Sit one. Sit one, fold.
All in.
Sit
A lot of
two.
people joining in.
Sit
The
five,
1 week.
fold.
I still got rug burns on both my knees.
6-6, fold.
Oh, and here we go.
Finn versus Finn. We are going to see a race.
All in.
Sit 7. All in.
Thank you.
Not two aces, King 9 of diamonds. That goes in the muck.
Onko pari?
So here we go. We're going to flip it. Ace King suited against sevens.
Like white pudding versus black pudding.
Sit 7.
One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
That always works. You should take off the mic as well. Well, that's the way they're doing the big events, no?
Look at that
Start
smile.
walking off and then
Terrifying.
Come back. Seven's dropped.
The flop is King High, and Ilari is drawing to 2 outs.
But you know what they say.
This pot can't be chopped.
7 required. No 7. Siegmund is dispatched.
Got places to be, people to see.
And a pocket full of snuzz.
Like flies. It's a terrible thing. Terrible? What's this?
Oh, so for you.
It's lovely.
You love
What do you
it.
mean? It's lovely.
I feel like I'm the next victim.
Nah.
You know, it'd be cool if after that 20-minute delay they drew one hand and not 6.
Well, remember, here they don't use cards to decide how many more hands we're going to play. Do you know this, Griff?
The single die.
No. They roll a single die, but what they've done is they've replaced the 1 and the 2 with 6. And if they roll a 3, 4, or 5, they have to roll again. That's basically how it works. That's why we always end up playing 6 hands.
That's why we always end up playing 6 hands.
Let's play short deck.
Lol. Thank you, Lion King Jr. Thank you.
Are you feeling the love tonight?
Hakuna Matata.
Sit 8.
Kirk Go, opening from the button. Ace 10 suited.
Sit 1, 4.
I think you had a nice hand.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're not the only ones getting loopy.
Could you do
Aren't
me
we waiting? Or?
I called.
Yeah, but I think the players should be there.
And there, and there.
Yeah, but I mean, now they're gonna miss 2 hands.
They miss 2 hands if they come now. So.
Yeah, let's get some new players in here.
Small favor. Could you please let me know how many roughly are the white ones? Like 30?
No, 25.
24?
25.
We need to ask for
I mean,
players, okay?
it's easier this way.
Oh yeah, for sure. Thanks so much.
No worries. 24.
Ah, nice call.
Yeah. Nice call. So 6, 8, 15, like 8, 1.8.
I mean, 2 monster stacks to the table now. Vitseris with 2.1 million. Kimo Kirko with 1.7. Three empty seats at the table.
Yeah, you got 1. Bit less, maybe. 2.08 or something.
Banana Jam 999. This is a live poker stream in Ireland. It was established yesterday. This year's Irish Open being played in Slovakia.
Yeah, 3.1.
To 140? To 140? To 150?
Close enough.
We have only 5 players.
Yeah, so they're in the middle of breaking a table, so the players are on their way right now.
Yeah.
Just finished the wall, yeah.
They're coming now because if they don't come now, they lose to blind.
Say again?
If they don't come now, they lose to blind.
Yeah, unfortunately, so we're going to keep dealing. The players are on their way right now. They're standing
Nice try.
Can you tell them to run, please?
That's weird.
Yes. Big blind.
Nice try.
Six, 4.
Ace 10 for Kimo Kirko.
6, 7. Raise 40,000.
Pocket threes.
Sit 8, all in.
Socrates, Linares all in.
Wow.
And look at this.
So this is a pretty great spot before we saw Vitseris' hand for Linares to pick up some chips.
This is 40.
Kirko going to raise a pretty wide range at the cutoff here, so you're expecting to get this through a lot at the 20 big blind shove, because the players behind are going to have to fold a lot of hands like, you know, your king, queen suited, your ace 10s and the like, but something like ace king, Vitseris going to have to put it in here. I would expect probably just call the 400,000. Could also just shove. Doesn't really matter, as soon as Vitseris puts money in the pot, I think Kirko's going to be hightailing it out of there.
Yeah.
There is the call.
Okay, here's a hand.
And with the ace being folded, and even to a smaller degree, of course, the queen-jack being folded, doesn't look that great for Vitseris.
Is Weeks going to reshove with queen-jack?
Get out of here.
No.
Sit 4, fold.
Australia.
Sit 7, fold, all in call.
Yeah,
same
Linares going to be thrilled to see the ace king.
Siga,
Obviously more combos with the ace king
Easy.
than the pairs, but
The flop.
this
Like
one you're a favorite.
Saint Patty versus Peppermint Patty.
Έχει μάρκες αυτό.
One of these
my
two
favorite.
things has a slight mathematical advantage.
I've been waiting for you to use that one all week, actually. I
1-3
really
the
like
flop,
that one.
please.
Welcome to the table.
Now a new player arrives in the middle of this dramatic moment.
Even though the board is paired, all things considered, has gained percentages here, now up to 59-41.
You hate the paired board when you got a small pair. You hate it.
Nobody ever gets counterfeited.
And of course, additional counterfeit outs on the turn. Any 10 for ace or a king. And Linares is heading home. Oh, don't do it to him.
King on the river, and Linares is KO'd. We're going to need another player now.
No, I'm sit 1.
Here comes Tina.
Yeah.
So that is okay.
Sorry, trouble.
Melee walk A. Algonquin 4. The good land.
And can't help but wear it there when you're just one card away from having a very healthy stack in the Irish Open with 115 left. You know, people dream about winning this prestigious tournament, and it's just not everyone can do it.
We did moments ago ladder again to 4,720.
Okay.
I got so jumpy.
And we're getting at least 2 new players from what I can see.
I would have also busted.
I don't think we'll ladder again tonight.
Well, that is Narcis Nedelku, who was at our feature table yesterday.
You're Romania. The Kuzit giveaway.
Well, you asked everybody else how many chips they got, they never asked me.
Yeah, I don't think we'll ladder again tonight. Next one isn't until 95th place.
It's clear. I am myopic. These are actually myopic glasses.
Who knows, though? They might do a count. We might be at 80.
So we've got Nedelku in seat 2. There was definitely a player who came over to seat 3 and dumped their chips there. Yeah, they were on the racks and then wandered off again.
Oh, we saw this guy yesterday.
Yep.
Played well.
Mm-hmm. Don't tell him. Don't tell him. All right, Griffin, don't look at this.
1 million.
Koga has a joke for you.
Okay.
What do you call it when you hit the flush on the river with an ace of hearts?
4,000.
I'm going to workshop it to make it.
I'm going to make it better. I know how to make it better.
A heart flush on the river.
Ace of hearts on the river, making a flush.
Ace of hearts on the river, making a flush.
What do you call it? What is that?
I got it. Peanut berry and jam.
A strawberry Greenstein.
I thought mine was pretty good too.
I hate to break this to you, but it wasn't.
Good Lord.
It wasn't? Why not?
Peanut butter and what?
Peanut berry and jam. Barry Greenstein.
Peanut berry? James is about to ruin his computer right now.
Butter. I don't know.
Why would the peanut butter be berry? It already has jam in it.
You told me to guess.
I don't mind the guess. I just don't think how you can possibly say it's better.
You guys have never had double berry jam before?
Killing Hardigan right now.
It makes no sense.
No sense.
You guys are breaking my heart out here.
Jam.
What? It's growing on you, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's growing on me like a herpy. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm with you, True Dave. Strawberry jam. Strawberry Barry jam is a good follow-up.
464.
It's time to upgrade Griffin's humor module from the basic subscription package.
Oh, he wants the ad free.
Peanut berry. What are we missing? What's going on?
Hey! We know him.
Benny. Still in.
That's Monsieur Benny to you.
Sorry, second bar.
Truck on bar. Oh my God, the timing of that facial expression is brilliant.
Griffin, you just got burned super hard from Ryan. Says, this is why Liv Marie cheated on him.
Whoa. That's fucked. You know, well, I can't say that. That's screwed up.
Does he think you're Kevin McPhee? Oh, good Lord. Park says, listening to this banter makes me want to become a commentator. Guess what? Me and James are never retiring. You better hope one of us dies. Which, you know.
Sit 9. Fold.
50-50.
I really appreciate that you didn't take that opportunity to make a joke about me getting fired. I feel like, you know, I'm a little sensitive.
You're irreplaceable, Griffin. But Saris with ace-6 suited. And Weeks.
Weeks, yes.
Flat
no
for
Weeks.
ace-9.
Nice shove spot. That is a lot of chips, though. It's 23 big blinds. I still think you need to play it as a shove. But Saris going to be opening quite wide here, playing over 100 big blinds. You don't allow Costello to sneak in there, and you just take it down nicely pre. Sometimes you get called, and you're, you know, behind, and then you get lucky. You got a suited ace-9. But now it's all up to the gods, and the gods have found you unworthy, Weeks. For a 6 has been flopped.
So the one thing I'm slightly confused about is, well, we just saw Benny there. Is he in this tournament or a different tournament?
Sit 1. Bet. 7. 5.
Well, I don't see why the cameras would go to someone not in this tournament.
Sit 4.
That you would think.
They have gone a little rogue this week here and there. I kind of like the rogue energy, to be honest.
Sorry,
Keeps us
can
on
you
our
put your
toes.
cards in
Oh,
this?
right, sorry, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Ask again.
Another chip. For the series. Taking a break from the Targaryen War to join us here.
2 and 6. What they need? Sorry. The tips in front.
Okay.
In front of what?
Who knows? Just just play. You do so much playing time up here. Look.
I need you move a little bit your stack for left.
Sorry, what's on
My
that clock
stack.
there?
He is.
It's there. It was on 13
They
minutes.
play.
Where is it?
You. Sorry.
So in addition to Narcissus Nedelku in the 2 seat, we've got Adrian Thorne coming in seat 8.
You lose so much
Oh, he's in
playing
seat
time.
8 right now. And Gary Stokes in seat 3.
Your left.
My left.
Okay.
So what if Adrian Thorne made a heart flush?
It's good now?
Yeah.
No more, please.
No worries.
Every strawberry has its thorn.
Sit 9. Fold.
Okay. That one was on your level. See what it feels like?
It doesn't feel good.
Sit 1. Fold. Sit 2. Fold.
Especially because it'd be very hard to guess. Imagine I just nailed it. It really just blew you out of the water.
Sit 4. Raise 60,000.
So Keedy on Twitch says, this dealer is great. Eric Ross says, this dealer is bossy. Which one of you think dates more?
Sit 6. Fold. Okay. Yes. Sit 1. Fold. 2, 3. Fold. Raise. Sit 4. 6,000. 60. Yeah. Sit 6. Fold. Sit 7.
So it's
fold.
Weeks who's raised here with King Jack.
Okay.
Kurko with ace 10 in the big blind defends.
All right. Hello, King Ball.
Sit 7. Check.
Kurko has been very skittish, I will say, around these 3Xs from Weeks. We saw a very tight fold earlier with the suited ace. Now just going to call on around 25 effect with the ace 10, which I think is nice. And makes a pretty easy fold simply because of sizing, right? You know, if that was a sort of a small bet, I think you want to continue with ace 10, but Weeks maybe playing his hands a little too face up at times. Was very strong there with the King Jack and bet it, well, frankly, like he had King Jack. And Kurko was able to make a pretty disciplined fold.
Curling Master says, when I'm playing, I prefer dealers that give straight, fair, and direct advice. Allows me to concentrate on playing poker. Man, that'd be awesome if a dealer was allowed to give you advice. Hey, what do you got there? Yeah, no, 20 bigs, that's a shove.
Yeah.
Sit 2. Fold.
Straight, fair, and direct advice.
Sit 3. Raise 45,000. Sit 4. Fold.
Stokes come to the table with over 70 big blinds. Going to feel comfortable
Sit 6.
raising these
Fold.
pocket trays in early position.
Irish Stud asks, do we know if Beresford is still in? Yeah, we sure do. Thank you for your question.
Sit 9. Fold.
Pretty fair fight here between the very pretty 9-8 suited.
Flop 2 players.
Thorny,
And
Sekar
France.
Ramrod. Queen 8-7, 3 spades. Stokes with the 3 high flush draw. Thorn with the pair of 8s. Sekar Ramrod, Thorny. I wrote it on the paper.
Sit 9. Check.
Stokes is going to come out firing here, wanting to fold out some equity of hands that might not have a piece yet. opponent has something like King 10, no spade, you would love to just fold that out and take down this pot. Of course, we can see, because we know everything. We're the gods of the future. That Thorn does have an 8 and should want to continue. Look at those percentages. Stokes not very far behind with that spade draw. I think there are certain turn cards that Stokes might decide to keep firing and can be very difficult to hold on with just a pair of 8s.
You're right, Griff. You got to fire on that undercard. It's pretty rare. We're listening.
Well, this also just keeps your options open. You know, if you do decide to check here, let's just say the river's a 5 or a 6, and Thorn bets the times that he has 10 jack off with a spade. It's very difficult to find a call on the river. So with us having still a stronger range, why not bet again? And maybe decide to bet once more on a river king or a jack.
4, James, 4.
Yeah, I managed to make it out. Yeah.
Mark of the Beat says that's a lot of faith in 3s. 3s be with you. 3s be with you.
3s be with you as well.
3s be with you.
Bumblebee tuna. This is a bit of a tough bluff because 3s is finding itself with some showdown value here, right? If your opponent has the ace 10 or ace 9 with the ace of spades or the 10 of spades, this is the kind of hand that would call twice here, pretty much always, and that you are beating. So what are you trying to do if you decide to go for a bluff here? Are you going to try to fold out an 8, a queen?
It's easier from one player.
What sizing do I need to make it that I'm going to fold out both of those? Kind of difficult. I think if you bet something like 200,000, that looks like 175, you are going to be able to get rid of an 8 sometimes, but a queen would be very difficult. You can see the pain in Thorn's face, a thorn in his cheek, if you will. Just doesn't feel very comfortable making this big call.
Just let it go, James.
40, 60, 75.
Just counted it out. Counted out how much you'd have left.
You're not working with a lot of information here, right? You've just gotten to the table. So is this bloke. It's like, just going to try to make some big call. We're about to bag for the day. It's such a big swing.
You win if you're calling.
Did it.
Good call.
Call down, no call down.
Adrian Thorn wins the pot.
I think it's impressive Stokes found the bet, to be honest. It's a tough spot to bluff, but Thorn able to pick it off. Very important pot as we enter the hand-for-hand portion of day 2.
Yeah, 4 more hands to be played at every table, including the feature table.
I need on my big blind last time.
The bottom finishing.
Tom Clegg says, nice call, Thorny. Well, Gary Stokes back in action, raising with 8s.
Here's 50,000. Yeah. Sit 4, 4. Sit 6, 4. Sit 7, 4.
Seat 8 fold.
Sit 9, 4.
Seat 9.
Rounds the big blind. The table chip leader, Konstantinos Vitseris, starts the hand with 2.66 million.
Sit one call.
and is going to defend.
Flop, 2 players.
10-6-4. So 8 still ahead.
Sit one check.
Action check to Stokes, who was the pre-flop aggressor.
Sit 3. Bet. 70,000.
C-bet from Stokes of 70K.
Bit on the large side for my taste, but in this situation, I think any bet you make should be able to take it down against Fitzgerald's ace-deuce of clubs.
Year of Romania is completely checked out right now.
yeah.
Catatonic, there he goes.
Wow, and Fitzgerald decides to
Flex
raise here.
Flex that 2.4 million.
Yeah, and I think this is really just sort of a live tell moment. Not believing Stokes' bet here. This is not the kind of hand you really want to select because you want your opponent to have some ace X's, some big aces that are going to be prepared to fold to a check raise. So I don't like the hand selection, but the spot selection might end up being interesting if Stokes can find a fold on the flop. It's, you know, it is an overpair to the 6, but not to the 10. And I think we've all been in Stokes' position where, you know, a 3-barrel bluff doesn't work and suddenly you're getting check raised and there's an overcard on the board. It's hard to hold fast. It's hard to get stubborn and fight for spots like this. But he is reaching for chips. He's also kind of wearing it a little bit. He is kind of telegraphing the discomfort he's feeling in this spot. That is also the trap of situations like this, that the human instinct, I think, can sometimes be, oh, this doesn't feel good. And it'll stop not feeling good if I just fold. Instead of potentially 2 more streets of action where one of the chip leaders of the tournament, if not the chip leader, is probably going to keep on putting pressure. And this is also the benefit of betting smaller, right? Like he's bet 70 and is now facing a race to 200. If he had bet a more standard of amount of, you know, 40, 45, 50,000, this check raise wouldn't be as daunting. We wouldn't be talking about near 20% of your stack being put in the middle.
Do you live local? Do you live local? Oh, so you stayed overnight out
Can I hear
there?
someone say clock?
Bang. Come on.
That would be ridiculous.
Yeah.
Bristol, in
Clark, please.
England. Come Tuesday, go back Tuesday, yeah. I was confident.
You weren't wrong. Where are you staying?
Just up the road, about 3,000 yards. Horrible place.
I think this clock is going to serve extra pressure to Stokes as well.
Just a farmer stop.
Knowing how uncomfortable you feel here, recognizing there's more streets to come. This isn't a river bet, you know.
63
So you know you're going to be needing more time down the streets.
I wish I'd have booked in the big hotel just there, paid the extra.
Seems like now he's just waiting for the floor to get there.
Fourth has arrived. I'm assuming he's on a countdown.
Last hour's physical.
Yeah.
Playing for 4 hours. Last 4 hours.
I know it was only a bed, but like, it's just not nice.
And
3 more hands.
Gets it through. Very impressive stuff. Very bold, frankly.
And yeah, terrible hand selection.
Simon Wilson, the chip leader, still the biggest stack in the room with 109 players remaining, and obviously some of the lower denomination chips being colored up.
Nice rack.
Some more orange chips for Simon.
Oh, no, it's too close to the end.
Sit 4. Fold. Sit 6, fold. Sit 7, fold.
Thorn fresh off.
Just 5?
Picking off Stokes just 2 hands ago.
So.
Suited 7-6 on the button. Bit of a tight fold, but also recognizing that there's these massive stacks in the blinds.
Sit 1, call.
You're going to be able to put a lot of pressure on. Certainly, I think this ace queen
More than 2 million.
would have fallen into the 3-bet range.
3?
Sit 2, raise. 75,000. 75.
Big mistake. 2 big stacks, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of nice when you have these high-low cards sometimes to turn them into sort of a bit of a blocker bluff, blind on blind. If you're expecting the player in the small blind to limp fold a ton, may as well just use this one. But it looks like Fitzgerald
Raise 225,000.
is going to kind of see where he's at with the ace-queen. Of course, this is a massive value hand, blind on blind, but we have seen Fitzgerald fold ace-queen in a spot where he 3-bet. I would love to know what he would do if Nedelku decided to make it something like 500K. We are, of course, getting ahead of ourselves here. Is that really what Nedelku wants to do? Seems like the type that might be capable.
Wait 2 hands and then.
Just, you know, a little 485K, something like that.
What's the point? There's
If you don't really believe what Fitzgerald is selling.
Is that clock guy still around?
The wheels are turning here. And the wheels may just roll all the way.
That's what I
Oh!
but if he does stay there myself.
Oh,
yeah.
what's it going to be, Joe?
When any big houses, like just leave.
Oh!
I put in Tuesday.
Sit 2,
I
raise.
find a cleaner Friday to change the sheets and the towels. I said,
Whoa.
the same towels. I said, sure.
There is.
Get out the ruler.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, the sizing is quite small. I was suggesting maybe something like 480 would be appropriate, but 404, I think this is just designed for the times that Fitzgerald is just completely mucking about, maybe seeing where he's at with something like ace-8 instead of limp calling.
Yeah, I've been here like since Tuesday. It's Friday afternoon, like 4 o'clock. I said,
And at that point, the sizing.
Rips it in. Gonna win a huge pre-flop pot.
Very nice work.
Sit 1, show ace queen.
Great spot awareness from Fitzgerald. He's played a very good day 2 here on the feature table.
That's pretty let down. Other than that,
Pretty
like,
impressive.
love the pubs around here.
Is he chip leader?
I think he's moved over the 3 million mark, and I think he's got the slight edge now
Yeah, I mean, he just made
over Simon Wilson.
over 400,000.
2 hands to go.
Really?
There was nothing to me doing here. Like it was all.
Was it pretty? Too busy winning money.
Yeah.
Johnny says, what a fish. Terrible, terrible play.
Yeah, I got him ready for you.
Yeah,
25
confirmation that Konstantinos Vatseris has 3.2 million. Simon Wilson has around 2.7 million. So if things stay as they are after the next 2 hands, Vatseris is going to be coming into day 3 as chip boss with around 100 players remaining. Other players likely to end the day in the top 10. Kimo Kirko and Narcis Nedelku, who are both at our feature table, and Connor Beresford. Connor Beresford, a top 5 stack with just shy of 2 million.
Sit 2, call, sit 3, chip. Flop, 2 players.
It's fine, just make it away.
Hey-oh.
Always coming.
Flop him good.
Sit 2, back, 25,000.
5 flop trip 7s here, I'd be
stoked.
Yes!
C3, raise. 55,000.
If I got raised here, I'd be Nadell. See you later.
Okay, all right, okay.
Oh, wow, you gave me a bump there.
2 for 2, 2 for 2. And we got one hand left.
That's it.
20, still 20, yeah.
One more hand and final tap in your room.
20.
Yes.
30.
30,000.
No, 30.
Poor Joe looks so scared there.
35.
I would in general love to watch Final Tap with you.
No.
In my room.
Another time. Another time.
I got this thing I got to do in the morning here that I'm stressing out about. You could probably help me with it.
In the age of wonder.
62, 462, 462. Thank you.
How about a little walk? How about a little raise and take it? How about a little bedtime?
664.
How about a little, okay? How about a little live to fight another day?
C8. C8, no. C9, 4.
But Sarah's going to try to win the last pot of the night.
Hey, what do you call it when I try to give you my glossettes?
44.
Lost that Christmas.
A raise and take it.
Well, it's been Griffin Benger for the night, everybody. We do have an actual hand developing here.
We do.
The Delku flats with 2 8s and Stokes, after getting somewhat brutalized this level.
Yes,
125.
Yeah, I'd be laughing too if I was Beth Saris.
Last turn.
Yeah, we're playing around 51 big blinds here for Stokes. It's not out of the realm of possibility to just shove at this stage. But maybe prepared to squeeze and see if someone goes a little buck wild. Like Stokes is going to go for the raise. It's fun to stack one of those 20s and add a little more chips because you want to make a little more and then slide out. $155,000. Sit forward. Fold.
Well,
Sit one. Fold.
gets rid of Vatseris. Action now on Nedelku, who has the snowmans.
And this is a very considered decision here for Nedelku. I think he has all 3 options, really. I think you could shove here if you think your opponent is just squeezing light in the last hand. And yeah, because of the sizing, he is prepared to call. Wasn't that much big of a squeeze. Usually on the squeezes here, it's going to be 4.5, 5x out of position when there's been a call. But this one is just 45K to 155. So Nedelku, oh boy, oh dear.
What a
Okay,
feeling.
so top set, amazing, but Stokes has whiffed.
C3, check.
And doesn't continue.
In fact, Stokes is drawing dead. For him, this is a coffin flop.
Nedelku very surprisingly playing his hand quite face up with the snap check on the flop. And, you know, were Stokes to have something like pocket 3s or pocket 4s, could play this hand very, very easily and well. Maybe a little bet on the turn, get value from ace-king, but that's what's going to make things so difficult for Stokes on the turn, and now decides to start betting. What is the story? Is it because you think this ace-king is probably good?
C2 raise, 200,000.
Snap raise.
I mean, Stokes has really been kicked around this level. I hope he doesn't choose this time to take a stand.
Yeah, Nedelku wants to get all the money here, right? Doesn't want to allow almost an effective check with this small bet of 65,000. And that's why he's raised with the nuts. As much as it's nice to trap, Joe, it's, you know, you got to start building a pot when you have the nuts.
trip. That's the name of my comic book.
And you're repping such a small range by raising here. You shouldn't really have a deuce ever. So you're pretty much only saying that you have 6s or 8s, or that you're raising for some sort of blocky value with, what, 9s, 10s? Hard hands to have, and that's why it has gotten a call out of Stokes, drawing completely dead. And for the Irishman's sake, I hope the river isn't an ace or a king, but it might not matter.
I'm not stoked about this hand.
Now, the question for Nedelku becomes, if I think my opponent has, aces through jacks, would definitely call this all in. However, if I think my opponent has ace-king, what do I want to bet to get that curiosity call? What do I want to leave him with effectively going into day 3? Do I think he will really call all in with ace-king? And a lot of players won't. And I think that's why
Bigger than I would have gone.
Yeah.
Very large.
Sorry, bigger than I would have gone knowing that it's ace-king.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
I think
He's
it
always
is
in trouble,
nice
is.
sometimes
Yeah, I
to
bet you was like that in school.
bet an amount
You're a
that's
big
going to
boy,
leave your
that's why.
opponent with like 10 big blinds if you don't think they're going to call a shove.
I mean, there's also other players.
In this case, 515 is pretty much all of what Nedelku has.
These guys are playing. I'm not.
Thank you very much.
Stokes going to find a fold and bag. 689k for day 3. No, he heroes!
Ah, what a terrible level for Stokes. Ugh.
515.
Stokes is stuck.
Stokes is going to be a short stack coming into day 3, unlike Nedelku, who's almost in the top 5 now.
Yeah, and it's a mortifying feeling being so close to the next day and then just having something disastrous like that happen. But you know what? Fair play to, Nedelku played that really, really well. The quick check back on the flop, the raise on the turn when the board doesn't feel like you should have any raises. Really got max value there. I think that was very impressive work.
So that brings day 2 to a close. We have made the money today. We've played down to 109. They will return tomorrow with the objective, with the ambition of getting down to the final table. Might not be possible, but we'll see what we can do. Konstantinos Vatseris will be coming into the penultimate day of the Irish Open main event as the chip leader, the overall chip leader. Simon Wilson second in chips, Conor Beresford in the top 5, both Narcis Nedelku and Kimo Kirko in the tournament top 10. A reminder, clocks change in Europe tonight, so we will be here at 12:30 British summertime for day 3 of the Irish Open. But for now, from everyone on the team here at the RDS, I'm James Hartigan saying good night from Dublin. We'll see you tomorrow, 12:30 BST.